okay, if I haven't fucked everything up, this should actually be Summoning Insight now. So I will assume it's live, and then I'll check in a second, and I'll know if I'm right or wrong. Okay, so this is Summoning Insight. I'm Thorin. My co-host here, who's paying extra close attention, is Monte Cristo. He's the coach.
I was on the
of CLG.
Twitters.
Okay. For some reason, he's wearing like a flamboyant shirt here, perhaps as sort of an Easter egg to celebrate the passing of Robin Williams. Just as like, you know, he was known for wearing like Bermuda shirts and stuff like that. I think maybe that's my one. He's wearing it. I don't know. Monte Cristo is my co-host here, coach of some team that is currently in Korea, like losing to like MKZ and IM2, or which I'm trying to think which the bad one was. There, I couldn't even remember. That's how bad the IM organization is. So, hello Monty, how you doing?
Good. I'm happily sitting in the Korean dumpster right now.
Okay. I mean, that is, in many ways, that's where Double F, that's his spiritual home. He's just gone back to it finally, you know. Okay, so our guest this week, people expect me, you know, Sint, to just like, the one thing I have a problem with about the public, okay, is that when I make a joke, it's usually off the cuff, okay? I try to just come up with something funny in the moment. I don't pre-plan jokes. And so people just think I'm going to come up with some lame joke about like you smiting or something like, yeah, do you smite any barons recently? But the only, actually, on a side topic, you can't see this, but actually I'm wearing a shirt that does actually have like a flame logo at the top that looks a little bit like the smite icon. So there is actually someone on this show who is able to use
it. Also almost looks like the Crs icon, just different colors. So maybe
it does a little bit. It's blue.
Maybe you're repping us, dude.
Secretly, I'm a Crs fan. That's the real secret. Okay, I'm not a TSM fan, I'm not CLG. I'm secretly a Crs fan. That's why I'm so tortured, and I have to keep that to myself, though. Okay, so we've got on our guest here, Saintvicious, one of the top 2 junglers in the history of CLG. Plot twist: they've only had 2 real junglers in the last like 2.5 seasons. Oh, that's why you get that status, though, Saint. You get to be on top 2, man. How you doing?
I'm all right. Dude, I don't even recognize Thorin without his like whole beard thing going on and like his hair flying everywhere. I like don't even know who you are. I like when I loaded up the stream and I saw your picture and I was like, who the fuck is the guy in the middle?
Oh, understandable. But then again, we all looked quite different back then. Actually, you don't look that bad, Saint. I want to know something right now. When I've ever seen photos of you by Riot, I'm sure you had more receding hair than that. Have you had something done? I know you're in LA right now. You got all that fat cursed money. Like, how did you get that hair back in the middle there, Sid? That wasn't there
like
in all the
hair
pictures I saw.
Yeah. Or something.
You've done something.
Nah.
I don't know.
But I just got a haircut actually.
Okay.
Believe it or not, you can actually like chop some of this off. It may not be much.
And you just tell them to like gel it forwards. That's where I needed to go. Okay. Speaking of which, actually, talking about people who look different years ago, did anyone see this video recently of Monty that someone put on Reddit again, where he appeared on Shox's show? Some like, what was it called? Something recap, SK recap or something, you know, like. And Monty appears in it, and he has like really spiky short hair, and he looks like he's like fresh out of. He looks like a 19-year-old young pop who's just bursted on the scene in esports. He's excited to talk about some MLG and League of Legends. And he utters the infamous line that I had to quote onto Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's amazing. Where you quote this line that says, like, you know, I think Locodoco, and he's referring to when Locodoco joined CLG, I think he'll bring some maturity and the kind of, like, discipline they need from Korea.
1 month later.
That's good. That's a great prediction right there, Monty. I got to tell you.
He only played an IPL 5, right? Or was another?
The MLG, the one where they lost to CLGU with the sub.
Oh, yeah.
The one that Blaze won.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, yeah. He played that and then IPL 5, right?
I mean, you should know, right, Sin? I mean, didn't he spend most of his trip in America at your house?
Yeah, pretty much.
Wasn't that the problem? He wasn't even at the CLG
I don't know their situation at their house, but everybody just hung out at the house like then, so. There's always people there.
Fuck, I've just realised I'm recording. Whatever, I'm going to have to do it through Twitch again. Same as I did last week.
I'm just going to mute the VODs anyways. Come on, man.
Exactly. Anyway, where should we start? Okay, actually, let's start with where Sint is right now. Because actually, you have to realise, Sint, most people don't watch the challenger scene, right? And unfortunately, nowadays, in the modern era, there aren't really even esports websites that cover everything that everyone goes to. People just go to Reddit. And so unless stuff gets on the front page of Reddit, people don't keep track of it. So as a result, I think most people haven't really been keeping track of the challenger scene. So they've maybe they saw the story originally at the beginning of the season where it said Saintvicious is going to make a team, it's going to have ManCloud, it's going to have, there's all these names listed. And then there was like a period where it was like announced what the team would be. But I don't think anyone since then has really followed that much the challenger scene. So where are you at right now? You still play for the Crs Academy team, and it's in like what, the semi-finals now or something of Challenger?
Yeah, well, like I guess if we win one best of 3, we'll be playing the relegation match against maybe CLG or somebody. I don't know. We'll see.
Interesting. What do you think, Monty? Have you followed Challenger scene at all this year?
No. I started watching some of the EU games from the playoffs in the last couple of weeks, just because I was interested in seeing what the kind of top teams were in the Challenger scene. But I haven't seen any NA Challenger scene up until this point.
Yeah, I don't watch.
But I will. I will like next
right.
season, or I will next couple weeks.
I watch like 0 Challenger games. It's so horrible.
What actually happened with your team then? Because originally it was ManCloud was the mid, and then you had BunnyFuFu, that was the other recognizable name. So what happened to ManCloud? Like, he briefly went and subbed for someone else, and was he in the team initially and then he left or something, or he's kicked, or what do you think happened?
Wait, what do you mean what I think happened? Like, it's like some riddle or something?
There's a big difference between what people think happened, what they say happened, and what actually happened,
we have 2 people that are there for like the mid lane role, and it's just whoever we feel like would be performing better at the time, we're just going to use them.
And who is the mid laner now?
Keen.
Ah, okay. Yeah, you've got this Korean guy in, right? Wasn't he like a top laner or something?
No, he was a mid laner, but when he came here, like he randomly wanted to play top, and he was like, wait, I don't want to play top, and then we are going to use him instead of Chris. It was just like, just team farming stuff, because the team was still not really set in stone then. But
what
he
is the
used
story
to be
on him then?
Well, he used to be a top 10 player in Korea solo queue. Like, I think he was like 8 or something. Okay. And then he had like 4 or 5 rank 1 accounts in Oceanic. I don't even know what that means, because yeah. Like, I don't know who plays in that tournament and that stuff. Okay. But he has a couple of really top rank accounts now on the NA server, and he's just been playing random junk. He's pretty damn good though.
No, I like the fact you even added that caveat on there. You were like, you started. It's like you started with what you're supposed to say in the marketing spiel. Like, listen, he had top 5 accounts. Then even you were like, actually, I don't even know what the fuck that means. Because I was just thinking to myself, like, we usually bag on fucking how bad Ambition is, and he's like nearly always top 5 on Korean Challengers. So like, I'm not really even sure what being top 5 on Oceanic even means. Like, unless Toyz has come out of retirement and he's secretly try harding on their solo queue, I'm not sure it's that good. Monty, have you ever heard of?
I gotta bring up Toyz, man. Everybody's like going in on Toyz, and I'm like, how can you compare Faker to Toyz and all that? And you're getting in on it too.
Yeah, because I'm leading the anti-Toyz backlash. Actually, let's bring this up because you were all here in season 2, okay? So people now, here's part of the reason why I think people so fondly remember Toyz. If you ever see those charts that say when people got into League and esports, the chart always goes like this. Half the people got in the last 6 months to a year. The next third or so got in like the last year and a half. And basically, more than 2 or 3 years ago is a very small fraction of whoever makes up esports, right? Because what happens is you have a lot of turnover of new people who come in for 6 months, a year and a half, then they're the ones who lose interest, because they weren't that into the game. The people who are really hardcore, they stay, but there's not that many of them. So as a result, things that are further in the past get more and more mythologized because people weren't there to watch it. Maybe they've gone back now and watched a VOD or something, but they weren't there to actually know the context. And so as a result, if people, like, just think about the way people talk about, like, Big Fat LP, or they talk about, like, when Kobe was in fucking CLG, or they talk about when Jap played. Like, this stuff's so fucking far in the past now that it's very unlikely many people talking now actually watched it, So they're getting their information secondhand, or they've picked up some reputation. So let me ask you now. You were there, okay? Season 2 World Championship on TPA, won the tournament, and they were a surprise. They impressed a lot of people with how they played. When you watched that tournament, did Saintvicious really look and go, wow, I guess Toyz is just the best player to ever play this game. He's just the best in the whole world right now.
No, but he's not bad by any means.
No one's saying he's bad.
He was still like a top player in his position. So like, who cares if you're the best as long as you can like do. The game's about teamwork, anyways, man. Who gives a shit? Like if you're like the best or you're Faker or something. Like how's that working out for Faker right now?
That's the key thing.
You might not even make it to Worlds.
That's the key reason why I always bring it up, though. I never used to have a problem when people used to say, "Oh, I thought Toyz was better than Froggen back then." I don't think that's true, but the difference is you could have a debate over that, right? You could say stuff like, "Oh, well, look at his team play or the champions he played." The difference is when you talk about Faker, we're not even talking about the best mid player and the best mid player of his year. We're talking about the best player ever at League. On any role, every single role combined, every meta combined, every team combined. That's like a big difference there between talking about that. That's like talking about...
No, like for this time period, maybe.
Are you kidding me? Who's better than Faker all time?
Well, I'm not saying like all time, but I'm saying the time period matters. Like people learn from watching other people play. Yeah. Like if somebody's already set like and shown you everything, then of course like you're just like compounding on their knowledge. So.
Yeah, but the problem with that... Wait a minute. Are you suggesting as in... Wait, you're meaning like time frame, okay? So as in Toyz back then could only do what Toyz could do in that era, and since then Faker can learn from Toyz. Is that kind of what you're saying, right?
I think it helps, yeah. Like Faker probably looked back at what people were doing then, and he learned to play mid lane. I mean, when did he start really coming into his own? He played in seasons of OGN before, and they were getting knocked out like pretty early.
He only played in one season. He got knocked out in the semis. But okay, I'll give you. I'll make.
He took third place in his first season.
Saint, you've just allowed me.
No, did they?
You've just allowed me, Saint, to make what in the context of what you said sounds like a bold prediction, but I actually think is the most easy money bet I'm ever going to make. It's going to go like this, Saint. Taking into account what you just said there, that means in the future, as future seasons come along, people will come along who will be much better than Faker. They'll be even more dominant. They'll be even better in the context. So I'm going to go ahead in that context what you just set up there, and I'm going to say no, Saint. No matter how many seasons of League are played, even in season 9, Faker right now, as he played right now, will have been the best player ever in the context of everything.
That just goes back to what I'm saying, where the era matters, like the time period matters.
No, because I'm saying even in the future when people have had a chance to look at everything Faker's done and different teams have come along, unless it's Faker who's still there, I don't think anyone will be as good. No one will be as far above the level of everyone else as Faker is now to everyone.
Okay, whatever. Like, I don't know what you want me to say, man.
I'm just saying. Monty, what do you think on this whole topic? Toyz, Season 2, Faker now.
Agree. I think Faker is vastly above the level, like above similar mid laners compared to Toyz, compared to similar mid laners in the time. And I think that if you're comparing it in the time frame of when these players were peaking, and we don't even know if Faker is or has peaked, right?
Sure.
Considering he still continues to carry that team out of ridiculous situations.
But I mean, that's why I purposely make that distinction. Like I said, even if I personally, on a subjective level, thought, okay, I think Froggen was better in that time, you could actually have a pretty good debate then. Who was better? Was it Alex H? Was it Froggen? Was it this?
Hey, you could go top pretty obvious that Froggen was like the best mid laner at that time. I mean, he had like CLGU and stuff, and like Froggen just like hard carrying everybody, man.
Dude, I thought so. I mean, if you look at it, I'll just put it like this. I'm not going to go too far in digression into this topic as well, but I will just say it like this. Take the CLG EU lineup and look at the skill level of all the players in that team. Then look at the teams of all the players who we're comparing them to. Like M5, fucking, who else? Blaze. Who else have we got?
Frost.
Messiah, World Elite. These are all teams where they've got like fucking all-stars at almost every position, you know? Like, I think Froggen was like the hard carrying the most of everyone back then. Anyway, without getting too far into that side topic, the point there I was going to make was, the difference is, when you talk about Froggen and Toyz, really you're just talking about who was the best mid laner. You could have a discussion equally as good about who was the best top laner, you know. There was all those amazing... Then you had all the best AD carries. The difference is, Faker's the best of any role in his era, you know. Like, there's no one going, oh, yeah, Faker is pretty good, but I think that, like, Imp is better. Or, you know, I think that, like... I mean, I guess there's no one for top lane you could say, but there's no one suggesting any other role is better than Faker.
No, the only person that anybody ever suggests is Dade, and he has had consistency issues that Faker has really not had, so...
He's also had some fucking pretty beastly teams around him when he had his best periods.
It's true.
Like, the difference is, Dade does his carrying when his team are all at the all-star level, whereas Faker's carrying now when half of his team are fucking fallen off massively. Anyway, this is all... We've gotten so sidetracked here. Now we've got Saintvicious on to have an in-depth discussion about Toyz and, like, fucking Faker. Okay. Before that all got sidetracked, I have a question, though, about Season 2, though, Saint. So, we have Monty here, and he's brought his team out to Korea, and he's thinking to himself, this will be really good practice. Bring the boys out, let them play against the Koreans. It's, you know, it'll build their spirits. crucially, you might remember this logic, Saint. Even if they lose against the Koreans, it'll make them better against the teams in NA. And you know what? Then they'll have like confidence against international teams. It'll all work out. You have some experience in this field, I believe. CLG came over.
I just wanted to go to Korea, man. Why are you putting this on me?
No, but I mean, this is what CLG thought, right? They thought we'll go to Korea, we'll play the Koreans. Even if, I mean, I think initially you guys thought you were going to win, right, when you went there.
Yeah, I thought we could because we'd already gone to Korea before that for an invitational. And we came in second, and like at the time we just like didn't really understand team comps very well. We were playing like the most random stuff. I don't even want to go back and watch the games because it's like so rare. We're playing like Blitzstar and stuff.
Yeah.
But
that was a great bot lane, dude.
yeah.
This is like world elite fucking Weijia. Like, oh, just play Blitzcrank and Alistair. That'll probably work.
Yeah, and we had also played them at one of the what was it, WCG. So like we'd played against Korean teams before, but they like progressed a hell of a lot faster since then. So I think it was like a 5-month gap.
How did that aspect, even though I said it jokingly there, that was the logic that once CLG lost, okay, I got the sense from talking to the players, there was still that logic of like, okay, even if we lost, at least now when we go back to NA and we go to the international tournaments, we'll be like ahead of the international competition, you know, because we've played the Koreans and we've got more international experience. Did it actually help in that sense? Do you think for that team and your other teams afterwards to have had experience playing Koreans? Do you think it mattered?
I think it helped out because before, like how we won tournament games, we'd just split push and sack objectives and stuff, and just try to win through like just cheesing with split pushing and stuff. Like that's how we won CLG games. But we went to Korea, it kind of made us a little bit more objective based, even if we weren't like that good at it. But I think it helped us like view the game in a better way.
Monty, since you weren't involved in CLG back then, what did you think of CLG's trip to Korea, the first one they went on with Saint?
I thought it was a disaster. And like the more that I heard about it from being inside the organization now, the more of a disaster I thought it was. Like,
hold on, no. We're discussing the concept of it though, not like how it actually turned out.
Okay.
Oh, the concept was
I'm not
fine.
going to get into like all those specifics, but that thing was like a ticking time bomb waiting to happen anyways. Like,
yeah, that's what I understand.
Yeah, I don't think the idea is like. I think the idea is sound though. Okay.
Yes, the idea is definitely sound. Definitely. I mean, especially if you're gonna. At that time, there wasn't the LCS. There wasn't another league to consistently compete in the world. So why would you not go?
The ESL, like, what do they call the weekly one? The one that is
Go
like
for
$100.
lol.
Yeah, we got the go for laws up in here, man. We're practically like OG status.
So you had a fully televised league that you were invited and like helped to pay for to like your travel and expenses and everything to help to pay like for you to come out to Korea and play the game on a daily basis. Like, why would you not take that? That's obviously the best thing.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So there's your answer, Thorin. Okay. It's a good idea, okay?
Yeah, I agree. I thought it was a good idea. In fact, I've always been sad that, unfortunately, because of the timing of LCS, that meant we never got to see another team come and do it since, you know. Like, we never got to see someone... Like, imagine if Cloud9 or someone could have come for the season after Worlds or something. That would be fucking amazing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it would have been great.
Yeah, Riot really doesn't want that to happen, though.
Yep.
What do you mean they don't want it to happen, Monty?
They don't want teams to come to Korea to compete.
But they want Korean and...
Are you in some way inferring that they don't want Koreans to beat the fuck out the best NA teams and then send them packing?
I am inferring that.
Why would you get the sense that that was the case? What is your entirely hypothetical, speculatory opinion on this matter, Monty?
I think they want to keep the regions separate so that basically they want the LCS teams to stay in the LCS. And even though there was a possibility last year of having the winter season, like having teams from NA, and there were teams that were interested in participating in the winter season, the scheduling didn't work out. And I don't think that Riot wants teams to compete internationally unless it's at a very short international tournament, because I don't think that they want the hype drawn away from the Western teams in the LCS for any reason.
Do you have a theory or a take on this, Saint? Can you see where Monty's coming from in that sense?
I mean, I can agree with that. Like, well, I don't know. Like, I think it's pretty much what he just said. I have to agree. Like, they don't want to take away attention from... Like, if they just see, like, Cloud9 or whoever the hell is getting absolutely smashed, like, they're going to lose their popularity. And, yeah, just as, like, the region just becomes less popular.
I mean, the funny thing is, people are going to think right now that I'll go off on Riot and say, well, this is all bullshit and all that. Okay, when I usually comment on things, if you ever read my Twitter feed or my opinion videos or a column or something, it's true. My opinion is quite hardcore. Okay, I just want to see the best teams play each other, and then especially the best of the regions play, so I can get a sense of who's good and how they match up. Okay, it's true. I do want to see that, and so I'd actually love a world in which if any teams truly weren't that good, they got all smashed every month by the team from China and the team from Korea. Or if they were good enough, they actually finally competed and they won some games and we got some good upsets. But I can actually understand, if you're right, as to why you might do want that. Because, okay, think of the 2 tournaments we had already, Saint. We had All-Stars and we had the IEM tournament, where both times a team that was slumping from Korea came in, beat the shit out of everyone else, and you know what everyone says.
Well, hold on. So, like, I got a question. Do you like watching WCS or StarCraft tournaments?
No, I think they're crap. I only watch.
Okay.
No.
This whole situation is answered.
Yeah, nobody's arguing against region locking. I think region locking is a great idea.
Well, no, I think region locking is terrible, but that's because I don't give a fuck if people from North America make money out playing games. That doesn't go. I don't go to sleep like,
no, it's not about the money,
Jesus,
dude.
is Maple Street gonna make a salary this month? Oh, I can't get to sleep tonight. Like, I don't care. I'd rather some dude that you haven't even heard of sent on solo queue in Korea is way better actually makes a salary. Yeah, that's the world I live in. If you'd like to know. Anyway, as I was saying at my point, it's true. People's take on those IEM and the All-Star tournament was kind of like that. They now talk a bit derisively about the Western teams. They say, oh, who cares who finishes first? Because, if the 6th best Korean team trashed everyone who from the West, then, what's the 2nd best Korean team going to do? And unfortunately, it probably would be like that if you forced Cloud9 and these other teams to go into an OGN season. It's unlikely they'd make it far or even into the bracket stage.
Yeah, I mean, just from seeing a lot of games, we've been playing against so many Korean teams since we've been here, and we've been really trying hard in scrims. And I perceive that the Korean teams have been trying very hard as well. I would say I would give us like a 50% chance to make top 8. And then it just depends on what group we were drawn into.
And then a 0% chance to make top 4.
Yeah, pretty much. It would be
that's not even an unfair. We're actually being quite reasonable. I would figure out what could be a good day and what a bad day. That's actually quite a reasonable. What do you think, Sen? Is Monty being too harsh on CLG in the West there?
Or we're just saying CLG, or we're saying like top, like LMQ or like Cloud9 or something.
Why do you?
I think those teams would have the same odds because it depends entirely on how the groups.
I don't think Saint agrees here. So Saint.
I think it depends on the groups too. Lost cause.
No, the flaw is yours. Do you get the sense that LMQ and Cloud9 would do better than CLG would in such a scenario?
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. They're more consistent teams. I think Cloud9's more of a consistent team. LMQ is, although they have like weird team comp issues and things like that, and I think that they're a more consistent team. This is really what it comes down to.
Sin, no bullshit. When the season started and Cloud9, for so many weeks, they weren't able to get to the top spot, did you really always believe in them? Like, oh, they'll turn it around. Did you ever think like, oh, maybe the meta's changed. Maybe they're not going to be as good. Maybe they'll just be an okay team. Maybe they'll be 3rd or 4th best or something. What did you really think as the season went on for Cloud9?
I thought they'd be like 2nd or 3rd. I don't know. To be honest, like, I honestly thought Crs could have been like with the #1 team. Just watching scrims and scrims alone. I'm serious. That's all I got to watch.
That's good. I like it. Okay.
Yeah, all I got to watch the scrims and going into it. And even still to this day, like I watch their scrims. They probably have like a 90% win record against the majority of the LCS teams. No. I'm serious.
No, dude, I know you're serious. Just the way you said that, like, honestly, I think Crs could have been #1, and then Liquid turns around like, here is your laundry, Sin, like a massive sack of money.
Yeah, no, but I think that they're a really capable team is what I'm trying to say. It's just, if they could translate that to being on land, then yeah, they have a lot of possibilities of being top team.
Monty, what is your opinion on Crs? Because Crs is a team that, from what I remember, the first sort of half of the split wasn't going well at all. They were doing quite badly. Then the 3rd quarter of the split, they started to like, still not doing very well, but now they're starting to beat top teams and get wins there. So now people are like, oh, they're underrated, like they could be a dark horse. And at the end of the split, they had like a strong push, and they come at the end of the split, they've actually done pretty well. So what's your sense of the Crs story over this split?
I mean, I think Crs is a dangerous team, and I think that they've used unconventional picks extremely well, and that I think that their analysts, when they have a more oddball pick, they figure out a way to use it in a pretty optimal fashion. So, like, that I think that's one of the major reasons why they take games off of teams that were ranked higher than them. And I think that Voyboy's champion pool is a little weird, but he makes it work in a lot of ways. I feel like they've got a really... I feel like the team has a very choreographed early game. Like, there's been a lot of stuff that's been drilled into them where it's like they have kind of a flow chart of like, if this, then do this. But I feel like if you can take them into the late game, they can't improvise as well as they can memorize like the rote early game that is given to them.
Thoughts, Saint?
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think a lot of that comes from the thing where I'm saying they win most of their scrims. Because like when teams are scrimming and one team's just getting smashed or whatever, like they have like a pretty high gold lead. Like, all right, like GG guys, like we're just gonna forfeit out. A lot of teams won't play out the game to try to end the game. And,
yeah, that doesn't happen in Korea, by the way.
Yeah, I know it doesn't, but I think that's just one of the flawed methods of just NA scrimming.
It sounds like the West in general is like that. Like when we've had these episodes where the NIP guys knew when they were in Challenger, one of their problems supposedly was they never got a game that went past like 30 minutes. They just stomped everyone in 10 minutes and then people just GG'd. And then same when Alliance was wrecking everyone, that's why they had the problems. They said that like no one would play the scrim out if the one lane got snowballed or if they lost like a key couple of kills at like level 3 or something. Why? If every Western pro, when I ask them that question, agrees like, no, I mean, it would be better to play it out and get the practice of what had happened in a bad situation, you know, all that stuff. They all agree separately, and yet no one will just agree to come together and go, well, why don't the 5 of us all agree to do it? Like, why won't the West just start playing scrims properly, Saint?
The hell if I know, dude. People are stubborn, man.
I mean, you're in a team right now. You were in the teams before. Why can't the team? I'm sure
we play out all scrims. Like
okay.
Unless it's like some random something happened at like level 1 where like we got aced or some like full idiotic thing where it's just like the game's not winnable ever. Then yeah, we'll play out all the scrims, and I think it helps out a lot.
The Korean teams also don't remake same picks. So it's like if you want to GG after a shitty level 1, you're gonna do repick. You're gonna do repicks like do pick and ban again, switch sides, like all that other stuff. So, and we've never had like a Korean team like GG out unless like their Nexus turrets are going down.
Monty, even though we've just discussed that concept, I would bet that CLG also GG's out of games that they think are lost early.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Well, what the fuck? You're the coach, dude, right? You tell them not to do that.
Well, sometimes. Well, okay. Sometimes I do tell them to not leave the game, to try to practice and playing from behind. So, but sometimes like I do think that the game is pretty much over, and I agree with that. And I think that sometimes the Korean teams, they don't GG soon enough in scrims because there's like a 0 or like a 0.1% probability of coming back. And it really would just be in everybody's best interests.
The thing is, though, the reason why it makes me laugh is because I always remember that story. I'm a cute pie, told me about how that M5 final at IEM went totally to shit and how they lost all this stuff at level 1. They totally fucked. And he always, and him, and I remember Skara separately in a different interview told me along the lines of like, I mean, we'd never practiced a situation like that. And I was thinking to myself, yeah, that's exactly why. Because if that happens in a scrim, you'd be like, GG, yeah, this would never happen in a real tournament game. We'll just quit out now and remake the game. But that doesn't work when you actually are in fucking real life, and that does happen. Like, what are you gonna do at that point in time?
Yeah, well, I mean, at that time, people didn't even scrim, so. I remember, like, our like, practicing for, like, the IEM is, like, maybe playing, like, one, like, team game against some other team, and then, like, we play, like, rank 5s or whatever. We play, like, QF 5-man normals, because there was no such thing as scrims then, so. No shit. Like, there's nothing to even quit out of then. Like, nobody scrimmed then.
Fair enough. When you heard this story, Saint, that CLG now is going to Korea, and okay, actually within the story, the part that people forget when they're debating is that the part where Seraph had to go and get his like passport or visa or something done means that actually that alone makes it worth them going over there as a team, because it means they still get to practice as a team. I think people forget that part. It's not like they could either stay in Korea, all of them, or go to Korea. Not. It's like there was that connecting part. But anyway, so they're going to go to Korea and they're going to practice there. Most people. The reason why they criticize the move is they think like, oh, CLG was in a slump and they were falling down, and this is like a desperation move at the end. Did you think that when you first saw the move? Please answer, Saintvicious.
Oh, you asked me? I think I didn't ask Monty.
Yeah. Well, it'd be pretty insane if I asked Monty that. Like,
oh, sorry, I was like spacing out.
Okay,
dude.
fair enough. What did you think of
All
that move? Did it sound like a crazy move? Like, what the fuck are they doing?
I don't know. I was just like, whatever. They've already locked their spot in. Like, if that's what they want to. That's what they feel best, and like, do it. Like, I think putting time into Korea is okay. But I think
if they hadn't have gone, do you think they would have lost a bunch of those games in the Super Week anyway?
I mean, they would have probably done better than the mess of people they put together. I mean, you can't argue that, but who cares?
That's not
like,
really saying much, is it?
They're still like an almost exact same playoff spot, you know?
Okay.
So like, who gives a shit?
Oh no, we lost our blue side, purple side against you.
Oh no.
So there was a player.
Chauster, is that you?
Yeah, exactly. Monty, that's it. You've got the excuse right there. It doesn't even matter if you lose. There's no strats work on both sides, you know. Those don't exist. There's no such thing as solid team play that you win the game. You have to have a weird strat that only works on one side. That's if I'm going in a world championship, that's my approach, you know. It's like I'm going to be so far ahead of the game. I have strats that only work on one side of the map. Like that's like the weakest excuse ever said, right? For like losing a world championship. Like, oh, we got picked on the wrong side of the map. Like what?
That's pretty fucked up.
That's some weak shit right there, Charleston. Step your fucking game up, son. Like what? Anyway. So what I wanted to ask, okay, actually, on the topic, so CLG put together this Frankenstein team saying a bunch of old bombs, like some dude who used to play for TSM, like some total shitter who used to play top lane for CLG, like, oh no, it's Nien actually. They had Hotshot in as well. I was actually trying to insult Hotshot there. I accidentally got my Nien and my Hotshot mixed up there. Never do that.
Wait, Nien looked better than Seraph did.
Yeah, he did.
No, you can't crack this team, dude. Wait, no, he went. I think if they guidance, like he can still go off. He looked pretty good. I mean, he wasn't playing against,
he had
like,
no
bad
expectations
teams.
whatsoever, but yeah, never mind. Anyway, the point I was going to get to was there was this young man playing at AD carry called Chaos, who I think has a bright future in this game, and if he can just find the right team that'll give him a chance, we'll get to see what his potential is made of. Now, he thought early in the season he'd found a team. He was like, you know what? It's like the old guys. We're going to get the old guys back together and we're going to show these young uns how it's done. Like me and Saint, come on Saint, let's hop on board. Me, you, ManCloud, let's get some Season 2 shit going. We're going to do this, right? And then Saint was like, you know what, Chaos? I never liked you. You can try out for the team, but you did, unless you go like 30-0-12, get the fuck out. Like, I'll get anyone. Like, what happened there, Saint? People think you hate Chaos, right?
I mean, we like already had the whole thing how it went down. I mean, pretty sure we already resolved that, so I don't see any reason to talk about it.
Is there a reason why he didn't get on the team? He just isn't good enough right now, or there was a better prospect? What's the reason?
I mean, we just thought Impactful was better. Like, it's not much like else to talk about, and I still think he's better.
Does that mean KX has dropped off as a player?
I mean, in Season 2, like, Chaos is pretty good, and even leading into Season 3, like, he had a lot of top-ranked accounts, and he was actually pretty difficult to play against in, team play. But, yeah, I think he either he dropped off or people just got better. Like, it's too hard to tell.
With all those players, so Chaos, Elements, these players who either got kicked out of a team or forced out in some way, a lot of them took a break immediately after they were removed, right? And they didn't just jump right into another team and try and get back up again. As someone yourself who you took a break and now you're trying to work your way back into LCS potentially, is there something about trying to come back that's harder than just if you'd have just stayed in the first place? What do you think about that topic?
Well, I think it depends on your situation. I mean, each person is different, but I don't know. I think if I had just like stayed in it and how I was playing, I'd probably end up being just like a terrible player because I was like not playing within the meta. And yeah, there's just like inner team turmoil that just kind of like lowered everybody's skill level down. So I think like starting over with a fresh team is like the best decision for me personally. I don't know about like the other players though.
If the team Crs Academy gets into LCS, will Saintvicious, obviously something will have to happen with who owns the team if Crs the other team's in. Will Saintvicious, in theory, play the next split of LCS?
I guess we qualify. I mean, I gotta see what's going on then, but probably, yeah.
So okay, well, I've got a question for you there. Obviously this reality hasn't happened yet, but how does Saintvicious still keep getting paid that fucking long paper from Crs if he's not on Crs?
If I'm not on Crs?
Yeah.
I mean, I do other stuff. I have to do like a video series. I do streaming.
So would you have to leave? Would you actually have to leave Crs in that sense? Because someone else would have to buy the team in theory, right? If you get an OCS.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. But there's like a whole like business thing into that I'm not gonna get into. But yeah, another team would have to buy the.
Yeah.
They'd have to buy.
Yeah, I know. Saying another team, right? Okay. First thing you do, Skype message to Alex Garfield. How the fuck do you do this shit? I had an inside source at a Chinese team, but that seems to have gone badly. I need your help, please.
But I'm pretty sure they locked that up though, didn't they? They took out all the loopholes or whatever. You can't sell it to like your dog or something, or like your deceased mother-in-law or whatever the hell. Like I don't know, man. They like always find a way.
Well, the thing is that it's different because Alex Garfield doesn't actually own either EG or Alliance. It's just branded out from his parent company, and he doesn't have control over the team.
Listen, I'll also make sure everyone's aware of this. This is actually true. Evil Geniuses is not actually called Evil Geniuses. What happens is they're called Velocity, and then their team took brand sponsorship to brand themselves as Evil Geniuses with some of Evil Geniuses sponsors, Evil Genius t-shirts, call themselves Evil Geniuses, say I'm on Evil Geniuses, but at no point in time do I want anyone to make the key mistake of thinking that that is Team Evil Geniuses. And if you understand that, you understand the sort of clusterfuck that we're in thanks to this riot rule. But it's actually true in theory that Alex Garfield doesn't have any say in it. Because obviously he'd like try and get some good players in there, tell them they have to win, like give them bonuses or something. None of that shit's going on. So don't worry, my inside sources tell me that nothing's going on with that.
So who's paying the bills?
Don't know. Maybe Snoopy does like like that movie with like Channing Tatum in recently where he was like a male stripper or something. Like maybe Snoopy goes and does that on the weekend, and then he uses all those $100 bills. He wipes them all off with like the tears and gel and gets all that off.
He had to go full-time stripper to like take care of the kids. He got like all tech in there. He's like 10. Like all right.
Okay, let's see where we should go with this. I feel like we should still talk about Curse the Split. We haven't talked about them that much. Monty, I need your expert analysis view on this. Normally, when a team loses to the bad teams, and then they get the odd upset over the better teams, well, we just call the upset a fluke, and we say, right, well, you're losing to the bad teams, so that's probably a similar level to where you should be. And the wins you have over the better teams, it's like they don't take you as seriously because you're not a top team yourself, and these are probably flukes, or maybe they're close games. As the splits ended, it's hard to say that about Curse now, because actually their form's been pretty good as you look at it overall now. And when you actually look at their record overall against the top team, it's pretty good actually. It's one of the better records. What is your analysis on how Curse were able to beat the better teams when they were in theory one of the worst teams?
It's the same thing I said earlier. I think they have innovative picks that are not expected, and teams don't know how to play against them, and they have a very tight early game where they can get a lead with some. They figured out how to get an early lead with some of these picks, these champion selections, and then they're able to get enough of a lead that they can snowball it out and make sure that it doesn't go into a late game where I feel they're more vulnerable.
Wait, that doesn't happen in like half the games. Come on, look, the LMQ game, they were like 3K behind, and then they're randomly laning at 20 minutes. They're like, let's get the first tower, guys. We got Baron buff. Like,
that's certainly how you beat. That's certainly how you beat us.
Was it? I mean, I remember a certain Rengar.
Yeah,
like, the last game.
The last game you played us, we got crushed.
But that's a strategy point, though. Like you picked a non-pre-6 jungle, and to one that can be abused by a very like aggressive pre-6 jungle, and like,
we
don't you think that's
with
like a strategy overall?
Yeah, and I think that the pressure you put on mid lane with Tristana allowed you to shut down our Rengar. But obviously, we didn't expect the Tristana mid.
Saint, you seem like a guy who will give me the real talk on this issue, okay? So a big criticism people have of this show is that they think I don't press Monty enough about CLG problems, okay? Because what happens is, in all the past episodes where I had someone from NA on, CLG was like top or tied for top, or they were like one game out of first. And so really, there's not that much those other people could say to Monty, because it's like their team's about the similar level, okay? People from the outside think that because Monty explains what went wrong or what he thinks the problem was, or if he talks about Seraph, okay, he'll talk about the potential that he could be a carry top laner, and that even if he's losing, it's for these reasons. They think he's making excuses, okay? So I want to ask an outsider here. If you look at CLG this split, what is CLG good at? What are their big problems? What do you see as their how would you describe this CLG?
Well, break them down as a team?
Yeah, just give me the breakdown. How do you see them?
Oh god. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go like start. I guess I'll go on Seraph. Like, I don't think Seraph is like a top laner in NA. Like, I
Where
think
do you
he's
think
like,
he is out of the top laners in NA? There's 8 of them, remember?
damn, there's like some bad ones in there. Maybe like 6th or something. I give him 6.
Okay, that's quite bad, but okay, keep going. Who else?
I think Link's a pretty good player. He's like fairly I don't want to say consistent. He like gets his job done and he does it like the same way every game. And he's able to make like the big play every now and then, but I don't think he's like the shining hope that's gonna. Yeah, he's not the shining hope that's gonna carry the team. I think he's pretty good. He definitely like he's really good about objective control. He like knows where to be on the map most of the time, but I think that like if you get him out of his rhythm, he can get like really messed up. You just see that in a couple of his games. Then I think CLG bot lane is like the potential to be amazing, but they've just been playing like they've been underperforming to how they usually do. I don't know, and I don't know what that is, like synergy or whatnot. When you say
the potential, the hype around that bot lane is that it's by far the best bot lane in NA, and that the two players are the best at their roles and they're the best clear cut.
Nah, I'd say Sneaky is like Sneaky's playing amazing right now, and Elimination is still playing like pretty damn good.
So C9 bot lane is better than CLG bot lane.
I'd say right now, yeah. I think Sneaky's like proven himself just to be like, I want to say like a hard carry, but he's like the backbone of the team when it comes to like getting the shit done. Like he'll always be there, like doing maximum damage that he possibly can do.
Monty, do you have any counter to the comment that C9 bot lane is better than CLG bot lane?
I think C9 bot lane has been performing better in the last few weeks.
This motherfucker, seriously. I didn't ask if they were performing better now. I'm asking if they are better.
No.
Because, I mean, you tell me, listen, every time we ever mention the word NA support, you're like, Afromoon by far the best NA support. He is by far. And Double
Wait, I can agree with that, though. Even from when I played support, like, I would play against the other teams, and I would play against their lanes, and like, wow, like, playing support at LCS is, like, pretty easy. Like, this isn't that hard. They're not pressuring me at all. And then I play against, like, Afromoon and Doubleth. I'm like, holy shit, like, this guy's trying to rape me. Like, get the fuck away.
When like, you used to play...
It's funny because we've actually had that comment from some of the Korean teams that we've been scrimming against too that are not used to that much aggression in the laning phase, and they get really confused by it.
Since you played against the old CLGs, Saint, when they were in LCS, but before Monte took over, and then you saw him take over, can you pinpoint any difference in how the teams play from before Monte, with Monte, and now? Like, have you seen some specific difference or something that's changed about how they play in the game?
I don't know. I don't know how hands-on Monte Cristo is. Like,
come on, dude. You remember those fucking CLGs were like Hotshot GG and Chaucer playing fucking jungle?
Well, those are like Frankenstein of... Like, that team's like set up to fail. I'm talking, like, when was the last time they had like a real team, you know?
Split.
I wouldn't consider...
Okay, Spring Split this year. They had Nien Tonso top and they had everyone else the same. You think that team... was just good because of the players? You don't really see any...
I thought they still would have done good. I think people like gave Nien like way too much pressure, and then like I think if the team had time to grow, then it probably would have been similar to how they are now, I think.
What pressure do you think they gave him?
Wait, you have like 150 to a million, 150,000 to a million people watching you at any given time, and they're all just like shitting on you, and you're like this guy who's probably been kind of like sort of anti-social most of his life, like playing video games, like just chilling with his close friends. And then you're going to have like everybody just shitting on this guy. And you can really ask, like, what do you think got to him?
No, I'm asking like in what sense do you think they were shitting on him? What was it like? Were they out of line with the things they were saying? What do you, when you think of that era, what was the prevailing thought about Nien that was wrong that you're saying now? Like, did they expect him to be the best NA top laner? Were they saying he was the worst NA top? What do you think it was?
I don't know. I mean, you don't have to be the best. Like, he was performing at like the top 4, top 5 level at the time, which is like as long as you're getting going with the team and like doing what you need to do, and just it's more about like teamwork now in the game. Like, who cares? Like, if you're killing people in your lane 1v1, like look at Zion Spartan now. Like, he's that kind of player, and how's that working out for Dig right now? You know?
Sure.
Like, as long as you're just there and you're like doing the teamwork and like doing what you need to do, being on top of TPs, like being where you need to be when you want to be, and being able to farm. Like, Nien did all those things.
Let me ask you this question then, Saint. And this is an honest question. Answer it however you want. In the 2 playoffs that Nien Tonso played, and IEM Cologne, these were the only events he played high-pressure, playoff-type games. You don't think he choked?
No, I mean, he like performed, like he underperformed, but I mean, anybody can do that.
Yeah, sure. No, but I mean, if you're in a team that wants to be top 3 in NA, if you underperform in your only playoff outings, people are going to criticize you, right?
Well, I mean, you can even look at top Korean teams. There's not a single team you can tell me right now where they haven't had a game where their star players haven't like performed.
Yeah, the key
at, like,
thing is
top.
there a game, not a big playoff game. Dude, did you ever see
that's how
IM
it is.
Cologne?
Hey, in OGN, when you lose that set of games, you're out of the fucking OGN, and like that happens.
I want Monty to comment on this afterwards because I'm trying to have like an honest discussion here. Because Saints are literally pressing me on whether or not this is unqualified criticism of Nien. So let me ask you this: did you ever watch the series that CLG played against fnatic at IEM Cologne? Did you ever watch it, Saint?
Yeah.
Okay, in two of those games, in one game, Soaz picks Karma top lane and wrecks Nien. Nien, I can't remember if it was that game, plays Lee Sin and does really badly. The next game, Soaz just styles on him by himself picking Lee Sin and bodying him in that game as well. Like, in that game, you saw the difference level of what I'm talking about here. Soaz was a world-class top laner, and Nien was just a good, decent NA top laner. And when he went against a world-class top laner, he got body bagged. Now, that's his only international debut, okay? When he was playing in the playoffs, he was playing against, he's played Dyrus in TSM, played against Zion Spartan in Coast, and he played against Dyrus again in the other TSM. So he's not quite playing Soaz's level, but okay, near to them, and it's not like he's doing great there either. So you can't give him credit just for like the odd regular split game. Like, in the old regular split, he won a game and did really awesome. Like, no, he's just okay. Am I missing something? It sounds like you're trying to boost him up a bit.
I don't think any of those Battle Atlanta games matter, to be honest. Like,
it wasn't Battle of the Atlantic I'm talking about. I didn't even mention that. I said IM Cologne.
You said the series was fnatic, right? Oh, IM Cologne. Yeah. Okay.
Battle of the Atlantic
that was
when
so
he was
long
against
ago.
Kevin.
Yeah.
Well, it was in like fucking November or something of last year.
Yeah, that was a while ago, dude. I don't know. I think if Nien was still playing like right now, like CLG wouldn't be performing any better or worse. I think they'd be in the same spot.
No, that's bullshit. Come on, man.
No,
Are you just going to ignore the changes in the meta?
Now? Wait, aren't they fifth right now?
Yeah, after they sent a team to go 0-4 in the last week. You're right, Saint. They are.
I'm just saying, man.
When you send a team
be the same.
of the fucking janitor, his dog, and his grandma, you might lose 4
One
games.
of those players was Nien. Oh.
Yeah?
Yeah, so they'd be in the same spot.
No, get the fuck out.
No.
Anyway, no, but I want to seriously ask that question before we move on, okay?
I'm going to get a beer.
Yeah. Okay, well, Monty, you addressed that topic then. Was I going too far the other way in my criticism of Nien there?
Maybe a little bit, but I do think that part of being a top caliber player is the ability to perform in a playoff situation. Like, that's just in sports and esports. Like, that's just what it means, is you have to be able to get over those nerves and still perform. And I do think that they're not only with Nien, but there were some tilt issues that happened, especially in the last season's playoffs. You can see it on their faces.
I'll even go as far as to say it like this, just so people understand my point of view. My key problem here is, from my history watching sports and esports, people who choke under pressure, it's not that they had a bad day. It's that they tend to have like a psychological problem, okay, that they have to overcome. And usually it's nothing to do with the opponent. It's to do with them, okay. In big moments, for some reason, they freeze. I'll give you a famous example, okay. I'm friends with the StarCraft player Nanoa, and he used to be a very good player. He used to make the semis and the finals of these huge tournaments, and every single time he used to get to that point, and no matter who he was playing, even if it was someone he would beat afterwards or he'd beat later, he said that he would like not only choke, but he would have like his body would not listen to him. Like, he'd be winning a game and suddenly his hands would freeze and he couldn't move and he felt like he was moving slower and slower. And obviously that's not a physical thing. That's like a psychological problem he had when he was in pressure moments, okay? So my point here is, the reason why those people, I will always bet on them to choke the next time, is not because I want them to fail. It's because if they themselves refuse to acknowledge that they have those problems, it will repeat again. Now, listen, if in the case of Nanoa, he actually did overcome it. He started to like put in work into like his mental state, or he started to try and find ways of reframing things mentally. So if he was behind, he would think to himself like, don't think like the game's over. Just think like, can I stay in the game 5 more minutes? Can I do one little thing that'll keep the game, different mental tools to give himself a chance. Because the problem is, those people put themselves in a position where, because they deny that they ever choke, they just hope that next time it just doesn't happen. And I think that is a really bad mindset. I think actually in history, you can see that the people who do that, it tends to happen over and over. So to me, the only way someone like Nien or some of the other members would have overcome it is by acknowledging it. And then either you have to acknowledge that I can't play like this, or you have to find an approach. So usually that might mean sports psychologist, therapy of some kind. It's not going to be a game issue. That's the problem. It's not, more practice won't help that issue, right?
Correct.
Well, I think sports psychologists should be involved anyways. Like, I think as a lot of the organizations get bigger, then I think that's going to be there. Because like with Korea, I mean, one of the things they have is they have multiple coaches on staff, and I guarantee one of them is one of their like jobs is to help you out mentally, because that's a really large aspect of the game.
Yeah, and usually it's legacy players too, who have had a lot of success as players themselves. Like Reach, the coach of Najin, is a Brood War legend, and so I think a lot of what he does to the team is not only manage them, but he knows how to win and how to have a winning mentality, and I'm sure that's passed on.
Because here's a point I'm going to make, okay? Part of the reason why, to me, Nien had to be removed isn't just even Nien. Like, okay, let's say he
wasn't removed. He just stepped down.
Whatever the official story
He legitimately was not removed.
Okay, sure. Whatever reason he isn't in the team anymore, Thorin would have removed him if he's the coach. Do you like that answer better? Okay. The reason why I'm saying it is, even when Saint said there, okay, that he's where would Nien have been at the time in the ratings of the top laners, do you think, Saint? Where would you have had him out of the top 8?
Well, I already think that doesn't matter, though. And I already said he'd be 4th or 5th during his time.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. You can have a player who's 4th or 5th at his position in the region and still be the best team, okay? But the problem... Oh, fuck, where's Monty's camera gone? Are you still there, Monty?
Yeah, I'm still here.
You restart, okay. My point here I'm going to make is, you can have a player like that, but if he's lesser in that sense, then the other players have to be more. You have to balance it like that, okay? So that's
or you can build your playstyle around it. Like, hold on, who was that player? Oh my god, the top laner, the one that retired, that was really old. That played for Samsung. Yeah, wasn't he like old as shit? And
that's a great example there. You know why?
But look where they went. Yeah. They like did really damn good.
You just make my point for me, mate. They had 4 all-stars. Every other player was an all-star on their team. Every other player was top 2 or 3 at his position. Now, let's transition that point over to CLG. And let's say the same thing. Let's say if Nien plays top, he can stay top like did. But then we need some really beefy players at these other positions. So let's look who they add at the other positions.
But you don't need an all-star at every position to be like the greatest team.
I agree.
It's not always the formula for success.
Here's the problem, though, Saint.
Thank you.
Here's the problem, Saint. They had 1 or 2 all-stars max. Look at the other members of that team. Link, Afro, Moo, both had choking problems of their own in the past. Link has always struggled from being good, having a lot of potential, and never... Your camera hasn't come on yet, by the way, Monty. And always failing to be the hard carry. Doublelift's the only player you know really, in theory, can be a super hard carry, and even he's had some problems in some of those playoff games. Afro Moo was a very good player, but he was getting over his past of LAN failures. So you look around the team, and it was a systemic problem across the team. And so there's one way you can fix that. Either you fix everyone in the team, or you have to start removing people and bring in better influences or a different player who hasn't got that problem. Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, they still seem to have the same issues as they had.
That's what I wanted to get to now.
I think that the original thing is you just need to... Yeah, I think like the whole sports psychologist thing comes into play. You need to mentally, you need to reach people, you know? You need to change the way they think rather than trying to change the way they play.
Okay, so this is why that's a good point, okay, Kurt, is that I actually thought of it because it isn't just a historical fact. It links to now, which is that when CLG had that split in the spring split, okay, where they were performing really well in the split itself, but then they got to that semi-final, they lost against TSM, and most people say, okay, it was a choke, it was a throw in game 3, they should have won. Well, this split, they were doing very well again, then they started to drop off a bit, and now we've got a playoff series coming now against Curse, where on paper, okay, the most of the season told us they should definitely win this, don't worry, they'll win this. But I'm not entirely convinced, okay? Afro Moo looked like he got over his choking things last split, but I don't know that Link will have the same problems. I don't know what will happen there. I don't know if Seraph will do a Nien. What are your thoughts on CLG now in this sense? Do you think they still have some of that performance problems? The anxiety in the big moment?
I mean, I'm sure everybody has anxiety in the big moment. Like, there's hard pressure matches.
No. Everyone doesn't have it, saying. Some people maybe everyone has it at one moment, but they have it varying degrees, right? It's not equal across all teams, right?
Of course.
Cloud9 doesn't have that sort of anxiety the same way CLG did last split.
Nope.
Okay. So now that we're quantifying how much people have that problem, how much do you think CLG has that problem compared to some of the other teams in the playoffs? Please tell me.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's really going to come down to is Link getting over his nerves? Like, I don't think that's going to be the big win or a loss factor. It's going to come down to, I think, I'm not going to get into it because, Monty's like my enemy here, but I think it's going to be different factors.
I mean, I actually think it could be a massive issue, and I think it could be the reason why we win or lose, and I think it was the reason why we lost against TSM in the last playoffs. I don't think it was because we were the inferior team. I think that we were less prepared mentally. And it's my experience from working with the team, and it's one of the reasons why they came to Korea, is that the team can go on tilt. And unless they have somebody there, it's extremely difficult for them to not to go off tilt. That's my experience with CLG.
So don't you think that so what do you think? Okay, personally, like let's say I was in charge of CLG, I think that instead of swapping players in and out, I would swap in a player that's mentally good for the team and can put them in the right mentality.
Actually,
like,
Nien was extremely good at that. Nien was the team's biggest cheerleader in the game, and he was the one who was constantly giving positive reinforcement in high pressure matches. He was that person.
Okay, Monty, I'm not going to go against that because I actually have heard similar things from other players. But listen, the reason why I always laugh and bring up that game 3 in the pick ban phase is that, first of all, you haven't even fucking played the game yet. Don't have your head in your hands like the game's over. And secondly, imagine, have you ever seen the part of that video people forget, okay, so you remember the clip, Saint, where he locks in Jax and then he just does this with his fist like, oh god.
Yeah, I remember.
The worst part of that isn't Nien's reaction. It's if you ever look in the background.
It's
like,
teams.
I'm pretty sure like Dexter was sat next to him and Dexter looks over like, what the fuck's happening to this guy? Because he looks like he's like dying. And I'm pretty sure Dexter went in that game like, Jesus, oh god, top lane's going to feed like a motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, that's the sort of sense you got across the team. Like, this guy's this is a powder keg set to blow, guys. Let's hope we get that ace at level 1 here. Oh, this might not go so well.
That's the situation, man. That's really what it is. Like, that's how it feels. But yeah, of course, when your biggest cheerleader, like the person like mentally keeping your team in the right place, is losing his shit, of course it's gonna look really bad.
Because what's funny is I've made this distinction before, so we're never going to talk about Nien again on this fucking show unless he comes back to a top team, okay? I'll put it like this. I've said it a million times and idiots don't want to hear it. I've never said Nien shouldn't be in LCS. I've said, personally, I would have picked him out of all the 5. If I have to replace one, I would have picked him as the one I'd remove out of that CLG team. Because the others, I think, had more of an upside, or I think he could get a better player at his position. Meanwhile, he could definitely have gone to fucking... Well, let's pick another team. It's still LCS. We could definitely have gone to EG and played as their top lane. Who else would be decent? Could have gone to Dig if they hadn't have got Zion Spartan. Maybe they could have took him. These are all fine pickups, okay? Because they'd be around the level we're talking about here, or they'd just be outside competing, or maybe you could use a player like that. That's not an issue at all. I think we pretty much covered that topic anyway. Here's what we'll do. We'll take a break for a minute so we can see if we can do the call again and Monty can fix his cam, and we'll be back in a minute. I'm going to have to turn the fucking stream off to do it though, but we'll be back. We are all back here. Time to continue. Oh, I haven't even fucking started broadcasting. Oh, no, I am. Ignore that. As usual, Thorin Spell versus XSplit undefeated. See, in a clutch situation against XSplit, I actually have problems, and I'm seeking psychological counselling for this. I'm not going to go the way Nien went. I'm not going to be replaced, Monty. You're not going to bring in some Korean guy who says he can do this show. It's not going to happen. I'm going to remain here. So all you fans cheer for me. I'm the Nien in this situation. Okay. So we were going along the lines before of talking about CLG. And we asked, and Saint said that Seraph was the 6th best player. Well, kind of how I broke it down there. Okay, we had Saint break down the other players. Let me think. Okay, it's Curse we didn't do yet. That's right. I want to do a similar thing with Curse and get both of your opinions on these players. Because the strange thing about Curse is, Curse has had this rise and they've come 4th at the end of the split and they have all these wins over top teams. Yet most people looking at this Curse roster would have said no player was even potentially top 2 at his position, except maybe Xpecial. And even with Xpecial, some people will say, oh, that's a holdover of when he was in TSM. You know, the other players, they're either underrated or they're just not star players. It has to be one of the two. So if I ask Monty first, and then I want Saint to come in on each one. So we'll go at the top lane first, Quaz. We pretty much have never talked about Quaz on this show. I think we might have talked about him once. How this guy must be doing all right, Monty.
He's a strong laner. Otherwise, I don't think too much of him. I don't think his late game play is particularly inspiring, but I do think he's good at getting an early edge in lane, and I think that he coordinates very well with I Will Dominate to make sure that he gets that edge in the first place.
He has this really high rep, and I read the backstory that someone posted on Reddit where it said that like in season 3 he'd been like he had like a 70% win rate on all these different champions, and he was playing from 300 ping from like, I don't know, Venezuela or some country like that, right? Is that right?
Yeah, Venezuela. Okay. Yeah, it's Venezuela.
So supposedly it sounds like almost like an incarnation type story. Like, wow, I can't wait till someone picks this guy up. He's going to dominate. Obviously, he's not living up to that level, right, Monty?
Well, I mean, I don't know, but nobody ever does live up to the hype level. except for Faker.
Okay. Saint, what is your take on Quaz? Is he unfairly underrated? Is he about where he should be?
I think he has the potential to be a lot better. Like he hasn't reached his peak yet, so I think once he does start like reaching his peak, then people would be really impressed with his play. But right now, I have to agree with how like Monte broke him down. He's like a really good laner. He knows how to get leads. Yeah,
he knows how to call the jungler too.
Yep. Yeah, I think he's a smart player. He's good. He's definitely like solid.
I'm sure retards are going to be like, that's racism, but does he speak 100% fluent English? Is he really good at English?
His English is better than mine.
Well, that doesn't take much saying. Come on, you sound like you come from a trailer, dude. Anyway, aside from that, just an unnecessary shot there. He's not saying has a very nice drawl. I enjoy it. You know,
I'm from the south, too.
It's like, yeah, man, Miss Scooty is going on peanut pots. Them old boys, Afro Moon, them boys. Get it.
All right.
Anyway.
Okay, I'm nowhere near that bad.
Okay.
But I got to hear an Englishman's redneck
Yeah,
accent.
dude, that was my version of when you fuckers are like, blimey, mate, do you come from London, mate? And everyone in England's like, that doesn't sound vaguely anything like
that. Sounds about right. Come on now.
Exactly. So anyway, the reason why I asked that is because I'd heard that one thing people always credit Quaz with, right, Saint, is that they say if he's in solo queue and someone does some totally retarded shit and they fuck up the game totally, he's not even the guy who gets mad. He's just like, okay, and then he just keeps playing and he's really calm. So I wondered in that sense, does he have really fluent English? Does he actually, like, is he very communicative in curse games?
Yeah, he communicates. I mean, he communicates what you need to communicate, like TPs and, you know, calling the jungler and just the situation of the lane. Like, he's a top laner, dude. I played with Darius on All-Stars. I heard him say, like, 2 words the entire time he was there. Like, he's just like, all right, you go up there and you, like, call when you're going to TP. And, like, we're good to go, man. Like, you go do your shit up there. Like, top lanes don't have to communicate that much.
Okay, fair enough. Let me think what I was going to say there. Oh, I have a question for you. Since this has now become a real question we have to ask people, does Quaz time the enemy top laner's teleport?
I don't know. I don't sit over his shoulder.
Did you ever hear that thing that Edward said? You must enjoy this, Sin, because you had Edward in your team. Edward told us last week that Darian, to this day, doesn't even time the enemy top laner's teleport.
Okay, I can believe that. I don't think Darian gives a shit about anything, man. Like, what? Is this a surprise to you?
No, but the reason I'm asking is because you actually got to live with Edward and play with him in a team. I bet when you saw that, I bet playing with Edward totally changed your opinion on what you thought of M5. Before, you know, everyone thought they were strategical geniuses and everything they did was so right. I bet playing with him really made you have a different sense of M5, right?
Yeah, but I'm not going to say anything about it.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to tell me that he fucking never cleaned his underwear or something. I'm just asking about how he played the game.
Oh, how Edward played the game?
Did
like
he communicate much? Did he just do what he wanted? Was he good within the team system? What do you think?
Well, he's not speaking his native language for one thing, and he's like a support player, so that's already just like he's going into it like already bad, you know? So I don't know.
That was an underrated split, though. People forget in that split the same thing happened. Curse was this team that everyone said was crap for the whole split, and then at the very end you came fourth again in the regular season. Obviously, you got smashed by Dignitas, but you got to that point. Okay, what was that team actually good? It sounded like it had all these problems early on.
I think there was like too many internal conflicts and just like the whole situation of the team. It just like it was like CLG almost, like the just ticking time bomb like waiting to happen, like the CLG going to Korea. So
Saint, you know that thing about when a girl keeps meeting all these guys and she says, like, oh, why do I never meet the right guy? Like, I always meet these guys who just take advantage of me and they always want to do that. And then what happens is they get around in sort of like an Oprah type group of women and they go, listen, girl, you have to accept maybe you're attracting the wrong type of man to you, you know. You've got to change your behavior. Saying, if you keep getting involved with all these ticking time bombs, bro, you got your CLG, you got the first curse that just blows up before the playoffs, you got this other curse with Edward. Have you ever looked in the mirror and said, listen, what is Brandon DeMarco doing to attract the wrong type of guys into his life here?
You know what, Thorin? You just completely changed my outlook on life. Like, I don't know, like, we're... oh my god, like, I've turned over a new leaf because of you, Thorin. Like,
no,
jokes
aside, though, when you were in teams, like, have you ever thought along those lines? Like, maybe we needed a stronger leader, or maybe I did something wrong, or is that really anything you've ever thought of?
I don't want to be the leader anymore, though. That's the thing. Like, I never want to be the leader. Like,
wait. I'm glad you added recently there, saying you don't want to be the leader recently. I get the sense, okay, that you're the guy where before, like, no one else... Okay, I've heard the story that in the old CLG, no one would be the leader. No one would make the shot calls. And so Saint thought to himself, well, fuck it, I'll do it then. Like, if no one else will do it, I'll do it. And it sounds like in Curse, you were kind of made the leader because you were brought in like, oh, look, we got the star player from CLG. He's going to come in the lineup. Like, listen, NY Jackie and all you scrubs who finished fourth. Like, now we're going to try and win LCS. We're going to do really well. You never wanted to be the leader. Are you not a natural leader?
I mean, I think it's a lot easier to not be the leader. Like, it's a lot easier to just fucking show up and be like, all right, I'm gonna put my awards down. Like, I'll be there when you need me. Like, call me to come do stuff.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to not think about like the giant like metagame and all, or like the whole fucking big picture and like try to orchestrate everything. Of course, it's easier to not do that. But if nobody's gonna do it, then it's like it's better to have somebody who doesn't really want to do it or somebody who doesn't fit that role than
Your camera went off, Money.
Yeah, I don't know. So you need somebody saying
I'm
something.
having trouble hearing those.
Maybe he's getting DDoSed. I don't know. Let's continue. Oh,
No, I already made my point.
so you're not the leader now? Who is the leader in your team?
Oh, I mean, I still like do most of the shot calling and stuff, but I don't really want to. But I do it in, I guess, like slightly different, like slightly more toned down than I did before. It's like in the game right now, it's really important to have everybody giving their information and feeding information and everybody on the same page, like how the game should go.
As an abstract point, is there a lack of leaders in NA League of Legends? It seems like there aren't that many. Oh, fucking hell, probably. Are you still there?
Is it Monty?
Oh, I think it's just Monty who's dead. Okay, we'll have to wait for Monty to come back. I think
Okay.
he's just dead. We're still here, so whatever. Well, anyway, the same question I was going to ask. Is there like a lack of leaders? As in, not just like shot callers. We're talking about people who are like the emotional leader or they keep everyone on track or, you know, that sort of... Is there a lack of them in the NA scene, do you think?
I mean, I think there's a lack of them in every region. Like, look, one of the reasons why M5 was such a dominant team is because they had like Alex Sitch as like the complete backbone of the team. Like, he was the team, like whether it be emotional or like strategic and stuff like that. I think having those kind of players, like Hai is the NA counterpart to that. If you have that kind of player that's going to really just push and guide your team, then it's going to help out a lot. And damn, I'm like on both screens now.
And nothing I can do about that, unfortunately, but at least you can still sort of see your head in this one. Is there any other one, and NA players who come to mind as they fit that role of like the leader? So we've got Hai at the moment. Anyone else that comes to mind?
Not really. I know Bjergsen does a lot of the leadership role for TSM, which is kind of weird since he's one of the less senior players, or he was one of the less senior players.
Oh, Monty, do you have a thought on this? I was asking Saint, since we were talking about the topic of leadership, if there is a lack of leaders in NA, and I didn't just mean shot callers, you know, I mean like leader, like lead men, like be the guy who's the motivational guy, or he keeps people in line if they're not playing or practicing enough, and that sort of a leader. And he picked out, okay, Hai can be maybe a leader in this sense, in some sense. Is there anyone else in NA that comes to mind for you? Is there a lack of those sorts of players? Because ideally you want one on every team, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that to a degree it shouldn't be the players' jobs. I mean, you do need that in-game leader as well, but it should be the coaches' jobs in order to do that. And I think that's one of the major flaws with CLG has been that I haven't been there all the time, living with the team at every moment. And I think that has been a major issue with CLG, and that's probably the primary reason that we decided to do this Korea trip in the first place. Was not only because if we didn't do it, we would have lacked practice time with Seraph, but because it's really important to have people around them who can assume that role. And I did not feel that that role was being fulfilled adequately by myself or by anybody else.
Since we were going down the team there, the next player we'll come to is I Will Dominate in Curse. I Will Dominate used to be part of Curse. It used to be the other way around. Saintvicious used to be the starter for Curse, and I Will Dominate was on the Crs Academy team. And people always said, okay, when Saint retires, I Will Dominate would come straight in and take his spot. Of the I Will Dominate you knew in Crs Academy when he was still banned, was he the same player he is now in Curse? Has anything changed since then?
For the most part, yeah. I don't really think it's much different.
Since you used to be the leader in Curse before, has he had to take that role from you in the main Curse?
I think he does a lot of the early game shot calling, and then like some of the major decision shot calling. But like a lot of that's just for jungler. I mean, if you have the smite, of course you're going to be making a lot of decisions on Baron and Dragon and things like that.
What do you think of I Will Dominate overall, Monty? Listen. Here's how this should work fairly. Since we're critiquing each other's teams, if Saint tells me that Seraph is the 6th best top laner in NA, then Monty should be able to tell me a reasonable description of where I will dominate stacks up against all the junglers in NA? Where does Monty see I will dominate at the moment?
Middle of the pack, probably. Like, yeah. Let me think about this. They're not very good.
Meteos. We've got.
There are not many. Yeah, no name isn't very good.
Dexter.
Yeah, he's probably middle of the pack.
Helios. Whoever the fuck, amazing.
Whoever the fuck. You mean Lee Sin and Elise? That guy?
Yeah. Well, Saint, listen, you're my go-to guy when there's a jungler that is very well hyped that we need to put the boots to. So Meteos had his turn. What do you think of amazing?
I think he can only play Lee Sin and Elise, and I think it's shifting like heavily out of his meta. I think it's, unless he adapts to the new meta picks, then he's gonna be in for a rude awakening. And like it showed in the games where Lee Sin and Elise have been banned. He like literally had zero clue what's going on.
Okay, you say that.
And even when he gets Lee Sin and Elise, sometimes he just has zero pressure. I think he's actually one of the...
Look at the statistics for him. He's lost, what is it? He's like, has a really good record on Lee Sin and Elise, and I think he's 1-8 with champions that aren't Lee Sin and Elise for this split. Okay,
but Saint, that's an interesting point because I thought similar things, okay. Like, I actually made this point in an interview. I forget with who now. Oh, fuck, who would it have been? It might have been, it was either Dexter or Broken Shad. I made this point to them because they were defending an amazing and say he's really good. And I said to them, okay, what's bizarre about that scenario if he's really good is that usually if you're an amazing jungler and you're really good on the mechanical champions, okay, you're going to be good on those and you're going to be good on the non-mechanical ones. And as a result, you're going to be amazing overall and you're going to have like a great champion pool. If he's only good on these super mechanical champions and he's not very good on almost any of the others, doesn't that make him overall like an average player at best in LCS level?
No, because the decisions you make on... Okay, Elise can do things that like Nunu can't do. They're just completely... Their playstyles are different. Elise can show up and like tower dive you at level 3 and be like, ha, you're dead. Yeah. Or he can like cocoon you and he can catch you out early game. You can put pressure early. You can scrap anybody. Like you have these tools at your disposal that you can't do with other junglers. And once you're like locked into that playstyle and like that works really good for you, you have to like completely change how you play.
Okay, but let's go to any other region and find a world-class jungler, and I can't think of any of them that you could ban out with 2 bans. Am I wrong? Think of any Korean, any elite-level European. I think all of them have got, like, they can go 4 or 5 deep.
Yeah, and that's how it's supposed to be. Of course.
So, Monty also agrees amazing is overrated, he's not good?
Oh, absolutely. I do not think amazing is a good jungler.
Then why have people... Okay, aside from TSM fans who might have a reason to say he's good, what do you think the reason is for thinking that Voyboy game was a one-off thing? In general, is he going to have these problems again, do you think?
I mean, it happened again in like the last match we played versus them, banned Lee Sin and Elise, and what do you play, Jarvan or something? And he just didn't have anywhere near the same impact in the game as he does when he has his like go-to champions.
So where does he stack up out of the top 8 then? If we're going to put... I will dominate around the middle 4 or 5, and like I said, we've got Meteos, we've got Crumbs, we've got Dexter. Whereabouts are we putting amazing from TSM?
I don't even know, dude. Bottom of the
probably
back,
like
though.
6th.
Yeah, I'd say 6th.
He's better than Helios, do you think?
Yeah.
No.
I think
Helios knows how to play.
He knows how to play the other meta junglers. I guess yeah, I could see that. Meteos or Helios will be better since it is shifting into like the champions he likes to play. I can see that.
Yeah.
Monty, your camera's frozen. Is he better than No Name, the LMQ jungler?
No Name's actually pretty decent. He's moving. Yeah, I think the meta's shifting towards this type of champions he likes to.
Why do you know that stereotype about Chinese junglers is that like they don't exist and they never place wards and they're all terrible, and you don't buy that?
No, they just a lot of Chinese junglers play some random shit. There was like some period last year, I think, where they were playing like nothing but Shyvana jungle, and then like Jarvan's like first pant and first pick in that region. Like they play all sorts of like wacky stuff and like different play styles. Just because they're not doing the same thing as like your region's doing or the regions you're used to watching are doing doesn't mean that it's wrong.
It's interesting you would say that, Saint, because aren't you the guy who every year finds a new reason why EU sucks until the World Championship?
I mean, I don't find the reason. Like, come on now.
No, you don't usually have a reason. You just say they suck, right?
Well, I mean, do you not agree that like Alliance and Fnatic are EU right now? And then
yeah, a bit like Cloud9 was NA last year.
Exactly. It's not really the regions. I mean, who cares about the region? All I care about is the top teams. I don't give a shit about the region.
No, I get it. But in the same way as you look at XDG and you look at Cloud9 in the summer split last year, they were just dominating their region. It's almost the same with Fnatic and Alliance in Europe, right?
Yeah. I mean, Fnatic have always done really well, though, so you can't really... Like, they always, like, came out, they've always made the Worlds, they've always, like, placed pretty decently. I don't know, I think they're, like, really consistent.
How do you see the two regions matching up right now, NA versus EU?
I honestly have no clue. I mean, Alliance like looks pretty good, and Fnatic looks like decent. But like we have like our top two teams are what? TS or LMQ, who plays like a completely different play style than like half the teams. Yeah, and half the teams that are playing. Then you have Cloud9, who's like been up and down all season, and like finally made that long like the strong push. So it's like I don't know.
If we go to the mid lane of Curse, fucking hell, Monty. Whatever, we'll just keep going. We'll just like we're like Britain in World War II here, Saint. We will not be defeated. We will just continue with this fucking show, no matter what onslaughts come. We'll maintain our spirits and we'll keep going until eventually the American comes and joins us right at the end and takes all the credit for all that we've done. So, fuck. We actually needed Monty here to talk about the mid laner, but I'll start with you. So let's talk about Voyboy, your favorite mid laner and mine.
Why is he gotta be my favorite?
Everyone thinks he sucks, dude. Everyone. Even Curse fans think he sucks.
I don't know. I mean, I'd definitely say like last season, the beginning of this season, like even going into, I had like very little hopes for him because he just like wasn't shaping. He was meant to be a top laner, but I think that the meta is more shifting over towards like champions that he's comfortable with and like these assassin-y picks and like off meta picks. I think it's definitely opening up to those. I mean, like, look, like Tristana mid's like showing up, like all these random ass face people playing like Talon. Like these are champions that are a lot better suited for how Voyboy plays. So I think just because of the meta shifting, he's able to play a lot better. Like look at Dottie. Dottie does the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Like the meta shifted out of how he played well, and then now that these random ass champions like Ryze and like Zed and stuff are starting to like pop up in the weirdest spots, and he's going off.
Because the thing is, it's not that I actually like Voyboy as a person. I even think he actually is a good player. Like, obviously, there was times when he was all. It's similar thing used to happen in top lane, right? He had the metas where he was awesome, then he had the metas where he was just okay, right?
Who?
When Voyboy was a top laner, he had a similar problem. He had certain metas where he was be a beast on, like Spring split with Curse and back with Dignitas a year before, but then he had the metas where he was just good on, or just average on, even at top lane, right?
Yeah, because he's not meant to play like the workhorse champions, like the champions where he's just gonna like be chilling and like doing what the team needs to win the game. Like he needs to be on those champions that are gonna go off. Like that's his play style.
Because when I think of him in CLG, and I did an interview with him, I got the sense from him as a player that he's a player where, okay, he has one way he can play. He has to be a carry, and he has to be on the champions. He has to be on comfort picks, and he has to be in a role he's comfortable with. If he's in CLG and you make him play a more supportive style, or if he's in this
well, hold on. In Voyboy's defense, he had like hot shot on his team then, like his jungle.
No,
like,
that's my point. Is that I think part of why he suffered in CLG is because of the fact that they tried to force him to play a different role. And he didn't want to play that role. And he seems like a guy, if you put him in an uncomfortable position, that's when he's not as good. Like, I've heard all these stories from other NA players that if they play Curse in scrims, Voyboy's amazing and he owns the shit out of them, even from mid lane and even with all these champions. But then they would play him in scrims, they'd go into that week's LCS game, and they'd be like, who is this guy? Like, this guy's just like average, the guy who's playing against me now. He's making all these weird mistakes he never makes in the scrims. Can you see that? Does he have some sort of psychological thing himself that's putting him off or on, depending on what his situation is?
I don't know if it's like psychological, but I mean that just goes back to what I was saying. Like, Curse wins a lot of scrims, and it's just about translating that into the LAN play. Like you gotta like play like that on a LAN. Like everybody has to come out, and people play differently on LAN too. Like you don't get the same kills in a LAN game as you do on scrim. Like people take way more risk. You can win the game off just getting kills, and you can snowball really hard, and it's just less likely in LCS games. There's so many LCS games there's like sub 10 kills at like 30-40 minutes.
Yeah, because people play much more conservatively.
Yep, and that just goes against that kind of play style where you're going to be snowballing, getting kills, and assassinating people.
So Monty, we were talking about Voyboy, and I was making the case to Saint that if I look at his history, his problems now at mid lane make sense, because he had similar problems at top lane where certain metas he'd look great on and you think, wow, what a skilled player. Then another meta would come along and he'd just look okay. And then You look at the way they put him into CLG and he had a different role. It seemed like he wasn't comfortable and he didn't like to play that role. He had to be the carry, the win, the snowball, his lane type guy. You put him on a curse, and I'd heard these stories. I don't know if you picked up on that part of the call where I said people said in scrims he was really good in curse now as a mid laner, but in the LCS games he wasn't as good. What is your thoughts on Voyboy overall as a performer and now as a mid laner?
I mean, I think he's getting better. I think it's interesting. I think that the team strategies revolve around his picks very heavily, which is an interesting place to be in. But I think that having mid is generally the most impactful position makes that his, I suppose, more unorthodox picks pretty interesting. I mean, he's a decent mid laner. I don't feel that we get rocked by Voyboy in lane and scrims or anything like that. I don't know where that rumor comes from because it certainly doesn't reflect my experience watching Curse Scrim.
If I had to do, okay, let's say I was a policeman and I was interrogating you right now, and I know that there's a crime's happened, and you're saying you don't know anything about it, but I look at your face and I can kind of tell some signs like he's got something more. Okay, turn up the heat, take his water away, I'm going to go back in. I would say to you now, Monty, that just from reading your face and the way you were talking there, I think you think Voyboy's pretty overrated and that he's probably never going to be a really good mid laner.
I don't think that he's overrated. I think he's just very middle of the pack. That's it.
No,
I don't think anybody's who's overrating Voyboy.
Okay, you're right there.
I don't feel like there's a lot of hype around him.
Wrong way to phrase that. No one rates him as good. So you agree with everyone else?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Saint made the counterpoint that Voyboy's problems are a bit like Dade's problems. If the wrong champion meta's there, he just looks average. If it's the right one, then he'll be really good. Is there something to the metaphor? Does the metaphor go too far? What are your thoughts?
Well, the thing is, Voyboy's champion meta is never going to happen because Akali is not going to magically become viable at any point. So, I mean, he's like a Dade where the meta will never be in his favor, I guess.
Nothing for that, Saint? You're just going to sit there and smile and then just inside think to yourself.
I want to kind of make a snappy comment, but it's like...
Do it.
Nah, I'm not
Do it,
gonna pick
motherfucker.
that fight.
You were going to say something about CLG. Say it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he's going off pretty hard to Triss mid. Look at all his recent picks. The talent pick. He went off in the LMQ game. I mean, he's playing these champions before any other team's playing it. And then you know what happens? Look at LMQ the next game. They're like, wait a second. Fucking Triss shit on us. Let's try it out. Guess what?
Oh my goodness.
You started that meta, dude.
Oh my god.
The meta's what you make it.
I've just realized, Monty, there are 2 Time Lords in the same dimension at the same time. There's Voyboy and there's Denture. We didn't know it. The Voyboy is the new Time Lord. Watch out, guys. Whatever he does now, a month from now, is going to rock fucking worlds. So.
Oh, I hate that whole thing, dude. I guarantee you could have played Kog'Maw with Triforce back then, and then it still played it for a full year, and it would still be the same fucking champion. And it'd still be really broken and really good.
You think Monty was exaggerating when he said, it's changed since then? It was always good back then.
Well, the item isn't why, people stop picking Shyvana and,
changes.
They changed was the Q, and then people don't even max the Q.
No, wasn't it the W? The W had no mana cost.
Yeah,
they did that. That was pretty big. Okay, so that's not even the item then. But another big change was people stopped playing stupid shit like Shyvana that would just dive on your ass and murder you with 7 million armor and magic resist. And when you had these insane tanks running around top lane, you can't be playing no mobile AD carry. You just be getting wrecked. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, that's still technically happening, especially with Maokai and Alistair, and there still are tanks with super tanks with major gap closers that exist.
That's why people perma-ban that shit.
It's true. That's true.
So I heard someone make the case, and I want to get your take on this. Someone else made the case. Okay, maybe Kog'Maw and Trinity Force didn't really change, so they're the same. But the difference is, champions which were better at AD carry back then were nerfed in some way. That means that as a result, Kog'Maw is automatically more viable because those champions aren't.
Well, who got nerfed? There's Twitch. I can see that. Twitch can be pretty aggressive. You can pick off Kog'Maw in the lane phase.
Well, recently Lucian.
Lucian got nerfed. Lucian was just the most broken piece of crap. He was first. He's first pick ban worthy. And then who else is there?
Who else, Monty? In the last.
I think that's about
months.
It. As far as Corki.
Tristana
Corki was.
Now.
Yeah, and she got nerfed. But I mean, Tristan Kog'Maw are around the same era. So I don't know. I think it's more that the other champions are what are getting affected, not the item itself. Where everybody's like, "Wow, Genja, the Time Lord, woo." I don't
So
know.
why was no one else doing it then if it was good?
Just because it's easier to do good with the other champions. Like, why would I do that when I can just build a BT on Lucian and like have an escape and be safe and just hit somebody with my 3,000 damage ultimate from all the way across the screen? Like, why am I gonna take the unsafe pick? You know? I guarantee if like this is like the whole thing going back to Lee Sin thing. Like, remember when like Jarvan and all these like stupid champions like Volibear were like super powerful? Lee Sin couldn't be played because these champions were so ahead of like the power spike that playing a skillful champion like Lee Sin that requires like vast amount of games and like you gotta like put the time in, you gotta like do the research. Like, oh my god, that's how I'm supposed to play on like the ward hop here. Why do that shit when I can just like fly into you with like Jarvan and like EQ you and or like why do that when I can just play Lucian? Why am I gonna take the time to play like the harder champions or like experiment with the harder champions?
Your camera went off, Monty, but we can still hear you. Let me think. Okay, I have a question then. You said they're like a really skilled champion like Lee Sin. Didn't you tell me in an interview once that your Lee Sin's terrible? Are you one of those guys where you just look at what the other guy has that you don't have and that's what you get jealous of? Like, oh, I wish I was really good on Lee Sin. I wish I had like the sick mechanics and the insect kick and the
No, I can play Lee Sin now. I think my Lee Sin's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, but
it's a
rest in peace,
must-play now,
Lee
though,
Sin.
right?
Yeah, well, not anymore. Rest in
Why?
peace, buddy. They
What
nerfed
do you think
him,
of the
dude.
nerfs there?
They were pretty brutal. I mean, he's still played. He's still gonna be played, but as far as late game, like his job of peeling 80 carries and things like that, and not peeling, but slowing them and like getting in and out of the fight and like going on people, it's gonna be kind of weird. Like his whole job is to try to initiate a fight from a weird angle now, late game. So I feel like his late game purpose kind of got lost. I don't know.
Correct
And
me
then
if
also,
I'm wrong. Okay, yeah, go on, continue.
well, yeah, and also the E like nerf on the attack speed affects jungle minions too, so you lose more health in the jungle now. There's a lot of things that just kind of hurt him, but he's still a pretty good jungler.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this might sound naive, okay, but I actually got the sense that Lee Sin was actually one of the most balanced champions in the whole game because actually usually when a champion's overpowered, the way you can see it is that even bad pros can first pick it and win with it on a solid basis, right? Actually, if you look at bad players when they played Lee Sin, well, I'll give you an example. If you looked at the last OGN final, Watch played Lee Sin like 3 out of the 4 games, and he did almost nothing on it. He was totally ineffective. He couldn't do anything. And I've always heard it described like this. With Lee Sin, as it was before the nerfs, because you knew it wasn't going to scale well, you had to do stuff early. You couldn't just farm the jungle only. You had to like make plays, make ganks, make attacks. As a Rooks, you need to get ahead or do something early because
That's not true.
in the late get. Maybe I'm wrong then. Tell me I'm wrong then. I've got the expert here.
When I learned how to play, when I actually learned how to play Lee Sin again, I was like, man, what am I doing wrong? And I went and I looked at all the OGN match and I was like, I wonder what Cacao's doing with Lee Sin. Okay. I wonder what like Bengi. I wonder what all these people are doing with Lee Sin. I'm like, man, I must have my early game messed up or something. Like, let me see what they're doing. Then I look. You know what they do for the first 7 minutes of the game? Absolutely nothing. They just farm.
Okay.
So that just completely shits down your point right there, man. Exactly. Maybe like there's the general mindset of how Lee Sin's supposed to be played.
No, that's
wrong.
what I've heard. But the thing is, the reason I brought that up is that had a logic to it. It was like at least, okay, it's like a Renekton type scenario. At least you know that the period of game it's supposed to do well in, and then you know the period of game it's not going to do that well in if it hasn't got ahead. In that sense, It was balanced as a champion, right?
Yeah, I think he's definitely the most balanced jungler. I mean, if you're really good with him, you're going to excel and succeed. But the thing is the fact, in the highest level of the game, if you're playing him at peak level, you're just going to do so much better than the other guy. So I think it's a balance that they made for competitive play rather than like solo queue in the general public.
Because it feels like even if he's used now, even if he has been nerfed perhaps unfairly, it's never going to entirely show up because certain champions, if they have enough utility and you can do enough different things, can always be used in some way. Like even if you nerf Thresh some more, you'd still be able to use it because of all the insane things that kit can do, right?
Yeah, like Thresh is not that hard to play at like the basic levels where you can just like, oh, I'm going to throw the hook, I'm going to play the guy. But to do like the advanced things like, yeah, actually hitting all your skill shots consistently and like predicting where people are going to jump to and like having foresight of like what's going to happen, like, yeah, of course you got to put a lot more work into it. So of course the better Thrashes, like the Mad Life and all that junk, are going to look a hell of a lot better than just some random idiot playing, you know?
Earlier in the season, when we had Crumbs on, he was complaining like, oh, there's only these like 3 or 4 champions that you can even play. There's a waste of time playing anything else. And obviously it was like the obvious was like Elise. I think it was Evelyn, Lee Sin, and then like the fourth is sometimes Kha'Zix back then, depending on what period of time I'm thinking of. Was that really the case? Was he exaggerating it at all, do you think? Were there other picks he could have played?
Only if those champions are down. Like, Lee Sin and Elise have just, like, too much of a game impact early on. And, like, that goes back to the amazing thing, where if you get one of those people that have that play style, those champions where they have those tools to impact the game in that way, then you're just going to lose the game. So, and I think a lot of teams, they actually get, like, crutched on that, too.
So, Monty, we were talking about that thing we had with Crumbs, where are there only certain champions that you can play? Like, it's a waste of time to not play these champions if they're available. And Saint's saying if Elise or Lee Sin are available, then you definitely should pick them because the amount of stuff they can do and the impact they can have in the game is more than any of the other picks, even if they're viable. Thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that most people would agree with that case for most of the LCS season that's been going on right now. You really want to grab those if they're available because they do have that versatility. They're not really, they can do things in like any team comp. They're just, and they have early game skirmishing power. There's really nothing to not like about them.
Yeah, they have no weaknesses. So that's really what it comes down to.
What do you think of the Lee Sin nerfs, Monty?
It's fine. I mean, the thing I care about is that they don't change his actual kit because his kit allows for that big utility and outplay. If they want to tweak his numbers, that's fine. You know, that's whatever.
So I was making a case to Saint, and bear in mind, I'm not a fucking expert about the game. I don't know that much about the champions beyond like things I read and playing in solo queue myself and watching some games. So I was trying to characterize Lee Sin to Saint as the reason I thought it was balanced is because there's a stereotype that with Lee Sin, the aim is, okay, because he's not going to scale well, you better do stuff early in the game. The first part of the game, you better be making ganks, you better be making plays. No point just like farming up like you do with certain other champions. And Saint told me I'm totally wrong, that he actually went back and he learned Lee Sin and he watched all the Koreans, like he watched Kakao, he watched Dandy, and he watched their games, and for the first 7 minutes, they do nothing with Lee Sin. They never make a play.
They power farm to 6, and they make like the big play for the objective. That's how they play it.
Is this
especially
Monty?
Well, because the thing is they 2v1 in almost every single game in Korea. Like they 2v1 so often, and when you're playing a jungler like Lee Sin, you're just gonna have less of a timing window for like when you can throw your ganks in, and just gonna be harder. Like people are roaming around the map, so just the most consistent play is to farm to 6.
Monty is just getting wrecked like a motherfucker. But the fact that we're okay means we continue anyway.
But you asked him a question. That's
I know. I built it right up to that, and then he left that point. Right, fuck that. We'll go back to that, or we won't. Let me think. Okay, let's just keep going down the curse roster. So we come to Xpecial now. Now here's the weird thing. I would think. Okay, I did an interview with I Will Dominate, forthcoming, spoiler, soon TM, all that shit. And in this interview, I thought to myself that Dominate was going to be super psyched about the fact that Xpecial's on his team. Because when I saw that move from the outside, I was like, wow, TSM are so fucking crazy. They just gave away a top two player at his position to Curse for free. I mean, maybe he paid money for it, but you know what I mean? Like, they just gave away a really good player to one of their rivals that's going to make their rival better than them in that one respect of the support player. Dominate made it sound like, yeah, he likes Xpecial, he thinks he's a good player, but it wasn't that big a deal. Like, I've overplayed it like that. What do you think, Sam?
I mean, okay, so what do you think of little BunnyFuFu? I don't know if you watch like how he plays.
He was okay. He maybe had some potential. It's not like he wasn't Xpecial, let me put it that way. Am I wrong?
Do you really think that?
Come on, dude. Xpecial was really good last split.
He's a really good player, but I don't think like at the time when you're looking at the teams and the players, like I don't like playing with Bunny is like he does some insane plays. Like he does some really stupid stuff. I mean that's just the player he is, but he does like some plays where I'm like, Bunny, no, like watch out, we're all good. Okay, never mind, you just killed their whole team. He's like, yeah, he's the guy who's gonna make the play that's gonna win you the game. Like that's who he is, and having that aspect on your team is like, I guess either love it or hate it. So
okay, but if we're talking about that's compared to a normal pro. Thing.
Yeah, but Xpecial is like I just see him as a solid player. Like that's how I see him.
You're implying that BunnyFuFu is better than Xpecial right now, by the way.
I never applied that. I just said it's like a preference.
BunnyFuFu has all these great plays and he can do all this. Xpecial,
but I also said he'll get caught randomly and die like an idiot. Okay. Like everybody, like that's just who he is. He's like he's looking for the hyphy plays and stuff, and he's either gonna get it or he's not gonna get it. You know.
I feel like you're underselling Xpecial here. Here's my Xpecial. I'll explain it and you tell me if I'm wrong, okay?
All right.
I think of Xpecial. Every AD carry he's played with looks way better when he plays with them than they do with anyone else. Chaos, Wild Turtle, Cop, none of them have looked as good as when they're playing with Xpecial. There's that factor. That's a side factor. Okay, maybe that's a coincidence. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I think Xpecial is obviously better than Glebe, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So that doesn't mean crap. Like, who was Chaox's? Who did he play with that he didn't when? He played with some like solo queue guy, right?
Well, first of all, Chaox used to look really good when he played with Xpecial, but since then,
yeah, but he's playing with like some solo queue guy. Maybe that's just Chaox right there, like being not so good. I mean, granted, his support, like I like watched the games, like he didn't play like top level at all. Like I guarantee, yeah, of course Xpecial is better, but I don't know. I think like Xpecial's a really good player, but I mean, he lives in the house. I mean, who cares?
Okay.
But I don't think he's like as good as you like think.
Well, then let me present the rest, and you can shoot it all down as well if you want. So another point I'd go to, when I think of Xpecial, I think mechanically amazing. One of the best support players in the whole region of NA mechanically. Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, who is even? I think Afram is better.
Okay, so one guy in the whole fucking region is better. Congrats, yeah, you must be.
But then you just say mechanically like the best, or
no?
You just
well,
you said one of the best. I mean, I'll consider Xpecial top 3 support. I'll give you that, okay?
I mean, if you're playing Jarvan and you try to go in on him, he might just like flay your ass back and wreck you.
But the original point is that like, oh my god, we're going from Bunny to Xpecial. Like it should be the biggest deal ever. Bunny is a really damn good player. Like he's actually one of the, like I played with Xpecial. I played with a bunch of different supports. I played with Choster when he was at like the top of his game. Bunny's like one of the best supports I've ever played with. Like he's a really damn good player. And he's like, yeah.
That's ideal because that's just allowed you to enter what I'm going to call the Locodoco zone. This is a zone in which we like to make bold, perhaps ridiculous statements that may come back to bite us in the ass, or we look like geniuses. And the reason why it's a wonderful Lord Loco zone is what it's called, because when you make these statements, the reason you take the gamble, okay, is because if you're wrong, people will tell you you're a shithead. So to counteract that, Saint, we've got a prize. If it turns out you're right, we call you Lord. So here's the scenario, okay, Saint. In 1 year from now, BunnyFuFu will be in LCS, and we'll be calling him one of the top 2 or 3 supports in all of NA, and then when we'll have to call you Lord Saintvicious. Is this a reasonable proposition?
Can you give me a Burger King cat or how to go with that, like the crown?
Yeah, you will be the Lord.
All right, I'll come back here. I'll have my Burger King crown on, and you can like carry my throne around and shit.
You really believe that though? He'll be a top 3 support in LCS in a year from now.
I know too much information. I'm not gonna let you on, but I think there's a lot of other people that believe that as well.
Well, even better, you know all this information, secret. All these people secretly behind the scenes are going to come out and say, "Yeah, Saint was right. I knew he was right." I'm loving it, Saint, because I'm going to take the other side of that bet. Where are you standing here, Monty? Who are you siding with? Who's going to be Lord? Is it going to be me and Monty? Is it going to be Monty and Saint? Who's going to be the Lord in this scenario, Monty? He's fucking died again as well. It's every time we call
I can't hear anything you're saying, so I can't hear it.
Can you hear us now?
Just like Thorin's like so against getting behind people. That's what I just realized, man. Like if you're like behind somebody, it's like hell no, you're not gonna be behind them.
The other way around, Saint. I'm not in favor of getting behind people on really short bandwagons, because what happens is, you know, the reason why most people who get behind players never get criticized. Because what they do is they get behind 15 fucking players, then when 2 of them become good and 13 of them turn out to be shit, they never mention the 13 who turned out to be shit and overrated. They only harp on about the 2 they picked that were good. Well, you know what? If we can all pick 15 players, I'll have some amazing picks that you don't know that are good now that will become amazing. But instead, I think you should narrow it down on every one and say, on this one will they become amazing? And then we'll decide on that one, because that's where you really see the analysis, okay?
So, like, are you bragging about being a fortune teller or something? I don't get, like, what you're trying to brag.
The opposite.
I'm like, saying, I knew that guy would be good. I called that, man.
Exactly the opposite, saying. I'm saying that I don't have psychic powers.
I don't either, but the thing is, yeah, Bunny's my teammate, and I believe in him, and I think he's really good. And that's your original question. Your original question
believing was, in people.
No, your original question. Yep. Went back to Dominate being not as impressed as you thought he'd be when you told him when he was told that Xpecial would be on the team, right? That was your original point, right?
Yep, I agree.
So guess what? Dominate has the same mentality as me. Okay. Bunny was his teammate. Sure. He played with him. He thought he's really good. He has potential, right? Right? So he's behind
I've yet to say that BunnyFuFu is bad. All I've said is he's not Xpecial and never will be.
Okay. I mean,
so let's go to the next level, Saint. You know where this is going now, don't you? I'm actually gonna have to take that bet off the table. You can't just have the bet that he's top 3.
Well, I want my crown, dude.
Yeah,
like what?
I'm gonna reinstate it.
You've already made the bet.
In a year, here's the real bet. Okay, Saint. And this is we're gonna put our balls on the line here. In 1 year from now, BunnyFuFu will be better at support than Xpecial. You agree? 1 year from now.
Dude.
No,
Wait,
what's your sense? What would your bet be out of those two?
Wait, I don't really care about predictions. I care about what's actually going to happen.
Okay.
We'll see
Well, in
then.
that case, fuck you. You don't get to be Lord. But I'm going to bet the other side. I bet Xpecial is better, and you have to call me Lord if Xpecial is better.
Oh, I want my crown though. Okay, bet's on then.
Yeah,
Fuck
let's
you.
do it. Let's do the bet. That's good. That's a good bet. If it turns out to be right, you'll be like the guy. We'll find out. You can tell us then what potentially you saw and what people were thinking. It'll be a great bet. Okay, we got that bet.
All right. I believe in Bunny. 2015. There you go.
I'm loving these bets I get to make. Xpecial still better than BunnyFuFu in a year from now. Faker best player of all time. I'm loving the sides of these bets I'm getting today. It's easy money for me. Easy money. But anyway, next topic. Okay, no. So actually, when Xpecial joined the team, people speculated, okay, Curse is a team that maybe needs a shot caller or they need like a leader in that sense. Has Xpecial played that role?
I don't really want to get in like the team dynamics, but I think he like the way Curse plays is you got like Dom and Void just like going ham as shit, and you need like kind of like that voice of reason in there. So I think that's like the role that Xpecial is. Like he's like the guy's like, no guys, like calm down, like stop trying to kill everybody, like come do dragon. You know? So I think that's like how he goes into that.
Have you noticed any difference in COP since Xpecial joined?
Actually, they've been winning lane pretty consistently in the LCS.
I mean, that's a pretty big difference right there.
Well, yeah, I definitely say their laning's better, but I mean, it's not like it's gonna affect his. Like, Cop's always gonna have the same play style. He always gonna play the same. He's always gonna be Cop. Like you know what Cop's gonna do like before like the whole season starts. Like that's Cop. He's gonna be there shooting stuff in the back. Like, go get him.
What I've never understood, Saint, is the criticism of Cop on one hand, and I've also never understood the people who go the other way and say he's really good. To me, he is the perfect example.
He's consistent
of an average LCS pro at his position. Like he's like the 5th or 6th best player at his position. He just plays that, and every single game he plays the same way, same level. And actually, that's the good thing. You know exactly what you're gonna get from him, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Like that's Cop. Like he's a consistent player. I mean, that can be good or bad. Like when KT roster was like really doing well, wasn't score. He was like playing exactly the same way. They knew what to expect out of him. They played their team's play style around it.
Sure, I can see that comparison. Like you don't have to be the super hard carry or whatever. You just do your job, okay?
Yep.
Who are the carries in Curse then?
I'd say Voy. Like if Voy gets going, it's like pretty big, and then Dom and Quas could do like some good duo work. It's pretty much like in that order probably.
If we make Dominate and Quas a combo, like you know when we in season 3 we all compared the mid jungler combo. If we make Dominate and Quas a 2-man combo, how do they stack up against the other 2-man combos in LCSNA?
Okay, I'll ask you first. Who do you think is like the top combo in this? The jungle top laner.
That's good. Let me think.
Matchup.
Let me think who we've got here. Okay, maybe this will surprise people. I would probably pick Dignitas's top and jungle as the best combo. Zion, Spartan, and Crumbs.
Even with how Crumbs has been playing recently?
It's either them or Curse, I think.
I'd say with recent performances, I would put ours ahead of theirs. But in past performances, I would say I would put Dig ahead.
Here's the reason why I'm not getting crazy about the last 2 weeks of LCS Saint. Who gives a fuck about a super week where you play 4 games as opposed to like 2 weeks where you play 2 games over 2 weeks? Like to me, I put more credit in the regular season parts of the games than the super week games. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I hate best of ones. I think best of ones.
I mean,
are like...
listen, I give credit to Curse because they were already beating top teams anyway, and they did do a good surge. But I'm also not going to go crazy like you kind of implied there, like, oh, well, Dig fell off. And
well, hold on. What do you think are like the strengths of a best of 5 or a best of 3? What do you think are like strengths that teams going to exude in those? Like, what do you think is going to like make the difference in those best of 1 games?
Yeah, well, for a start of in best of 1, like you don't entirely know what picks the person's going to do, and they can do a surprise pick. In a best of 5, you can't do that 3 games in a row. If you do a surprise pick that the other person can't control, then they weren't good enough, and they're not a good tactical team. Am I wrong, Monty?
What if you have a way of not dealing with it? Oh, he's lagging out. Okay, so I'll answer your question. What if they don't have a way of dealing with it? Like, what if they don't have like enough bans to like deal with like there's stuff like Malachi and Alistar running around. You got to ban that stuff.
That happened. It was Millennium versus SK. And people all thought Millennium was going to win, and they said it definitely happened, and instead SK won 3-0. Precisely because SK had like picks, and also the same thing happened with Support Crew. Mima had no answer for what they were doing. When they had Alistair top one game, then they had Maokai the other games. They had no answer whatsoever. So to me, that actually really shows who the better players are. Because first of all, like how deep the champion pool is, what strengths they understand about the certain champions. Like the people who are the one-trick ponies are going to do better in best of one.
So who's going to do better? A team that has shown like they're going to pull out the most random picks possible. So they have like a very open champion pool. Well, I mean, Dig doesn't do good with it, so that doesn't count. But it's like the teams that like pull out the random picks and they do good with them. Like who's gonna shine in that? Or the team that's like standard play, like you know what to expect from them. You played into it 1,000 times.
See, what's funny is you're thinking that I'm going to say the latter one. That the team who does the standard play that you know what to do and you play it 1,000 times is going to do worse. I think they'd actually do better. I prefer standard play over weird picks.
Okay.
You think the other way though, right?
And what do you think like Faker Zillion or Azereth?
I don't think Faker needs to pick weird shit. I think he does that on top of being
when Dade pulls out Zed and Ryze when they're like not super meta. Like what do you think of those?
Well, first of all, Ryze and Zed are like two of Dade's best champions ever, so I'm not sure that even counts. That's like Frog and Nivea.
Okay, I mean that's fine, but I still think like having the ability to pull out random champions in a best of 3 and like not knowing what somebody's gonna pick is a really big advantage over other teams.
Here's the thing: in a best of 5, you pick that weird champion. Okay, say you pick Maokai top first time, and then I don't know how to deal with it in game 1. If I'm better than you at the position, game 2 I ban Maokai. Now I play you the normal stuff, and I beat you in the next 2 games.
Okay, so do you think Quas is like not gonna know how to play their stuff? I don't get that.
I think that combo will outperform the Curse combo if they play. They're not even going to fucking play, dude. They'd have to get to the final, and neither of those teams are making the finals. So I don't even know why.
Wait, what team we're talking about here? Dig? Dig versus.
The only way Dig is playing Curse in the playoffs is if you two motherfuckers are in the 5th place decider. That's the only way it's happening.
Yeah, I mean that could be a realistic scenario.
No, but I mean because they're on different side of the bracket. Okay, it's not like they're in the same semi or whatever.
Okay.
But of the other,
so like none of this matters then.
No, but it's a good hypothetical. I agree. It's like an interesting way to think about it. Okay, what does Saint see then? What's making you so confident in this area? What is making you so confident that I will dominate in Quas combo is better than the Zion Spartan Crumbs combo?
I think Crumbs is severely underperforming recently. So I think Zion's doing okay. He's doing pretty good, but I just think that Crumbs has been like having a really shaky past 3 weeks, and then I also think that the meta is shifting away from champions that he plays on.
What do you think? What do you put it down to his performance?
Maybe a lot of it is the meta shift.
What is the Crumbs ideal meta?
Lee Sin, Elise, like super aggressive champions, like make power plays. He's not like the objective. Like he may say that like, yeah, I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna get the wards and stuff. The only reason you can go in and get those wards so easily is because you're playing like Lee Sin and Elise that can just like go in and like fuck the other guy up if they try to stop him, you know? And they have escapes. What happens when he doesn't have that tool to go in and get those wards for his team? Like, how is his team going to play around that when they don't have the same vision? Like, are his lanes all going to play the same way?
No, that's actually a fair point, because when I watched Dig when they were doing well in the first third of the split, I noticed the games they were winning were all the games where they got like super early vision control. And they had like better warding, they had all the enemies jungle warded up, and that's the games where they were just wrecking people. And then all the games I noticed where it went to a long game and they lost the game were the games where Crumbs got behind early, and then he couldn't get the good wards, and then they looked bad. So I think you have a point there probably.
All right, we agree. Nice.
Okay, just leave it at that then. Okay. Let me think. So while Monty isn't here, if you look at the matchup of Curse versus CLG, you're going to say Curse is going to win it. So in that case, why will Curse win it? What are the reasons why Curse will win it?
Why are Curse going to win it? I never said Curse are going to win it. I just say I'm confident in them, and I think that they have like the odds with them. Well, but I don't want to go. I don't want to go too hard into it, dude. Like Monty is going to be watching this shit. He's going to have his notepad down or whatever. He's like, all right, yeah, okay. Like, don't let Dexter pick Rengar. Like, check. Okay, and then he's going to have like all the strats and stuff. I'm not doing it.
Do you think that in a best of 5? Okay, in a best of 5 where you can prepare more, does that give CLG more of an advantage than they had in the regular season against Curse? Does it even help more?
That really just depends on the scrim time for both teams. Like I think preparing for the match and like how each team's going to prepare, like going into the Korean meta and how they play might not be the proper might not be the best thing for CLG going and playing in the NA meta. And like, remember, I don't know if I like brought this up on air. I was talking about how like the Koreans 2v1 and they do things that the NA 2v1s don't do.
Okay, like what?
Well, like in a lot of Korean 2v1s, so one of the safe plays to do is when you're 2v1ing is to start on the side where your duo is because you're safest there, right? You have the most people backing you up.
Okay.
Right? Okay, so one of the things the Korean teams do is they'll have their junglers start on the side where their two are not at, and it's like extremely unsafe if you get late invaded on. Like, you can be taken out of the game and be snowballed on pretty hard if a team decides to take advantage of that. And this just comes from habitual play that the Korean teams they're just used to not being late invaded on and things like that.
Okay, I need Monty to start answering immediately before he gets cut out. Go now, Monty.
Yeah, no, it's true. There are risks that are taken. In that specific example, I don't feel that we take those risks. That's not something that we like to do. And we recognize the flaws in that kind of strategy. So just because we're in Korea doesn't mean that our brains are turned off or we're not thinking about ways to do things or things that have vulnerabilities. As for prep time, I mean, we're being exposed to a lot of different strategies and a lot of different picks. And I mean, we're scrimming a ton. So I feel like there's not really a better situation that we could have made for ourselves. We're getting the scrims we wanted. We're getting the time in the scrims we wanted. The discipline is much more present in Korea due to the fact that I'm there and the guys feel that they have to make the most out of this trip. Everybody's working really hard. I mean, we're not going to be more ready for the playoffs than we will be by the time that they happen. So that's it.
Because here's the thing. When I asked Saint to tell me why he thinks Curse is going to win, he actually backed off that immediately. He came out of the loco zone and started saying like, yeah, I think, yeah, the odds are in their favor. You know, they'll win. Like, I believe in them. Started using really vague terms that none of which said like they will definitely win and for these exact reasons.
Okay, hold on. Okay, well, I'll just cut you off right here to stop your argument. I think the team that's going to have the best 3 solid strats is going to go into it 3 really good team comps. They know how to execute those team comps, and they're gonna win. It's whoever has the 3 cheesiest best team. That's how every best of 3, best of 5 looks. It's like,
holy
damn,
fuck.
that's a pretty fucking cheesy team comp you got there, and that's just how it is.
When I put together my collection of crazy shit said on Summoning Insight, the statement "every best of 3 and best
way
of
up
5"
there
is won by the team with the craziest, cheesiest strats. And you're like, holy shit, that was so crazy and cheesy. Like, that's got to be in there, hasn't it, Monty?
This is how Curse thinks. Now I understand the Tristan.
Oh, here we go.
Wait,
tell me how
you
Curse
can go to specific games and OGN where you got people pulling out top lane Alistar and stuff for NLB finals, all 3 games. How much do you think he really?
Why is that cheesy? What's your okay? I think we have a different definition of cheese.
It's something they have guaranteed they barely practice. I guarantee they saw it from another region, damn, that's probably pretty good. Maybe I should play that. They'll probably play to 1 or 2 games and well, this is pretty damn easy, guys. I think we can pull this off every game. And they went in and they played it.
Is Monty?
I mean, I can tell you that there's been a lot of top lane Alistar both in solo queue and in the professional scene in Korea recently.
Recently, of course, that's an A too. Yeah, and now everybody knows about it. But that weekend, or whatever the fuck when it was played, it was kind of not really being seen.
Saint, I feel like the difference here.
It was seen in Korean solo queue. I'm telling you, it has been there.
I feel like here's the philosophical point we're actually all debating. Okay, is League of Legends a good competitive game? Because if it's not a good competitive game, then it would make sense that the team who just does the cheesiest weird shit and the stupid pick that no one knows 3 times in a row before you have time to adapt to it wins the best of 5.
All right, hold on. I used the wrong word. I'll rephrase it. The team that understands what the strongest picks are at the time. And Cloud9 was a very good example of that. They understood the strongest picks first before everybody else, and then they played them. They played them really well. And then they were open to shift to another set of champions when they came out that were stronger.
Okay, so let's rephrase. So if I'm correct, we're rephrasing your statement as, in a best of 5, the team that understands the picks strongest and gets the right picks on 3 of the games wins the series most of the time. That's the statement, basically.
Is Monty dead again?
I think so, but I'm asking you, is that your statement?
I mean, I would say if they're both evenly matched teams, yeah, they're like pretty close in skill level.
That's the problem right there. If they're evenly matched, because that's what I was going to bring you up on. Obviously, if SKT plays versus EG, it doesn't fucking matter what the teams pick. Probably SKT is going to win that best of 5. So that means you're telling me you think Curse is evenly matched with CLG skill wise?
I'd say they're pretty close. Yeah. Do you disagree? I don't think they're like leagues apart or like anything like that.
Let me think. Nah, I think CLG is better skill-wise if you go across the board.
Well, who cares about across the board? It's a team game.
As a team, I still think they're a little bit more skilled than Curse.
Okay, well, we'll see in a week.
Is that all? You don't have any? You have any comeback?
Well, how else am I supposed to argue that? You got your opinion, I got mine. At the end of the day, I can. If maybe you'll wear the crown, maybe I'll wear the crown.
You're supposed to come back like, no, in this area they're more skilled. In this way, look at that game, you idiot. Like, you know.
No, I mean, just getting into like a pissing contest doesn't really do anything.
No,
you're gonna have your opinion, and I'm gonna have my opinion. I think in the current meta, I think Curse is a stronger team. Maybe earlier in the season, like CLD was stronger, but
here's the thing, though. Up until 2 weeks ago, I would have actually told you I would pick CLG to win this matchup. I would have put them like 80-20 favorite. Like I was certain they would.
Me too.
Win it.
I'd give them the same odds, or maybe like 70-30. I'd get 70-30.
Fuckload now. Like actually, Monty's not here, but there'll be a different show weeks from now since the fucking playoffs NA are so far away where me and Monty will predict who will win these matchups anyway. So while I've only got you here, what do you think the odds on the Curse CLG favor are? Like if you were the bookie, who would you be putting the favorite and by how much?
Curse CLG right now, as far as betting goes, well, of course, like the general public, they're going to put it like 70-30 or like 60-40. Of course, like the general public is going to like give it. Yeah, the betting odds for like they're the fan favorite, like of course.
And do you see it that way?
Hell no.
How far
I think it's probably like 50-50. I think they're like really evenly matched right now.
I think that's a fair point. Like the thing is though, even though I do agree with that, I hate the fact that bad analysts always say every game that's going to be close is 50-50. So I'm going to pick one of them to win. So I'll pick...
You already picked CLG, dude. You already like got your answer.
I just said they were more skilled. I don't know if that... Let me think. Will they win? I'm trying to think the difference between what I want to happen and what I think will happen. That's the battle that's going on right now, Sin. I'm trying to decide which will win out. Fuck. Let me think. Nah, I still think CLG is going to win, dude. I think I'm going to put CLG 60-40 favorite in that series.
Wait, hold on. Who do you think is going to win playoffs?
The entire playoffs? I think Cloud9 is going to win it.
Yep, me too.
What do you think?
Yeah, I'll give you that. They're playing pretty good as a team right now.
I mean, like I said, me and Monty aren't going to go super ham on this because we'll have to have a future episode where we'll talk about the playoffs for NA anyway. But I know we can do a quick version now. Fuck it, because we'll have a different guest then. So let's look at the playoffs we have in NA now. I put CLG win that best of 5 60-40. What are Saints odds and who wins that first series? CLG Curse.
CLG Curse? I already said 50-50.
Okay, so who? Well, whatever. Okay, so you've successfully picked neither team to win in a scenario in which one must win.
That's legit how I feel. I already told you. The team that understands the stronger pick is going to win.
Everyone on Reddit who said that Saint would be like the guy to finally talk back and like give his opinions and stuff. Nope, turns out.
Wait, but this is my opinion. Just because my opinion's not an alienating one doesn't mean it's not an opinion.
You're the first person to ever pick the winner of a series as neither teams and both at the same time. Well done. Okay, so
maybe I'm the first smart person. Hey.
That's another crazy fucking statement that's going to go in that video right there. Okay. Monty, who do you have winning this series? Just as an analyst, not as the CLG guy right now, obviously.
CLG.
By what percent are you putting them?
65.
He's more confident than I am. Okay. Let's do the others then, before we do this. Because Saint even wanted me to go ahead and pick the whole winner. So, TSM playing as Dig. Who does Saint see winning this and who is the favourite? You know who you want to say.
That's going to be a shit show, dude. I'm going to say TSM, but it's still going to be a shit show. It depends on how the ban picks go. If, like, they get the right ban picks in and they have, like, good team comps ready.
Let me guess. Is it 50-50?
No. I'd say I put in favor of TSM.
By what? Numbers are pretty useful for quantifying things I've found.
65% to TSM.
That's pretty strong. Okay, 65 to TSM. Monty, who have you got in this series? TSM Dig.
I'd say this may be... I'd say 55 Dig.
Here we go. Okay.
Oh, you give Dig? Really?
You have to realise, Saint, you have to realise, these are two teams Monty wants to see lose badly, both of them. He wants to see both of them humiliated, put out in the first round, shown to be overrated. So now he's having to choose which is the lesser of the two.
So which team do I hate?
Which one do I really
It has nothing to do with what I want.
I think I hate Dig a little bit less than I hate TSM. I mean, that's understandable. There's the rivalry. Like, I got you.
No, I just think that Crumbs will clean up his act by the time that playoffs rolls around, and I think that with the changes to some of the assassins, yeah, you could say Bjergsen is going to do well about that, but I think that Crumbs and Shiphtur have stronger mid jungle synergy, and I think that that's going to be really important going into the playoffs. So I just think that based on the changes, that Dig will be able to pull it together.
Yeah,
all right.
I agree. I've got Dig winning that. So for me, you know, that psalm, like, cleanliness is before godliness. If Dignitas cleans up the crumbs, then I think that they're going to win this series. And I'm going to put Dignitas. Let me think. I think that could be a close one, though. I think TSM could win games there. So I'm going to say, yeah, I'll go 60-40 to Dig on that one. Okay, but now Saint tried to force me, the guy who knows fucking nothing about the game, to predict the whole fucking playoffs. So
I mean, you sure talk like you know a lot. Like, come on now, man.
Yeah, I know. What's it like to see that in someone else? Is it interesting? You know, a lot of bravado, a lot of just putting themselves out there.
All right, touche, sir.
Okay, anyway, so let's do the same thing though. Let's do a skeleton playoff. So in the semi-finals at the moment, okay, first of all, we'll do Monte and Thorin, because Monte and Thorin have CLG winning that match. So we're going to have CLG versus C9. Now this is where it's going to get awkward, as it does every time I make Monty talk about C9, because as an analyst, I feel like he has to predict C9 beats CLG, even though it's his team.
Yeah, I do.
What are your favourite? What odds would they be?
60.
I mean, you have to realise, just because he says that C9's going to win doesn't mean they will. I mean, fucking Buster Douglas was an underdog to Mike Tyson. He still won. Now, admittedly, Mike Tyson had, like, sort of raped someone and been in prison and he was all fucked up. Something like that. I'm not suggesting in any way that that's going to happen to CLG or Cloud9 or any of their members before that game. So that might not be a factor. But the analogy stands up okay. Yeah, I also think C9 is going to rock that game versus CLG. In fact, I think it's impossible they lose. So get ready for this. Cloud9, 90% favourite over CLG.
Interesting. I think that they have just so much experience in like best of fives and best of series that we don't have, that I think that's going to be a major determining factor.
CLG is a pretty new team, you know?
Yeah, but they've been using that fucking excuse like every single split since the beginning of time.
I know. Wait, I was being sarcastic.
Okay, fair play.
It's not about being a new team. It's about the fact that Riot hasn't implemented a system where best of fives were actually possible, except for in the finals.
So why don't you scrim best of fives?
We have been.
He's got you there. No, but I think the bigger factor is Cloud9 just knows how to fucking win games, dude. They know how to win. They understand what to do at all points of the game. Whereas that's been my biggest criticism of CLG. Of all the teams in the playoffs, I think the worst matchup is Cloud9, because Cloud9's the team where when CLG were winning all those games, where if they have the lead at 20 minutes, they always win the game. Cloud9's the team who can come back from that. So either Cloud9 just wins the game outright, or I see them having more of the comebacks. So overall, they're better in the series.
I think Cloud9 plays from behind better than any other team in the NALCS.
Even though this wasn't your prediction, this wasn't your series, Saint, what would you get in with on your opinion on our hypothetical semi? Cloud9, CLG.
80% Cloud9.
Yeah, we've got some bold predictions coming in here. Okay, now let's go to the one that's definitely not going to happen, which is Curse against Cloud9. So for Saint, this will be a real prediction. For the rest of us, we'll just be imagining. We'll be like, what if water was made out of strawberry juice? Well, that'd be a crazy world. I imagine what I'd do next would be, so start us off, Saint, in the real world. If Curse plays C9, why do you naively think that Curse have a chance to win against them?
80% Cloud9. I'm just gonna hit you with the number.
I agree
That's
with
good.
that.
I like that. That's honest. Okay. Yeah, shit. That's a problem, because I think we'd all go something like that. Actually, fuck
yeah,
that.
there's nothing to
Fuck
argue there,
that.
dude.
I'm gonna say 100% Cloud9.
Just look at the
Saying,
stats.
I'm gonna say 100. I don't even think it's possible to have 100% favorite, but I'm gonna say 100%. Unless seriously, I don't know, High starts blowing up a balloon and both of his lungs immediately implode 1 second before the game goes live.
Wait, these things can happen, man.
Yeah, that's all that can... No.
Like Meteos might be like dyeing his hair or something, like catches on fires. I don't even know that happens.
I'm going to use
whatever.
what's the worst logic ever. You know where people say you should never quit a game because the other guy could have a heart attack and die? That's literally what Crs has to hope for at this point.
Like, it's not that bad. Come on now.
Doa once put a comment on Twitter where he said, what did he put? Something like, what does stealths have to do to beat Samsung Blue? And I posted a reply that said something like, voodoo, mafia hits out on people, take people's families hostage, like lightning strikes. Like, these are the sort of win conditions for Crs against Cloud9, okay?
I mean, there's earthquakes that happen in LA, dude. Like, come on, you know.
Okay.
It's been known to happen.
Let me think. So let's go to the other side of the bracket. Didn't all of us just predict... Oh no, TSM... Saint picked TSM to win. So we'll start with me and Monte again. Me and Monte now have Dignitas against LMQ, and that's a really fun matchup, because actually, in the regular season, that was one of the teams that Dignitas used to beat up on, was LMQ. Who wins out of LMQ Dig, Monte? In our
LMQ. I don't think they're going to be... I don't think they're going to be coming back that hard. Like, even though they did go 2-2 in the regular season, Dignitas has been slumping, and I don't see them overcoming their slump enough to take out LMQ.
Okay, I have what number though? What number of the favorite is LMQ?
Probably like 70.
Well, that ruins it for me because I was going to say LMQ 70%. I think also LMQ for sure is going to win that series. I actually think that if that series happens, I think that will be one of the best of the whole playoffs. I think those two teams will
it could be really fun to watch, yeah.
Like awesome team fighting, great laning. That'll be a fucking sick series, dude. You think I'm wrong, Saint?
Yeah.
You want to jump on me, motherfucker? Come on.
I just said 100% LMQ, dude. Trusting our Chinese overlords. Come on now.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, Saint, you would know about the Chinese overlords because a little tournament people forget about from your career. You went to a tournament called World Esports Masters. It was held in Hangzhou, China.
Wait, that tournament sucked.
And you finished in fucking last place.
Yeah.
And while you were in last place, teams like World Elite IROX went forwards, Team Acer went forwards. By the way,
wait, we got beat by World Elite. What? That's the team that knocked us out.
Yeah. IG was there. So you saw the Chinese overlords when they were at their peak. So yeah, I can see why you'd say that.
Well, hold on. Do you think the Chinese teams aren't that good right now?
I think Chinese teams are good. I think the Chinese region is the second best region in the world.
Okay. I'll take that. They're like the only problem with them is they're like 3 patches behind or something. So
that is a problem actually. That's like a legitimate problem. That no excuses. That alone makes it hard to compete in fucking world competition if you're that far behind.
Yeah.
Especially when they. What's funny is it's not just that they're behind. It's that since they have their own weird way of thinking anyway, I think they would need more time to adapt than just. They can't just look at what Europe does and copy them a day before the tournament. You know, like they had to at fucking IEM or whatever. You know, that's too much to ask for an entire region.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a real problem going to Worlds. The fact that don't they get like 2 or 3 weeks to practice on the patch, and then I don't think it's enough time.
So okay, if we imagine the other one, if TSM was to play LMQ again is just going to rock.
Yeah, I think LMQ would rock TSM pretty hard.
Does TSM have a better chance against LMQ than Dig?
Well, I already said TSM is going to be Dig. So.
No, but that's a close one anyway. So just the matchup, how do you think TSM against LMQ does?
Give me 80% for LMQ.
Okay. So we haven't got Monte at the moment, but so far, if you've been following so far, all of us have C9 versus LMQ in the final. So now the real question, Saint, who's going to win, LMQ or CLG? C9.
Well, I already said C9 is going to win tournaments, so.
And are you a huge favorite for them to win as well?
No, I think it's going to be a pretty close series.
Percent for C9?
60%.
I'll go bolder than that. I'll go 70% C9. Cause
Damn, you have no faith in LMQ.
No, I think LMQ is good, but first of all, I have no idea of what LMQ is going to be like in playoff series, in best of fives. Like, I don't know if they're clutch. I don't know if they're really good at adapting mid-game. That's the thing, actually, about C9. Part of the reason why they've never lost a fucking playoff game is, like, even if you start to come close in one game, which almost no one does, I think they're the best at adapting between games. Whereas if you give everyone hardly any practice time to adapt, and the other teams will be worse at trying to figure out something that goes wrong. Why do you think C9 did badly during part of the season? Why do you think they were on a kind of a slump for a little while? Do you have a theory or a reason that could be behind it?
I mean, High was underperforming for a while. I mean, he's pretty much like the voice of their team, so it's probably like factored into it. I don't know. And then I think a lot of the Cloud9 picks are like starting to favor them. Like Rise and Italy, all these top lane champions are starting to go in favor of how Balls plays. Like these good like split push champions are gonna like overpower eventually, and I don't know. I just think it's like really good champions for them. Kog'Maw's really popular right now. Twitch is starting to make a comeback. Those like big sneaky Castro champions.
What's great is when you go into the two screens, in the left corner, it looks like
Yeah,
I'm purposely
Liquid.
highlighting Liquid. And I
Yeah,
imagine, like, this won't happen because the fucking webcam quality is so bad. Like, you can't see anything on that screen there. But this is
You get
where
to
I...
do business, dude.
Yeah, this is where I imagine someone, like, zooms in and they do that shit, like, enhance, and then they find, like, an open chat that's, like, him talking with Chaos, like, next split, bro, I got you. You're in
Oh, yeah?
next split. You know?
Those
That's
are the
where
talks that are
secret
going down on the
yeah,
screen.
you know, there's some shit going down.
No.
Curse. I've made this point every single time we've talked about Curse Saint, and no one will even address this point. I don't get why. When I look at teams around the world, I don't just judge them on how good their players are. I judge their organization too. Because if you're a huge organization with a lot of money and backing, and you have stability, and you have a history of being able to provide good things and salaries and good contracts, then actually your teams should perform better. Because in theory, you should be like a place people want to play. And if you lose a player, you should be able to replace him with a good player or improve with a player. So when I look at Curse historically, I'm actually pretty underwhelmed, mate, in League of Legends. There's so few first places and second places. Yeah, I look at the organization and it should be top 3 all the time, just based on what the organization can offer. Am I out of whack here?
I don't think that our organization's resources are like that much above everybody else's. Like as far as what the organization puts into it, and money wise.
So I'm thinking that you're too rich as an organization.
Well, of course, Curse is like a huge company, and it's like much bigger than like any of the other NA esports companies. But that company is not like the Curse esports company. It's like that's not the money they're investing into that.
Okay.
So I mean, yeah, like the money is there, but that doesn't mean it's all going to Team Curse or like.
Let me put it this way. One thing I actually admire about Reginald, as I said, only one thing. One thing I admire is that I do get the sense that as soon as the team goes below his expectations, and his expectations are ludicrously high, like they must be top 2 or they must win. As soon as that happens, he starts looking like, okay, something's not wrong here. Something might continue wrong in the future. So I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to try and make a change now that I think will get me to where I want us to be, top 2 or winning. I don't get the sense that Curse is like that, dude. Am I wrong? Like, if I look at the results in the lineup, it doesn't seem like
I
it's
mean,
like
there's
that.
been a lot of lineup changes, dude. I don't know where you're like fishing out with that. How many
Yeah, but where the
supports
fuck
we
are
had
the
and
where the fuck are the star players coming from?
you can't just like randomly pick up star players that are like at the peak of their game. It's not just like, yeah, I'm just gonna grab Faker and then like we'll just put Dottie on support just because he's so good anyways. Like he'll be playing Rise support. Like
In the off
I guess
season,
we'll take them.
after the World Championships, there was the possibility to get Froggen, possibility to get Kevin, possibility to get Wicked, possibility to get all these star names, and instead your team got Quaz. They put Voyboy mid. They had fucking Zekent or whoever as support. Like, come on, dude. It's not like I'm not like making it hard here. You're not getting star players, are you? What?
wait, I didn't make the team. I wasn't even on it. Come on now. Why are you trying to blame me here?
You're telling me what happened was...
Oh, nobody's blaming you. We're asking what's going on over there.
Liquid looked down his available talent pool and he was like,
behind
you know
you.
what?
I see him.
Yeah.
I see him. Just ask him right now.
He looked into the talent pool and he was like, who's the best support player in the world I can get? Zekent. Get him in this fucking team. I need that guy on my team. I must have Zekent. There's a bidding war starting over Zekent. TSM is bidding $10 million. 11 million. I must have him at all costs. Come on, man. Instead, you were like, Zekent, do you want to be in our team? And he was like, holy fuck, really? Me? Am I yes, I'd love to be in Curse. I'm sure I'll be a very good asset. Like, what? Who the fuck is Zekent? He's not even... Dude, when he got kicked out of Curse, where did he go? Into the dumpster of Oblivion that no one's ever seen him from. He's chilling with fucking elements in it.
Come on now,
He's
man.
in the fucking afterlife with elements right now. He's not fucking a pro player.
The afterlife? What? Are you sure
pro
it's not
gaming
purgatory?
afterlife.
The after esports life.
Dude, normal teams, if you're a really good player, think of you and other players who got kicked out of CLG. When you get kicked out, you're good players, so other teams scramble to get you. When people get benched from Curse, they get benched into the fucking grave. They don't even go to other teams. Like, who leaves Curse and goes to a better team?
Like, come on now, dude.
Yeah, Edward made it onto the only team that couldn't find like anyone out of a pool of 3 people who spoke Russian and could like land a hook. That was like who he was competing against. Who's
There's
ever
gotta be a lot of those, man. Russia's a big country.
I've
Come
got a
on.
question for you, Saint. In history, who has ever left Curse and gone to a better team? I can only think of one player in history.
Who?
Crumbs. And he only left.
Oh yeah, he was on.
Because
He was
people
on there.
bought the
Oh,
hype
no, you
around
think-
Saintvicious so much that they were like, we must have Saintvicious. And they put him in. So only your own hype moved a better player to a better team.
Okay.
You don't believe... Come on, motherfucker. Don't just say okay to me and smile clearly.
At
You
the
don't
time,
believe
yeah,
that.
Dig was at the time. Dig moved. Oh yeah, moving to Dig was a better option. Like he's like
Yeah.
a better team at the time, but like.
Do you have any comeback to that statement, though? No player has ever left Curse and gone to a better team and been a better player.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What reason do you think that there is for that?
I mean, we usually only swap out support players. I don't know, man.
Fair play? Well, no, that doesn't work.
Oh yeah, what about Aframu going? Aframu was on the team for a little while.
Yeah, as AD carry.
There you go. Got it.
Speaking of which, let's address that, okay?
Wait, Doublelift was on this team too. Damn, God
as the
bless the
support
chat, dude.
player. No,
Yeah,
he was an AD carry for a while. Shit.
He was. He
That's
played
right.
Caitlyn. Yeah, dude. The chat's went in this for me, man. They got my back in the
Let me
argument.
ask you this then. Let me ask you this though, Saint. If Aframu had been AD carry this season, he actually might have been okay. He might have done as well or better than Cop. I could believe that. But if he'd have been AD carry, you could have denied CLG their support, who's now the All-Star, and CLG would be worse. Wouldn't that have been a better move?
Great. We took one team out of the other, the whole 8 LCS teams. Like
It helps
perfect.
to take one team out, mate, when your team's like 4th or 5th best. I'm just gonna, and you need to get into 3rd spot to get into Worlds. I'm just gonna throw that out there for you.
Okay.
I mean, put it this way. Let's say Curse wins now and then loses to Dig. I mean, you'd have loved to get that Zion Spartan purchase go through.
Nah, I think they'd keep Quas.
Interesting. Well, we all have different things we hear. We all have different things we believe, and that's what
Wait,
makes
hold on,
this
who-
world a
who-
beautiful place.
Hold on. Do you really don't think that like Curse had the option to like get those players?
I've heard that Curse was going for Shiphtur and Zion Spartan, and that there was sort of like a lot of money was being asked for them, and that different teams maybe had a better access to getting those players depending on their relationships with those organizations. Am I off the wall here?
Wait, you just like came at me like 20 minutes ago saying we're the most funded organization. So now you're like changing your whole.
Yeah,
your
I
whole
think
pitch
that
here.
your team should, but I think you're like fucking cheapskates.
Okay. Maybe they just wanted Quas instead. You ever thought of that?
I don't think it, I think actually being Cos and Zion Spartan, that's the one where I don't really care which way it goes. I think either's fine. But actually, I think if you could have got fucking Shiphtur to play mid lane, come on, dude, you should have done that instead of
Wait,
Voyboy.
Shiphtur's playing terrible now.
Yeah, worse than Voyboy? Worse than Voyboy?
Wait, Voyboy's playing great now.
Voyboy's playing better than Shiphtur right now.
Yeah, that's
How
it.
hard is it to just say, yeah, you agree with that, right?
Yeah, I agree.
As actual mid laners, regardless of current form, who is a better mid laner, Shiphtur or Voyboy?
Well, all I care about is going into Worlds
Yeah,
with the
okay.
team. Yeah, so who gives a shit about like what happened before? I care about current form, don't you?
No, here's why. I do care about current form, but I don't say current form is the only thing that exists. You know why? Because when you have all of history to look at, history has a way of repeating itself. So things that happen now won't always... I hope I'm not going to blow your mind here, saying things that are happening right now, it won't always be like this. Things that have happened in the past will sometimes repeat, and things that are a long trend are more likely to continue or go back to that than things that have only happened for a short amount of time. So Voyboy's been good for 1 or 2 weeks. No, I don't think that counteracts a season and a half where Shiphtur was way better. And as a result, I'll bet that, okay, let's do another bet. You ready for another bet, Saint? Enter the zone. Get ready to become the Lord again. Here's another bet for you. In 1
If
year...
you're asking the dig versus
No.
curse thing, you're not even gonna end up playing each other. So who gives a shit? I'm not gonna like.
This is
go
going
for
to be
that
better
bet.
than that. This is going to be better than that. In 1 year from now, Voyboy will be a better mid laner than Shiphtur, says Saintvicious. True or false? 1 year from now.
False.
1 year from now.
I don't even care about that bet. I'm not
No,
gonna
you
make
do
it.
care, motherfucker. That's why you didn't make it. So say it now. You know what you want to say. Say what you want to say. Son, say
sure.
what you want
Sure,
to tell me.
No, I already explained it though. Like in it's the whole meta thing. Like Voy needs to have champions that are meant for him to play.
Yep. So you're picking Voy, yeah?
Yeah, I'll pick Voy.
So you heard that? Is everyone witnessing? 1 year from now, Voyboy will be better than
August 12th,
Shiphtur.
2015.
BunnyFuFu will be better than Xpecial. Fuck me, I love these bets. Why are you guys giving me like the best side of every bet? Okay, I'm going to be like a triple lord right now. I'm going to get all these right, okay? I'm going to go ahead and bet that Shiphtur will be better than Voyboy in 1 year from now. Does anyone want to bet me that there'll be like a hurricane will hit the East Coast next year or something?
How about we make the bet? Who's going to be better? Link or Shiphtur in a year from now?
I love that bet. I'll take Shiphtur on that.
Okay, so why didn't CLG get Shiphtur if he's such a beast? He's going to carry the whole team and win everything for them.
Because if there's one problem with CLG that I can identify, it's overrating Link's potential and repeatedly saying, this is the season where he becomes the carry, now we are going to win the league. Oh god, he is playing those supportive champions again and just playing okay, and he has two good games, one bad game, and then in the playoffs, not as amazing. Anyone want to jump in here? It feels like people have opinions and I'm out here by myself taking these mine shots left and right, and everyone else is like, whoa, it looks pretty dangerous out there. I'll just chill back here in the conservatory. You agree?
Nah.
It sounds like you agree with me, Sin. You think Link's a bit overrated?
Well, I think they're both overrated.
No, they both are overrated. Come on, man. Shiphtur's ridiculously overrated. But I think he's better than Link because I at least think his playing style is honest, okay? I think Shiphtur actually plays to his own strengths. And I don't think he'll ever be the player. He's never going to be Zhao Wei Zhao. He's never going to go ham. He's never going to play ridiculous champions and just try to go ham and carry. I think he's just going to keep playing this way the whole time. Whereas I think in some sense, Link's playing style's a bit dishonest. Because his reason for being kept in the team and having that role is sort of to be the second carry. And I don't think he's ever lived up to that.
I mean, he's gone off some games in both splits this whole season. He's had some games where he's a card carried.
I agree, but never really when it counts.
Okay, well, how many times has he been in that situation where it really counts? You can count them on your hand. There's 4 or 5.
I mean,
so I think that's a pretty small sample size.
Nope, I could even add in when they lost to OMG in the semi-finals there. He had an awesome game in the group stage when he's playing for C9, and then in the semi-finals, randomly just disappeared. The same story of his whole career. Great.
Okay.
He's a player with incredible potential. Problem with potential is it's meaningless if it doesn't manifest. Now, I actually think he's a perfect example of the bigger case I made for Nien Tonso. The difference is with Nien Tonso...
So hold on.
Yeah.
What tournament did Shiphtur play in where he came out internationally and he hard carried and went off?
No, but with Shiphtur we have an even smaller data set. So you just made my case for me there, mate.
Yeah. So none of this argument even matters. There's no there's nothing to even make this off.
I don't even think it's that big a difference, by the way. The difference is the Shiphtur Link one I think is very close. Whereas I think the Shiphtur Voyboy one is fucking massive, dude. I don't think there's any chance Voyboy is going to be better than Shiphtur in a year.
Okay.
I don't think he's better than him now, but I can give you that. You can say he's better than him now. But I think in a year, definitely no chance. In fact, I think okay, you want a bold prediction? I don't think Crs will ever place top 3 in any reasonably large size competition as long as Voyboy's the mid laner.
Yeah, that's pretty harsh. Who do you think is going to get there this time then? CLG?
I think top 3 this time will be... I know C9 and LMQ I'm certain on. The third one's hard, so I'm going to go... Let me think. Because I have it as CLG versus Dig, so who do I think's going to win that?
If they got that Shiphtur, though, they'd
Fuck it, I think Dig's going to win. So I'm going to have Dig as my third team. Fuck it.
Because they had Shiphtur, right?
Fuck it all, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
No, actually, I don't even think Shiphtur's the main reason, but he'll be better than Link, I think, in that series when they play. So I've got Dig as my third team.
Okay.
So I don't think Crs
Wait,
has any chance.
I think Dig's going to get relegated, but that's just me.
Relegated? As
in
they're going to go and play the 5th place game and they're going to get knocked out.
Yeah.
So you have Dig losing to everyone, basically, in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But when they go to relegation, they get back in, right?
I mean, assuming they
they're going to get the worst of the teams.
There's the rumor they're expanding the league or whatever. Assuming that's true, of course they're not going to get relegated.
So why is Dig so bad then? As far as I can tell, you're making Dig this terrible team off of 2 weeks of play.
Wait, I just explained this earlier. The meta shifting out of their play style. You don't have these champions that can easily get these wards in for their team, and they have to change how they play their play style. And then they're on top of that, their bot lane is hella inconsistent. Some games Kiwi will be going off, other games will be the bane of your existence.
Listen, one thing I will agree with you is I think their bot lane is overrated as fuck. I think Kiwi Kid is one of the most fucking overrated players I've ever seen in my life. He's like a 1.5 champion hero. Like, give him one champion and maybe one other, he can do all right. Give him a normal support champion pool. I think he'll be like the 7th best support in fucking NA. I think I'm a Cutie Pie is actually not bad. I think he just looks like a retard, but actually he's not a bad player. He's like the 4th best AD carry, 5th best AD carry, whatever. He's all right. He's better than Cop. Do you want to step in the zone again? Saintvicious, would you like to step in the zone for a 3rd time? 1 year from now, Cop will be better than I'm a Cutie Pie. No,
I'm not going to argue
what's
Cop.
the point in that one, dude?
You can't argue him, dude. You can't.
Both of those players is a waste of time arguing. They're both going to be doing exactly the same shit in 1 year, and they're not going to be any better or worse, right?
Exactly. Like that's all I'm like.
I feel
all right,
the skill ceiling has been reached on both those guys.
Yeah, I agree.
Everything, the skill ceiling, intelligence ceiling, giving them a best... Actually, no, the one difference that could change it, Saint, is that...
they're up in the attic. Man.
I don't think Cop can get a better support, whereas I'm certain I'm a Cutie Pie could get a better support. So that's the only factor I think...
Wait, hold on, who would they get?
Let me see.
Yeah, they better get Loco off coaching. Then move them like up into there.
You want to know something? No, actually, I'm not going to be fucking crazy enough to bet on Locodoco. Forget about that. Okay, I'm not fucking out of my mind. Okay, but I will. Okay,
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'll tell you who they could get. If Dignitas got Crepo, they would be way better. I'll put that right out there.
Yep.
Fuck it. If Dignitas got Glebe, I think they'd be better than with Kiwi Kid. Do you have any comments, Monty?
But they don't. He doesn't fit their Oso troll image.
Dude, that image fucking tilts the shit out of me. That's like the image where if you want to finish 4th and 5th place and you just want to have fun and you want to be like EG was before and just be a part of LCS and market yourself and all that, great, go for it, have fun. If you want to win, I don't really find it funny that you have like goofy players in your team like, we're such good friends. Like, are you good in the game? Of course not, but we're great friends. Like, this isn't fucking My Little Pony. The power of friendship doesn't exist. You win in the game based on plays. There's a famous statement, okay, that I once heard in a speech. It's a great speech, Monty. You'll love it. There's this guy who's a wrestler, who's an MMA fighter, and he was giving a speech to these young fighters in the Ultimate Fighter reality show, and he was explaining to them, listen, when you go into a fight, you're going to be scared. People want to say they're not scared, but you will be okay. You'll be nervous. You'll be wondering, what can I do in the fight to help me win? And people will tell you all this bullshit, okay, like, oh, don't be frightened. Don't admit you're frightened. Like, you got to believe you're going to win. And he said, you know what? Every emotion doesn't help you one bit in the fight. Doesn't matter if you're scared, if you're happy, if you're confident, if you're depressed, if you're worried, if you feel over the moon. All that helps you in the fight is keep moving forwards, keep your hands up, have good footwork, get up off the bottom if you get taken down, keep fighting, keep grinding. That is what will make you put points on a judge's scorecard and make the judge give you the score that you won that fight. Doesn't matter what emotion you were feeling as you were punched in the face or punching someone in the face. It only matters the actions you take. And so in that sense, I could give a fuck less whether Kiwi Kid spoons with I'm a Cutie Pie and whispers the most perfect, awesome things into his ear that makes him dream and have a lovely sleep, and he wakes up, oh, what a lovely bot lane we have today. All I care about is in the game, what champions do they pick, how do they synergize, how do they work with the team, and who's going to kill motherfuckers. Killing motherfuckers and taking towers wins you League of Legends games. Monte Cristo, please tell me what you think.
I 100% agree with you. That's what matters to me as well. It's just about the actual game itself. I don't really give a shit about the kerfuffle that happens outside of the game, nor do I really understand why fans like to watch like the fluff content from pro players. Because for me, the only thing that really matters is the game and analysis of said game. But I suppose then everybody, if that was true of everybody would just watch Korean League of Legends because they actually cared about the best instead of their favorite pro player.
They'd also watch LPL.
That's true too.
And no one watches LPL. No one.
Yeah,
so few people watch LPL.
That talk show, fine.
That talk show they have about LPL, which is if you want to watch LPL, you don't. Here's the thing, okay? I understand if you're someone from the West and you don't want to watch the 2 worst teams in LPL play. So what you really want is someone to tell you.
No, no. I'm gonna cut you off, dude. That's not what it is at all. You can look at viewership on patches where it's a live patch being played for LCS, and then or weekends where it's a live patch being played, and then weekends where it's like not a live patch being played. It's way different. Why am I gonna watch something where it's like 3 patches back? It's not even like 1 patch back. It's like 3 patches back.
So I was driving in my Ford Kia, and you came along in your Maserati, and you cut me off, and you took me over. But now I have actually got a super-powered V8 engine in mine, and I'm going to cut you off again.
That's not what it is.
Actually, LPL is on the current patch. LPL is on the current patch. They're not behind.
No, but that is
What's your
what it
case
is.
now,
Because
motherfucker?
your person sitting at home, they want the fucking Maserati. They want the Alistar top. They want the Maokai top. They want to know what the next fucking thing that they can go into their solo queue game with, and then they can just go off and carry the game with. They don't give a shit what was good 3 patches ago. Do you think your average person cares about that? They care about like what Afro Move's underpants smell like, and like what they're going to be able to go into solo queue to win the damn game with.
Well, that's obvious, because for the start off, the odd one's like the fucking biggest streamer, and he's like the 19th best jungler in the West.
But he's entertaining.
Exactly.
Absolutely. He's very entertaining. Isn't that the whole fucking problem with the West we just summed up right there? People would rather watch the odd one, like, make really funny jokes that are funny while playing Shaco sat in a bush.
Wait, you don't like Yordle jokes?
Instead of watching someone really good from China who's mechanically a beast. That's the West.
I'm personally not interested in it, but I definitely like watching OGN and things like that. Does that make me like dumb or a bad person? I don't get it.
Well, Sin, whether you're dumb or a bad person
I
isn't
enjoy
going to
the
be based on
casting
whether
crew.
you like to watch
I
the
happen to like Doa a lot. I like Doa a lot.
Okay.
That he's very, very informative about vicious supports and things. He's good. So it's entertaining and it's a good thing to watch. And you can see like what's coming up on as far as like the new meta.
Okay, OGN, please cut a trailer using that. Duh, 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 duh. It's entertaining. You can watch things. I like the way Doa talks about the supports and that, like Saintvicious, American League of Legends legend.
No, I think that part of it is definitely the entertainment value. I just think that the fandom for teams in the West, this is the big difference. The fandom for teams in the West is so much more based on personality than it is a track record of success. I don't agree with that. I don't. I would rather just be able to watch the game and enjoy it at the highest level of play. And that's just, I get baffled by it. And as for LPL, I do think that if LPL had in-person casters in China that were integrated into the broadcast, LPL would be significantly more popular than it is right now. Because I don't think it's
streaming quality too. The streaming quality is like, even on their best sites, it's like 480 at best, I think.
And I'm not saying there are a lot of people who are working with the LPL in terms of trying to provide English commentary right now, and that's definitely beneficial and very helpful, and I enjoy watching those streams. But to have them integrated with the production, I think is extremely important for the average viewer. And I can understand, regardless of what the patch is, regardless of everything else, that it doesn't, I mean, Tencent just doesn't give a fuck about the Western audience. And so that's the problem. If we actually had this, if Tencent and the LPL would do the same thing in Shanghai that OGN does here in Seoul and provide an integrated broadcast, that's when we could actually have, I think, a more relevant conversation about these issues.
No.
I'd watch it then. I'd watch it more then.
It can't just be left there, Monty. That sentence there needed to end with, if Tencent do all that, then, and then you need to give me the context of where LPL viewership would be compared to LCS.
It'd be a lot. Well, I mean, we don't even know what the viewership is in China.
Still be a lot lower, okay?
Well, what do you think the Chinese viewership is, though?
Well, Chinese viewership for Chinese language audience is enormous. That's why I find it so hilarious when everybody else is like, well, why is the World Championship at such a bad time for NA? I'm like, well, the biggest markets are China and Korea, so you should always have the World Championship at a time that's good for the viewership of those regions if Riot wants to maximize their viewership numbers.
What do you think, Saint?
I agree. I don't know. I think, just LPL needs... I think they still need to appeal to their Western viewership, though.
No, they do.
Not in a way that's like...
No, I'm saying they need to. They need to. This is something that needs to happen in League of Legends. We have English language on-site broadcasts for every major league except for the second best league.
Yep.
What is that?
So the original point I was actually going to make, just so I can finish it now, goes like this. The reason why LPL viewership is terrible is because obviously I understand why... Okay, I don't watch all the NALCS games. But by reading Reddit and looking at the schedule, I just look when there's a really good game coming up and I watch that game. And the only time I watch the other games is to prep for an interview with a player from those teams, okay? So if Dig is playing against CLG, I watch that game. If Digger's playing against EG, you'll never find me near the fucking computer with that on the screen. I'd watch almost anything else except that. So here's the key point. You'd think people would at least do that for LPL, okay, right? When they find out that EDG is playing OMG, that's the game they'll tune in for. Well, here's the way that you would find that out without having to become an expert. You would watch a talk show just about Chinese LoL. So a talk show exists about Chinese LoL. It's called China Talk. No one watches this fucking thing. I looked at the other day on YouTube, and the VODs, like one of them has over 1k hits. The rest are on like 800 hits. So people don't give a fuck about Chinese LoL. And now, part of it's like what you're saying here, it doesn't have an on-site thing. They haven't built up a fan base like that. But I think actually, I wouldn't go as far as Monty does there. I think that even if they had a Monte Cristo and Doa type on site doing the casting, I think people wouldn't give a fuck. I think there's two groups of people in this world.
But they're also behind 3 patches too.
Irrelevant
not
of that.
anymore.
I think there's two groups in this world. There's one group who watch LCS because they're Western fans. They like those players. They like to watch people from their country. They like to watch people at least from the West. There's another group who like to watch the best League of Legends, and they've heard that's Korea. And I don't think there's anything in between that China can get. All the people who want to watch the best are going to watch Korea. All the people who want to watch the other one are going to watch LCS. Who is the market for LPL?
Me.
Chinese people.
Yeah, it's Monty, that's right. Basically, we're arguing to get Monty better quality casting. Monty, occasionally I might watch one game.
Wait, hold on.
Saint's not watching shit.
Okay,
So
what about the Brazilian leagues and stuff? They get
Fuck the
enormous amounts of,
Brazilian
but they still get enormous amounts of viewership
But that's
from the Brazilian audience.
but the Chinese, yeah, of course, and they should. But they're like, that's what we're talking about. Is the Chinese market deserves to have the Chinese cast. They've got the Chinese cast. They've got the biggest studio out of any like production team around the world. They probably, I mean, almost certainly have the highest viewership. I mean, I don't even think that's a question. Like, that hasn't never been released, but I would say 99% odds they have the largest viewership because they have the largest population. Like,
yeah.
And that's the thing too, is like Korean viewership is above LCS viewership as well. When you combine the English and Korean streams into one thing, and the Chinese stream that goes on in Korea, and all the like there, and the French stream as well, like Champions viewership is higher than LCS.
That French stream really kicks in a lot of numbers at the end there.
No, I'm just saying, like, there are a lot of viewers, and like the domestic viewership in Korea is enormous.
No, but I mean, the joke with the French stream there is, it's like that Eddie Murphy joke about that person who was married to Johnny Cochran, and like, no, Johnny Carson, and like his wife worked in a boutique and she was making $800, and Johnny Carson was making like, you know, $3 million a year, and so she comes home like, well, Johnny, there's my money, I've contributed, so now we've got $3,800,000. That's like what adding in that French stream there for you was like. It's like we got 200,000. Oh, and the French stream 200,000 and 2,000. That's our total number, 202,000. Enough about that anyway. No one even laughed at the joke, you fucks. Anyway, next topic. Go to the next topic.
I was waiting for the punchline, man. Come on now.
Oh, that was the punchline. Hey, everyone thought half the show was going to be the punchline when you smiting shit, for fuck's sake, motherfucker.
Anyway, I do think that
remember the last time Saint played a good game? It was in the All-Star tournament. Okay, no, and more jokes that only I'm laughing at. Fuck all of you guys. Let me ask you this question. Monty, we've been so brutal, we've been so honest. Saint's been very forthcoming with his opinions on CLG, players in CLG. What does Monte Cristo think of Saintvicious the jungler? Where was his career at the end, and where would you see him if he comes back into LCS with Crs Academy next split?
I mean, I don't really know what was happening interpersonally on CLG because I've heard like so many different sides of the story back in the day.
The caveats.
No, I think CLG was a fucking horrible environment back when Saint was on the team, and I think that was due to essentially everybody. We
were like all holding hands and like frolicking and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's how it was. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Saint. I know hot shot. Like I love George to death, but like I wouldn't want to be on a team with that guy.
Listen, Monty, I've been reliably informed. CLG was such an abusive environment, it drove Saint to alcoholism, and he turned up to every game drunk after partying for 17 hours before every game.
Yeah, that's exactly how that went down.
And then when he used to miss those smites, he used to be like, someone get me a Pepto-Bismol for the next game because my reactions are fucking wrecked right now.
I don't even know what happened.
I don't even care. I'm just gonna make jokes for myself for the next half an hour. Fuck you guys. Like,
damn, Thorin's like out for blood now, man.
It doesn't even matter. No.
Well, anyway, I think I don't even know what was true about the old CLG roster.
Saint, I've got a question for you. You know that article I wrote where we went completely into Thorin's dream world, and I started speculating on how like CLG shouldn't have kicked you, and how they could have made this dream team with Voyboy, and how that would have been the way forwards, and Hotshot should have benched himself, and all that. What did you think of that premise?
What about it? Like, what are you trying to like see? How far we go?
What do you think of it as an idea, if it could have happened?
I mean, it didn't happen, so who gives a shit? I don't know. I think we would have been a good team.
Is that your philosophy on life, Saint? Is that how you live your life? You know, some people sit around on a porch and they drink some fine
I deal in the
whiskey
reality.
and they look into.
I deal in the reality.
Oh, do you, motherfucker? You deal in reality,
Yeah.
Mr. BunnyFuFu, Mr. Voyboy, Mr. Curse.
Well, now you're getting into opinions. Now you're getting into opinions.
So where is it? Which do you deal in, reality or opinions?
Well, you're doing with what ifs. Like everything you have to say it comes out to a what if.
Yeah.
You're like, what if like Dade found out he was actually white and he actually had to play for an NA team, and then you had to choose between Shiphtur and like this hypothetical situation. And then these aliens came down.
Do you want to hear an interesting quote, Saint? I've got a quote for you.
All right, let's hear it.
It goes like this. Let me just scroll down. What the fuck? Twitter's so bad. Okay, let me find the quote. What the fuck? Right. Let me see. It's a philosophy quote for you. It's worth finding because this is going to... Oh, here we go. This quote goes, "Wise men argue cases, fools decide them." Do you see the point there, Saint?
Why don't I do neither?
Oh, okay, here's the new quote.
Be along for the ride,
here's
man.
the new quote. Okay, that quote was by Anachasis. So the new quote is, "Wise men argue cases, fools decide them. Reply on Twitter. Why not just do both?" Saintvicious 2014. And then everyone replying to Saint in the Twitter thread, "Wrecked, owned, GG, wrecked." Here's an idea though, Saint. If you're gonna have a talk show, it's probably good to argue the cases, you know.
But I'm just giving you shit, dude. Just like you're giving me shit.
I know.
It's fun. Anyway, I think that the hypotheticals are good to analyze, and I do think that had personality, what I perceive, not having been there, what I perceive as personality conflicts on CLG at the time, had those not existed, or had the league scene been a more developed environment, because you have to remember, while league is still in the West, kind of like the Wild West, where there's not a lot of structure, it's not quite at the level, and by quite I mean nowhere near the level of like professional sports or anything like that, but this was really in the days where, you know, you couldn't have much of anything going on, right? Like you didn't have any kind of real management at the time. You're just a bunch of guys, like young guys, hanging out and trying to make things work in a very high pressure environment. And without that infrastructure, I think it's just not good. Like you don't have typically a bunch of 18 and 19-year-olds flying around the world with hundreds of thousands of people watching them with no supervision.
No. I mean, if anything, I would describe the problems with CLG are the same problems of the NA scene in general. And I've got another quote for you. It's by the philosopher Wiz Khalifa. That's how I would describe it. It's like, so what, we smoke weed, so what, we get drunk, we're just young. I don't even remember the rest of the song, but it's about being young and free. That's the NA scene in League of Legends, right, Sin?
I don't even know what to say.
Or maybe
dude.
just the Curse
I don't
House
even
2012.
know.
I don't know which I was describing there. It was one of the two. Definitely one of the two. Easter egg for everyone right there. So going forwards, okay. Well, since Saint's loving all these predictions and being a bold motherfucker, if you have Curse, okay, you had Curse going to the semis. So if Curse loses to Cloud9 in your hypothetical, and then in your hypothetical they're playing TSM in the third place decider, do they beat TSM?
The ban picks phase goes right. Yeah. I think those games are going to come down to ban picks.
Define right.
I don't know. I would say take Amazing off his comfort picks. Like I already gave you the stats, dude. Yeah, they're pretty obvious.
Okay, I like that though. You've given a good opinion on a jungler there. You remember saying in the past, not even giving an opinion, you just joked about a fellow called Meteos, and that had like earth-shattering repercussions for the two of us. All I did is fucking retweet your tweet, but like you cost me an interview, motherfucker. Like anyway. What, at the time, you thought he was overrated. Okay, he had this one style. You said it was like your old style. It would be figured out. In the spring split, everyone thought, no, you were wrong. He adapted. He was doing the low econ style. He was ganking a lot. He wasn't just farming up only. It looked like he'd fixed the style problem that you said. This split, what do you see of Meteos this split? Is it between those two? Is it one or the other? Yeah.
I think he's more of like in between. He's like all around solid jungler.
Is he at the level of the best jungler by far, NA?
Who does he have to compete with though?
Will Dominate, Crumbs, Dexter, No Name.
I'd say he's top 3.
He's top 3. Who do you have as the number 1 then out of all those?
I don't think you can't just say like there's a best jungler. Like it doesn't work that way. Jungler is based on like
you just say it, and then if you're right or wrong, it gets proven in history.
No, because of course, okay. If a team is doing good, a jungler will always look good, no matter what. They will always look good.
Here's the thing on that one. I actually agree, because if I think to myself of Korea right now, I also don't think you can say there's a definite number 1, because when I look, okay, people are going to tell you it's Spirit. His team's by far the best at the moment. Like, I think Dandy might be better than him, but his team's slightly worse, so it's unfair, isn't it? Meanwhile, Cacao's team isn't even as good as either of theirs, so Cacao has no chance to be the best. I think
Spirit's a beast, though. Like, you watch the mechanical plays he makes, and, like, the range of plays he makes, he's doing stuff that, like, other people aren't doing. Like, and Cacao's another one of those players that do the same thing, even if their team's not, like, rank 1 right now.
What do you think they're ahead of others in?
They're extremely patient. Like, they'll wait for things that other people won't. And they'll wait in places that other people won't, and they'll just consistently make the play. Like, if it's down to the game where it's like, oh my, we gotta like make the play to win the fucking game. Like, he's always gonna make the play. Which is really what it comes down to.
So, in the past 2 splits, everyone would have told me that Meteos was by far the best NA jungler. I mean, his stats were there, his team was winning all the games. Everyone would have told me, listen, that guy is the star player of his team and he's the best by far. So does that mean, if we take your 2 opinions, did you see him that way in the last split?
Yeah, I'd say last split. I agree with that.
So in that sense, even if he's playing well, he's dropped off.
Well, I think why do you gotta say it like that? Why don't you just say like other people caught up?
Oh, I mean, you tell me which way should I say it?
Should be other people caught up, I think.
So he's playing just the same level as he was before, but everyone else caught up.
Yep.
Interesting. So in that case, was Cloud9 themselves playing at the same level and other people caught up?
Yeah. I think a lot of teams became more objective focused, and they actually learned how to scrim properly. And I don't know. I mean, you just even like see it. Like, teams get punished a lot harder for making mistakes now.
Monty, where do you see Meteos right now? Where does he stack up with NA junglers?
I think he's still one of the top, if not the top. He's probably still the best. But as far as the Cloud9 discussion, I do think other teams have caught up, but I think it was a mixture. I think Cloud9 was really initially held back by the fact that High had to recover in the hospital and all that stuff, and they couldn't get the practice time in before the season. And then I think they had a little bit of a slump. But, you know, after 2 amazing seasons, like, they were going to slump at some point, and they managed to get it back together in time for the playoffs. So I think that's a good indication.
What you typing there, fella?
Just typing to a young man boy, Voyboy, who's apparently upset by the show, because in his world, to say that Shiphtur is better than him and that he isn't a hard carry is like to trash him. I mean, if that's trashing him, then yeah, you will be trashed for the rest of your life. Like, I don't know what to tell you. That's like if I could say you'll never be close to Faker's level. Oh God, he's trashing me again. He's not even putting me in the Faker level. Like, come on, man, get real.
That's the job of sports journalists and sports analysts, is to make comparisons and to actually provide analysis.
And let me just jump
it's nothing
on this
against
point
you or anybody else as a person. Like, if I say that everybody else in the world is worse than Faker, which is something that I believe, then that's not trashing every other player.
In fact, here we go. Here's an analogy I want to make, a point I want to make. When Saint brought up this shit before about people going too hard on Nien, that in itself is a factor in being a top player at your position in your region. You can't be someone where fans say you suck, you just suck a dick in the game. Yep.
So my problem with like your whole philosophy is like, you think that like players that can replace other players are just like falling out of people's asses. There's like, well, I'll just go get Shy or somebody. I can just get anybody I want at any time. A top like tier player.
Yep.
You can't do that. It's not just this abundance of like super high class, world class people.
It almost happened.
Who?
Well, they could have had Zora 0. You think Nien Tonso's better
Where
than
is
Zora
he
0?
now?
They couldn't have known he was going to quit.
Yeah.
You think Zora 0 is worse than Nien Tonso?
I don't think there's that much of a skill gap.
Fuck off. Come on, he's way better. He's like 7 times better.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Zoro is one of the top.
Yeah,
players.
Zoro 0 is probably better than Nien. I'll give you that. But I don't think it would have made like the
Well, and that was the thing is that when Nien stepped down, obviously that was the first person we went to, but he wanted to finish high school, which I thought was reasonable.
Okay, so
I think if you haven't finished high school, you should probably finish high school.
Faker. Anyway, here's the point
Fair enough.
Here's the point that was.
But Korean education system is different, but whatever. Like,
so
that
here's
doesn't
the
really
point
apply.
I was going to make, referencing the Voyboy thing. If Nien Tonso can't handle not going on Twitter, if he's someone who breaks down when people tell him you're shit on Twitter, random people, then either don't go on Twitter or you can't be a pro. I'm sorry, you're not cut out to be a pro. Likewise, if Voyboy's being ruined and his life is somehow worse because I say he's not as good as Shiphtur, get a fucking life, mate. You're not cut out for this business. If you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen, go to a porch somewhere, start knitting, have your dog called Skeeter. He's not going to talk shit to you. You're going to have an awesome time with that knitting pattern. Curl one, pearl one. Knit one, curl one. I don't even know how knit one works. That's like my analogy right there. Am I wrong here, Saint?
No, I'm pretty
and
like
everybody
critical.
gets this criticism.
I'm pretty
Didn't I
critical
even
of how I
fucking
assess
say?
people,
I even
and
said
then people
what
come
Monte,
back on me.
I even said
Yeah,
what
exactly, but who cares?
I even said
I know,
what
I
I'm
don't
pretty
care.
sure Monte
And
wouldn't
why should you
even
care?
say, which is
Let's
that I
tell-
actually think that okay, you want me to you know what, real Voyboy? For 1 minute I'm just gonna have an intervention on your life right now, mate. It's not a bunch of people on Reddit who are scrubs saying that you're not that good and that you're overrated and you can't hard carry. It's other pros saying that. If I talk to pros, they tell me that. If I talk to people in Europe, they're like, who the fuck, Voyboy should have retired 2 years ago. I don't even think that's true. I think that you're a good player, but first of all, you should have stayed top lane, and secondly, you probably don't do well when you're not in your comfort meta. So you probably should have, if you do have some sort of performance problem, looked into that, or you probably should have accepted, like, when it's not my meta, I can't do hard carrying. That's probably the reality based on what I know. And I don't dislike you. I thought we did a pretty good interview, but that's actually irrelevant. If I thought you were a cunt, I'd still tell you the same thing. So as a result, there's your little intervention for you right now. It's not just haters saying that. If it is, then why the fuck are you paying attention to them anyway? Get over yourself. Just block them and mute them. That's what I do. And if it isn't, maybe you should face reality. Maybe it's not a coincidence that you had all those bad games. Maybe you've had like 2 splits now playing mid. What the fuck more do you want? Shall I give you 10 years and then criticize you after the 11th year if you finally have 4 good games in a row? What the fuck's going on here? Anyone have any comments to say?
No, I think that criticism is warranted. You see it in all professional sports. And I think the thing about esports is that the fans are much more in touch with the personalities. And yeah, I just go ahead and use the block button on Twitter. Lord knows I have an army of haters, so do we all, right? And people just make personal attacks or say shit, and it's like, you got to get over that. That's part of being in this job, and you have to learn how to cope with that mentally so it doesn't put you on mega tilt. And people criticize me all the time. I make mistakes in casting. I do. It's part of my job. Everybody makes mistakes in a real-time situation.
Here's a great example for you here. If anyone feels like they're being criticized, I've said this before. People always criticize me and say, oh, you don't push Monte when CLG loses to, like, you don't tell him he's shit and all that stuff. You know why that is? Because if I ask Monte why CLG lost, he answers and gives reasons and gives factors. And at the end of that, I'm not a genius, so I can't figure out some mega counter argument that destroys him. I just have to go, okay, I accept your answer. Let's move on to the next topic.
Not only that,
listen,
what do people want me to say? How has CLG's performance been in the past few weeks? We've been playing like shit. I admit this. Like, I told you what the problems are, and then I say, we haven't been playing well.
So let's roll that analogy into Voyboy's analogy now. If I'm totally wrong, and Voyboy comes on this show, and he talks to us about it, he could make me look like a fool all day long. If I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, I don't know anything about the game, he could just start dummying on me completely. Well, look at this champion I did this on. Look at the way I was playing that and this subtlety that you missed here. I'd look like a fool. And at the end of it, what could I say? I'd just have to say, well, I guess you're right. That'll be the end of that topic. And Monte would say, yes, I agree. Actually, those points are really very good there and Thorin was wrong. That won't happen because here's the thing. I don't think you yourself know what the problems were and you assign them to some bullshit like, oh, people are talking shit on me. My motivation was bad that week. You know what the worst excuse in all of esports is? Every time someone loses a fucking game, they say the other team was more well prepared. Shut the fuck up. You win because you're better in the game. Preparation accentuates that, but it doesn't augment it. SKT could not practice for a whole week, and I don't think that fucking EG would beat them. Even if EG prepared like motherfuckers every single day with all strategies, it wouldn't matter. You win based on what you do in the game, not some shit of like Oprah where you sit around holding hands and like, good vibes for this game, lads. Are you all prepared? Have you been... Positive thinking, the power of positive thinking will help. It's not The Secret, motherfucker. You don't have a vision board with like, beat CLG this week, I'm attracting good feelings. You do shit in the game. You know what probably cost you the game? When you didn't know what the fuck you were doing on that champion, you lost that trade at level 6. That's what probably cost you the game. And then you got behind, you I'm behind, I never do this in scrims. Like, they're the things that lose you the game. In short.
You good, man?
Yeah, exactly.
You just like went on.
No, it's not about Voyboy. Voyboy's a very nice guy, and like I appreciate his personality, I appreciate his streaming and all that. It's about every pro player that does this, and the community too, that thinks that making analysis on a situation or saying that somebody is better is somehow trashing. It's not fucking trashing. It's doing a job that is done, that needs to be done. Like, that's what my job is to be an analyst and to make the calls, because the assumption is that I watch more of the game, that I am an expert in this field, and therefore my opinions are valid. That is literally my job.
I'd also love to know.
Like, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to not do my job?
I'd love to know. I'm genuinely, from someone like Voyboy, okay, he can decide if he wants that I hate him, and I don't know anything about the game, and that's why I'm making it up as to why he's not that good. What motivation does Monty have for secretly hating you, Voyboy? Why does he, who've never met you and had a bad conversation or anything, why does he secretly have it out for you that he's going to lie even though Monty knows about the game, he's going to lie to the public and trick them into believing that you're not as good as Shiphtur and these people? Why would he do that? If you can come up with a reason, mate, let me know on Twitter. Otherwise, chill out. It's only opinions. If we're fucking idiots, what do our opinion matter anyway? Oh, I don't think two people who I don't care about should be allowed to talk in a small box that I don't have to watch somewhere else in the world on the internet. You're out of control, mate. I'm actually out of control right now. Right? I'm getting back. I'm going to do what you need to do, Bubba. I'm going to get myself back in control. Stop caring about shit that people post on the internet. Start asking people questions that are relevant.
Agreed. Let's get back to the conversation. Are we done with NALCS playoff predictions yet?
Okay.
Can we can we talk about EU for a while?
Yeah. We have one more that we need to do, Monty, which is that you had CLG playing TSM in the third place game. No, CLG playing Dig in the third place game.
Yeah. I think that's a really favorable matchup for us, just based on history. 90.
90%.
Yeah.
I almost wish I drank this water so I could spit all over the fucking monitor asking you fucking
I'll still
crazy.
give it. I'll give him 90. I'll give him 90. I'll back him up. I think Dig is a mess right now.
See, now you're doing it, Sin. You're deciding who you hate more, CLG or Dig.
No, it isn't. I just from watching Dig play, I'm like, holy shit, what is going on in these games?
When Dignitas beats CLG, Saint, you have to call me Lord.
Okay, in the fifth place match when they beat them or whatever.
I'll call you Lord. I'll call you Lord Saintvicious if you win that one, right? Lord, we do have the Lord bet witnessed.
All right, dude.
We've got so many Lord bets going on right now.
Wait, Monte Cristo's the one who said that their team was going to win 90 in the beginning. Why are you making the bet with me?
Because it's not as funny if Monty has to call me Lord. He's just a fucking commentator. I want you to call me Lord. So I can retweet that motherfucker, take a picture, frame it on my wall.
I'll do it too. How about that?
So yeah, let's talk about EU LCS. Right. Let's start off with the second semi-final. Actually, no, fuck it. Let's start with the first one. The first semi-final was Super Hot Crew versus ROCCAT. And unfortunately, Thorin had to call Lord Edward, as he is now called, Lord Edward. Because for some fucking stupid reason, Thorin, the man who coined the phrase Super Shit Crew, and who said that Mima is overrated, Mr. Alice is really overrated, jungler's just average, the support player's fairly average. For some reason, this dude picked Super Hot Crew. Though. I think he's good, actually. He was pretty bad in that series, though. For some reason, I picked Mima to come through in the clutch. Super Hot Crew now, to me, is like the old CLG that always used to fail in the first round. That's like their team to me. They have some matches in the regular season that make you believe they could do it, and then they just fucking crumble. I made the joke on Twitter that, why did I bet on Mima? He crumbles easier than a chocolate chip cookie.
Sad times for you.
Do you even care about EU LCS, Saint?
Well, I saw that Aatrox game, and then I resident sleepered. It woke up and it's time for Worlds.
Monty, what did you think of that series? ROCCAT SHC.
I mean, I think that the introduction of the Alistar pick and what ROCCAT does really, first off, those games were sloppy as hell. Number one, those were not good games of League of Legends. There were just a lot of mechanical errors, tons and tons of strategic errors. But I did say that ROCCAT would come in with a new pick. Earlier that same day in the MLB semis, we had seen Trace pick 4 games of Alistar in a 5-game series against SKT K, and ROCCAT shows up hours later with the top lane Alistar, so it seems like they were on the same wavelength.
You want to know an amazing fact here, Monty? I read an interview with Xaxus that said he had never played top lane Alistar until that game, the first game.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's
almost like that thing goes back to where the team.
Here we go. Let's pick the one exception of history and use that as the fact. Okay, so you got it. You got this one, buddy. Here's the softball. Hit it up the park.
The Maokai pick. Xaxus did the same thing with the Maokai pick. Yep. Guess what's showing up in OGN like a couple days later?
Yeah, it's. I mean, we don't know if he picked Maokai. Well, I don't know, I should say, if he picked Maokai before that match significantly or not. However, I did hear the same thing from ROCCAT's manager, who was talking to me, who said that they had not practiced extensively with the top lane Alistar pick.
Here's the thing. The reason why, if you remember, I thought Super Hot Crew would win the series is because I thought to myself, the star players of ROCCAT, to me, are the jungler and the support. Meanwhile, the star players of Super Hot Crew are all the laners. So I thought just on raw skill, Super Hot Crew would outperform them. What I actually learned in that playoff series about ROCCAT is that, first of all, ROCCAT is probably one of the best teams in Europe at really quickly adapting to meta changes. This is exactly what they did last playoffs, where they adapted way better than all those other teams. Gambit, they did all right against SK. They beat Alliance in the fucking 4th place game. They were the same thing.
Wait, hold on, Thorin, why did you argue me before when I made the statement that the teams that know what's strong come out with they figure out the strongest shit and they bring it out and they're ready and they have these team comps ready? You argued that before.
Because this is the case that's different. The two teams that are losing in this scenario weren't amazing teams that play standard and play amazing to that level.
But then they found out some broken shit and they're wait a second.
Wrong way round.
We can win.
I'm talking about the opponents they beat. If the opponents they beat had been Alliance, if they'd beaten teams who were incredible and play standard, I think those teams would have still won. But okay, ROCCAT had this happen again as well. Supposedly, when ROCCAT did the famous Kale picks of Overpow against NiP when they beat them in the promotion tournament to get in, again, they'd barely played Kale before that, supposedly. They just came up with it on the fly, and they just adapted, and the whole point is the other team couldn't adapt to them. So actually, I now have a newfound respect for ROCCAT in that sense. I actually think that, okay, I still don't think they're players. I don't think I was wrong on the skill level of their players. I think some of their players are overrated as fuck. But I actually realised something about them that was subtle that I don't think I picked up on before. Do you have anything to comment on this, Monty?
I realized you had picked up something subtle.
That they're fast, they're really super quick to adapt to new shit, or they can do stuff that other people don't adapt to fast enough in EU.
I mean, that's what I think is good about ROCCAT when they're at their best. The problem is that when they don't have these new picks, they're just not as they just don't play as well. I think that if they don't stay on the cutting edge, then they're just not a very good team. But they have been able to identify some very, very strong picks historically and debut them first. And I think that they confuse their opponents in that way.
The other quarterfinal was SK versus Millennium.
Yeah, this was very surprising, I think.
No shit, Monty, because you picked Millennium to win. I picked SK to win.
I didn't think it was good.
Man.
Yeah, and I also didn't think that SK, even if SK won, that it would be so one-sided.
And here's the thing. What happened was, the reason Edward made it sound like I was an idiot for even suggesting SK would win, because he asked me why would I say SK would win. And I said SK would win because they would use the preparation time better and figure out a plan that would work against Millennium, who essentially is a team who just plays it out and relies on the strength of their laners to win the game for them. And that SK would have some sort of strategy a la Cloud9 coming into a best of 5, and SK would win. Now, I didn't know they'd win 3-0, but that's what happened, I think. I think if you look at the series, Millennium had no answer for what SK was doing. There was only one game Millennium could have won, and then Millennium couldn't figure out how to close the game or push. Thoughts?
Yeah, and Millennium too. They were, they seem kind of confused by the pick compositions that SK was running for the most part, and they were heavily into the assassins and split pushing. So, I mean, when we look at the Millennium team compositions, they're. I don't agree with all this top lane Aatrox shenanigans that's happening in Europe. I think it's not good, but
yeah, I don't know where that's coming from. They got like such a boner for him.
Yeah.
I mean, it helps that there's actually some good players at top lane in Europe.
Oh yeah.
Also, I don't.
Not the cesspool that is fucking NA right now.
Yeah, how many Aatrox games has Soa's been putting in?
Dude, Soaz doesn't play anything that anyone else plays. He plays whatever the fuck he wants and still wins on it.
Top Ziggs,
So
man.
bow
The
to
dream.
Lord Soaz.
But he ain't
is
playing
God.
no Aatrox, that's for damn sure.
No, because in Soaz's mind, that's probably the new meta. So he has to pick the shit that'll counter it, but not really. But he can make it counter it and then say that it counters it. That's the Soaz. We've already, don't worry, saying we've already gone deep into Soaz's philosophy. Soaz thinks that it's better to play Lee Sin top than Renekton, and says that Lee Sin scales better.
Wait, is that Voyboy? Actually, that was like a Voyboy's whole philosophy is that you like pick Lee Sin into Renekton and eventually outsplit push him and then like put pressure on him, which is true. But you'll get bullied the fuck early.
I mean, yeah, enough said about that. Anyway, so about the Millennium versus SK series. Monty, this must have changed your mind on SK a bit. These guys prepare incredibly.
They do, clearly. They had really good preparation. I really liked their picks and bans going into the match. I mean, it just seemed like Millennium really didn't have an answer, and their solo laners couldn't get rolling due to the assassins.
Because, I mean, I've made this analogy before, but to me it is a really apt analogy to put SK as like the Cloud9 of Europe. They don't have players who are... What's funny is in both teams, the star player is the jungler. And even then, in SK's case, it's not as extreme as Meteos is in NA. I think SK's jungler is just second or third best in Europe. He's not like out clear-cut number one. So the rest of their team, I don't think is like super-duper skilled. But you look at them as a unit, and they understand how they're going to win the game, what the enemy's going to do to win the game. They have their plan coming in. They can adapt mid-game. Dude, I love watching that team SK play. They're fun as fuck to watch. Precisely because of that fact, they shouldn't win the game just on the skills alone. But they do anyway, because they win without strategizing, out using better decision-making, finding an edge where there shouldn't be an edge, because this player thinks he's playing a favourable matchup, but actually we can play it in a different way. Thoughts on any of this stuff?
I think SK really pulled it together, and I'm excited to see now what they do in the rest of the playoffs, because they've shown that preparation is there. So I think that all of a sudden, the upcoming matches are going to be significantly more interesting as we move forward. So, I'm really excited about Alliance SK right now, because if they can do the same thing, we should have a really good series on our hands. Whereas I think ROCCAT...
They're going to get smashed by Fnatic.
I think they're going to get crushed by Fnatic.
I can agree.
Because the problem is, the same logic I'm going to use for ROCCAT and Fnatic. I thought Super Hot Crew would just win from the stronger individual laners. Fnatic definitely will have that, and it will show up in the playoffs. Whereas actually, Super Hot Crew didn't have it, and it didn't show up in the playoffs. So I think that one is it even debatable? Surely Fnatic's going to win that pretty easily.
One would think so, yeah.
You think so, Saint?
Yeah, I'd probably say so.
I think Fnatic is
Fnatic is
more...
a team that Fnatic just always comes out in best of threes, best of fives.
Sure.
Yeah,
that's their game.
Whereas in the other one, here's the funny thing. That setup I gave for SK there now is the ultimate test for that. If they really are some Cloud9 level team, this would be where they could totally prove it. Because if they could beat fucking Alliance, on paper, that should be impossible. It should be impossible for the SK roster to beat the Alliance roster in a best of 5. So if they win, that's going to be like some fucking MVP Ozone beats Blaze in the spring finals type shit, where you're going to have to win with just some incredible strategy that dominates your opponent and they can't recover from it, right, Monty?
I'm sorry,
can SK beat Alliance just playing standard only in best of 5?
Well,
No.
I don't think
it's
so.
gonna happen. Nope. Nah. I think
I mean, it would be miraculous if they won a best of 5.
No, they play too much off the wall stuff.
I mean,
the problem with Fnatic is you go.
No,
Okay,
Alliance we're talking about here.
Alliance.
Oh, Alliance.
The thing about what you said earlier, true, is that there's a degree to which preparation can hone a good team, but the preparation itself isn't going to be probably the deal breaker. I mean, maybe if there are two very, very evenly skilled teams. The thing about it is I don't see SK being fundamentally as skilled as Alliance is, and I don't know if SK can prepare adequately, especially given the fact that they have, only a few days to get it together against Alliance, who I think is just fundamentally on an individual basis more skilled.
Let me put it this way. The reason why I don't think Fnatic can win, I don't think SK can win that semis, because they would have to be the Mighty Ducks. They have to figure out some fucked up strategy that's going to work, and that's how they're going to win the game, okay? And unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen. And then when that doesn't happen, the only other way they can win is for Alliance to, for some reason, really underperform. I'm talking about players individually underperform, throw the game, do really shit, pick the wrong champions, and I can't see how that could happen from Alliance, because Alliance have too many good players. Let's say Wicked has a really bad series versus Freddy. So what? They have Froggen, they have Tabs, they have Yellow Star. It doesn't matter. It would take at least 2 Alliance players playing really badly for at least 3 games for SK to win, in my book. Anyone else have any thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's going to be. I think Alliance would have to. Yeah. I mean, that's the issue, though, is that I think Alliance did kind of choke in the playoffs last year, and they did underperform. And I think that maybe this is a pure speculation, but I think that there may be some nerve issues on that team just from observing their performance in the playoffs in the last season. Yeah. So if that happens again, I think that Shook may have some nerve issues.
He's just the player where it hasn't been established that he's able to perform under pressure yet. I think that you have to say that.
Yeah, you do.
Like, listen, Froggen, I'm pretty confident Froggen's going to be Froggen. That's not one I'm worried about.
Wicked, well, Froggen's a veteran of the world scene, so I think it's easier for him to keep his nerves under control.
Even if Wicked sometimes does a weird move or a weird throw, I think he's actually not a guy whose confidence gets shot. In fact, actually, I think that's sometimes his problem. He might be overconfident in scenarios. I don't worry about him. Tabs, I think, will be solid. To me, Shook and Nif are the two where I could see them breaking down in some way.
Really? Because for me,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think on the international stage a lot of times too. So he's not like he's new. I think Shook is like the only unproven player.
I think I think that the players that I would feel least confident in terms of experience are Tabs and Shook.
You want a fun fact, Saint? Nif has never won a tournament in his career.
Really?
It's impressive.
He's played since season 1, never won a tournament. He's been in a zillion semifinals.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people playing right now. I can say the exact same thing. So there hasn't been that many tournaments.
Saint, you've won 2 tournaments.
I know, isn't that sad?
You won 2. Oh, there you go. Kiss point.
But what I'm saying is there hasn't been that many tournaments ever since LCS has started. But
Dude,
I guess
he's played in almost every tournament. Come on.
All right.
And I'm not saying that's his fault.
I'm done back in NIF.
But I could just believe it's a factor. Okay, he hasn't necessarily shown he's going to do it. Okay, let me think. So we have the 2 there. When Alliance play Fnatic in the final, like we're all predicting, who do you think is going to win?
I think Fnatic's going to clutch it. I think that they're just such a clutch team in the finals that I think that they're going to come out on top.
Yeah, Fnatic always seems to like come out in the end. I don't know how. You're like, damn, these people are like, they suck. No, oh, never mind, they won. It always happens.
Because the funny thing is,
it seems like they don't give a shit up until like the last few weeks of LCS. Like that's how it always is.
I mean, I actually think Alliance is better than Fnatic, but they're not a better team, if that makes sense. Like, I think their skill is better. I think they could be a better team. But actually, as some of these things we've discussed here, as a general rule when doing analysis, I never bet on things that haven't ever been shown to happen yet. I never bet on potential. I always bet on the sure thing. And so the sure thing for me is that I know Fnatic will show up in the final if they come there. I know they'll bring a solid game, probably a very good game. And so for me, to Alliance to beat them, Alliance could go to the level to beat them, but I can't bet that they will because they haven't shown me that they would in a playoff yet.
Yep, I totally agree with that assessment.
Oh, by the way, that final would be fucking incredible. Think of the best of 3 last year in the semi-final. That was a perfect example of a semi, I always say, where after game 3, you were like, fuck, why isn't this a best of 5? What would happen in game 4 there, you know? Game 4 would have really decided it. Would Alliance have bounced back? Would Fnatic have just closed them straight out?
I really hope we see that. I really do hope we see that final. Because, like you're saying, it would be really entertaining. And there's a lot on the line in terms of that first place seed in being separated into a group that may not have a Korean team in it or something like that. So it could be really, really exciting.
I love how that's what you're aiming for. I was like, I just hope we don't get the damn Korean team.
Well, of course you do. That's what I hope. Hey, man.
Yeah, I mean, of course,
goes to Worlds, don't you hope? Okay, if you had to pick one group, if Curse goes to Worlds, let's say Curse gets to Worlds, what would be your biggest hope? Because for me, it's get in the group with no Korean teams. That's my hope. Number one hope.
Yeah, of course. I don't know, dude.
Like,
Samsung
I don't give a
did that
fuck
good last year.
who else
didn't
is
they?
in
Like,
that group.
in the Worlds? Then weren't they losing like?
Yeah, they did. They sucked last year at Worlds, but that's not
Maybe
going
they
to
could
happen
get lucky
again.
and they get like some choking going on. Like, here we go.
Jokes aside,
Okay. Really? Like, you think that's... Because that's the weird thing about Korea last year, was that we didn't actually get, like, the top 3 teams at the time in Korea going to Worlds, because the KT Bullets weren't there, right?
But you think KT Bullets is better than SKT at the time of Worlds?
No, I think they were the second best team.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Well, they lost 2 best-of-5s. I think we can say conclusively that SK Telecom was the better team than the KT Bullets, but I do think the KT Bullets were the second best team in the world at the time, and they didn't get to go. But I don't think that scenario is going to play out this year, because here's what's going to happen. We've got the tiebreaker between White and K. White's the favorite going into that. But let's say K wins. Okay, they're the better team right now. That's fine. We get Blue, who has shown that right now they are the best team for the last 2 seasons. They've been consistent. They've reached 2 finals in a row, 1-1. They'll probably win the next one. Okay?
Yeah.
Then we have White and K. Tiebreaker. They've been doing really well, both teams, all season long. Now they're in a deadlock, so whoever beats who probably deserves to go to Worlds. And then from there, it's either going to be White or K in the last qualifier, and then maybe there's an outside shot that the Bullets, Shield, or Arrows can like compete.
Come on, Arrows.
Yeah, I know. I'm all about the Arrow, man. I'm a huge Arrows fan. I love watching the Arrows. But I'm just saying that if that Arrows can go through that qualifier and then beat White or K, then I think we can say we actually have the 3 best teams from Korea this year.
It'll be a
That
much
was just
stronger
not.
showing
That was
last
just
year.
like not true last year. It was
Yeah, I
not
agree.
true.
It'll be a stronger showing than last year, of course.
and here's something beautiful to think of, by the way. No matter which team gets that 3rd spot, let's imagine it was Curse, or it was CLG, or it was Dig, or it was TSM. Those 4 teams, any of those mid laners going to Worlds would be beautiful, because then we don't even need to have these debates anymore. I want to see what Bjergsen is like versus all the best world's best mid laners. I want to see what Voyboy is like versus all the best mid laners. I want to see what Link is like. I want to see what Shiphtur is like. And let me just add a caveat. No, it doesn't count if Link and Shiphtur go and then they play and they just play fucking Ziggs and they win lane by 5 CS but they lose the game. That doesn't mean they won the lane and they won the game that game. No, that doesn't matter.
Somebody was showing me some statistic that Ziggs like hasn't won any OGN games this season or something like that.
I could believe that. I mean, Faker's lost a shit ton on him.
Yeah, he's like losing terribly in Korea. So I don't think
Dade
that's
may
gonna
have been able to pick up a couple wins.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Dada with the Ghost Flash, but he's had like a really terrible, like really low win rate or something. I'm pretty
Well,
sure.
it also you have to consider the teams that like to play Ziggs, which are like Najin, Shield, and SKTS.
That's true. Easy hand. Okay, yeah, I can see that.
So probably a factor. I mean, I don't think that Ziggs is particularly powerful at this juncture, but
Yeah, he's starting to fall out of favor. Because people figured out how to play against it.
well, yeah, I think the meta changes too. Then empowering different mid laners has been good to get Ziggs out of there, which is good because I hate watching that champion. I hate watching games with that champion in it. So
Wait, I just love to see him die. He's like the new Teemo. I love it.
Yeah,
like, I don't know.
I
People got
agree,
so
Monte.
mad about Nidalee mid, but man, Ziggs mid was way more worth being mad about because you like literally couldn't close games. With Nidalee, it was really easy to close a game. So when Nidalee got snowballed, at least you didn't have to suffer for like an hour.
Yeah. Ziggs is just like, all right, let's stall it out for like 2 hours and just fuck. It's so bad. I hated that.
So
who has a better chance for Worlds, Saint? The EU teams or the NA teams?
I mean, they're obviously both going to Worlds. I don't know. It depends on their groups. I think it all depends on the groups they draw.
Okay, give me a sense of why that would matter.
Because EU is going to send Alliance and Fnatic, and then like who you think is going to be third? Like maybe
SK.
I don't know, SK.
For both regions,
SK.
we don't really know. We've all agreed on who the top 2 at least are for NA. So let's just use those, okay? C9 and LMQ for NA. And we've got Alliance of Fnatic from EU. What's your sense on who's going to go furthest out of those?
I think
I'd say C9's gonna go the first out of all of them, but
I don't think
I
so.
don't know.
Why is that? What's giving you this hope? Your boy Meteos. Finally, Nocturne's going to farm them creeps and win that game.
The Nocturne, I love it. No, I don't know. I think that they have like a lot of good international experience now in best of fives, and I think they're like well prepared for it.
That's going to be the all-time greatest thing for anyone to have ever caught feelings over. Someone retweeting.
Yeah, dude, I just got I looked up the Cloud9 name and I just got a boner. Are you happy? Is that the answer you wanted?
Fair enough.
No, I just think that I just think they're gonna come through. I just get the feeling. I don't think it's off like any skill. Okay. Oh, actually, no. I'll go into it. All right. Alliance is fucking playing Riven jungle and shit and getting away with it in the ULCS.
Yeah. They're not good.
There you go.
Ridiculous.
Okay.
There, I'll give you a direct.
I can't believe how much Riven jungle they've actually managed to succeed with.
I'm like disgusted with it. All right. So the Alliance is not gonna go far. Like, get the fuck out of here with that Riven jungle. And then who you got out of that? fnatic, who like usually do make it pretty far. I think fnatic will make it further than Alliance will. But I don't know. I think dude, watch it just end up being Cloud9 versus fnatic again, and they don't even play any Korean teams, and we're just like, fuck. Like I hate it. That could happen again.
Well, one of them will definitely play a Korean team because we can only have one group without Korean teams in it.
Okay, that's true. Yeah, so let's say that one team makes it out and they just end up playing against each other. I mean, that might happen.
Speaking of groups, can we have a little discussion about this right now? Because I'm really scared that Riot isn't going to live broadcast group selection.
What does that mean?
They're not doing that? Or they're not going to draw the ball?
No, I don't know. Nobody has answered my questions.
They should just do how they do on the GM.
As in, we'll just hear one day, okay, this is the group that's being drawn.
Okay, let me, I really need to stress this because I find this really, really concerning.
Yep.
So, Riot has instituted, as many of you know, the group stage selection process, right? I'm going to try and find it real quick. Because they posted on the LoL esports website that this is how the groups will be drawn. And it's okay, in each different group, there's the first place NA, first place EU, first place Korea, first place China, all in different groups, right? Great, love it. And then they have it's pool one. So none of these teams can get in the same group. They've also said that no two teams from the same region can be in the same group, right? Great, love that too. The system is really, really good. I'm trying to find this right now. Oh, here it is. So let me just link you guys because it has the group selection chart in it, so we all know what we're talking about. Here you go.
Let's see it.
Okay, so it says Pool 1 is number 1 NA, number 1 EU, number 1 China, number 1 Korea. Pool 2 is number 1 SEA, number 2 SEA, number 2 Korea, number 3 Korea, number 2 China, number 3 China, number 2 NA, number 2 EU. Pool 3 is number 3 NA, number 3 EU, and then the 2 international wild cards. Okay, so like I said earlier on Twitter, my one complaint is that number 2 SEA isn't in Pool 3 and number 3 EU isn't in Pool 2, just because historically, if we look at region strengths, probably EU, who made the semifinals, shouldn't be in, they should be all in Pool 2. But whatever, that's that's not really a major complaint at all. And in fact, the system is really good.
Can you link me to that thing where it says that?
I just linked it to you in the chat.
Okay, cheers.
Okay.
Yeah. And then underneath it says right here, the group draw will occur according to the procedure illustration above. World's qualifying teams will be sorted into each pool according to their regional seeding. Pool 1 is protected pool of number 1 seeds from China, Europe, Korea, North America. Pool 2 will contain the number 2 and 3 seeds from those regions, in addition to Southeast Asia's top teams. Pool number 3 will be composed of the number 3 seeds from North America and Europe, as well as the International Wildcard Tournament. Each of the 4 groups will contain 1 team from Pool 1, 2 teams from Pool 2, and 1 team from Pool 3. Yep. Teams will be drawn randomly from the pools into the groups. There is a region limit governing the composition of the groups. No 2 teams from the same region can inhabit the same group. Yep. Once all the regional qualifiers have ended, the big group reveal will occur. Check back on lolesports.com for more specific details on that in the coming weeks.
First of all, you are definitely right. That is ridiculous that Southeast Asia number 2 gets to be ahead of NA and EU number 3. I would assume, though, that they've done that because you could only have one of those, because you have to have Southeast Asia number 1 in there. Otherwise, you're basically saying it's a total shit region that's as bad as wildcard. So maybe they didn't want to decide between NA and EU. So at least I get that,
I think I get that. It's whatever. It is a complaint, but like I said, it
suggests that they will just reveal
let me preface this with saying, for the most part, I love this system. No, for like, except for that one thing, I really like the system. I really like that we're gonna.
I mean, you can't argue that.
I really like that we're gonna get the number one seeds all in different groups. I really like that we can't have two regions, two teams from the same region, the same group, so we can actually see like a lot more action. Riot, I think this system is great. My big fear right now is this sentence: once all the regional qualifiers have ended, the big group reveal will occur. Okay, I agree that they shouldn't release the groups before regional qualifiers have ended because you do not want teams manipulating for specific seeds, right? Yep. Great decision by Riot. What I'm scared of is that they're giving us a system that says this is how it's going to be seeded, and it appears random, but unless there is a stream that proves that the system is done randomly, there's no accountability from Riot's end for not manipulating the group pools how they want. And how they want, more than likely, if I had to guess, is to say like, well, maybe we'll have the Korean team we'll have the one group without a Korean team in the number 1 or number 1 EU slots, and number 1 NA or number 1 EU groups. And why I say this is because OGN, whenever we do group selections, whenever we do bracket draws, it is always on camera with the players picking, so we know it's random. There's a bowl full of balls that the players grab, they open them up, and it has a team or a bracket seating, like a bracket location or a group letter in there.
Monty, I grab those balls. I know about grabbing
balls. Yeah, you got to grab the balls,
Let me give you a hypothetical here, Monty. I'm looking at this graphic now, so I'll create a group for you that I think is what you're worried about. That the big reveal comes up and you go there, and this is Group A. Number 1 team NA, number 2 team SEA, number 2 team EU,
international wildcard.
Yeah, one of the wildcards. That's the group.
Yeah, that is the fear, right? And there's such a small probability of that happening, but like, this is what I'm afraid of, that this happens. And the thing that I can say is that this is very similar to saying something like this. We live in a banana republic, okay? And, the dictator says, there will be a fair election, and this is how the election procedure will go, right? And he was like, here are all our checks and balances. Here is how we're going to, make sure that all the rules are in place. Yeah. And then at the end of the day, out of the magic black box, it's like 95% for the dictator.
P.S.
Like, what?
Wait, do you think? All right, so hold on. Do you think Riot's gonna rig the games so that there's good matches?
I don't.
No, good matches so that and EU team makes the round of 8.
I'm not saying they're going to do that. I'm saying I want to see on a live stream so that I know that's not happening, and I think that is a reasonable request.
Okay. That's
Monty. I actually have.
I think you have to. I think you have to have that transparency and accountability. I think you have to have it.
I disagree that this is the best system, that this is a good system. Okay, here's why. Because what they've done so far, I like the basics of it, but I have a way that you can improve it immediately. So what they've done here is make these 3 pools of teams, right? Within the pools, seed the pools. So there's no way that number 2 Southeast Asia can come out in a spot that could have been number 2 EU or number 2 China just by random. So as a result, if you seed the pools themselves, then if I get number 1 Korea, then presumably I'll get one of the weaker ones in pool 2. But I can never have the group that is the worst team in pool 1, the worst 2 in pool 2, and the worst in pool 3, all in one group. That shouldn't. Yeah,
you're right. That does make the potential for a very.
And that's not even with rigging. That's just randomly. You can have a really stupid group. Vice versa, you could have a group that is the best team in pool 1, the best 2 in pool 2, and the best in pool 3. Well, that'll be unfair again, So there's one way.
End up with like a shitty quarter and
semifinal. A group of death. Yeah. And here's a second thing that I have a problem with, Monty. When you look at the wording, look at the bracket stage. In the bracket stage, there is no mention of draw for the bracket stage. So as far as I can tell, they're just going to have what it says here, A1 versus B2, right? Well, immediately, if A1 has Samsung Blue in, and they happen to get upset by the second best Chinese team, okay, then if I'm the team who's in position with my last game to decide if I come first or second in the other group, I'm going to purposely lose that so that I don't have to play Samsung Blue in the round of 8. I'd rather play the Chinese team who I think is weaker. It actually promotes rigging the games if you're a team who has a chance of winning the whole tournament and you have that
Right.
last game. It's not going to happen every time, but it essentially promotes it.
Yeah, I
And
think.
by the way, in
I mean,
Counter-Strike, we used to do these groups, and that used to happen. If you knew the best team had lost,
Yeah.
you'd purposely make sure you came second to not play them.
Yep. Yeah, and also I think the only way to deal with that is to say, well, you do a bracket stage draw like they do in Champions, which is as soon as the groups are over, you just like every first place team picks a second place team, and then the second place team chooses a location on the bracket, and you can't have teams that were in the same group meet each other in the quarterfinals.
Yep.
But then again, you can just like ridiculously stack, for example, it's very easy to argue and true that one side of this season's champions was significantly harder than the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, but this system doesn't eliminate that anyway. The system they have doesn't change that being stacked
it's
anyway.
true.
That's actually irrelevant on this one. But yeah, it's true.
That's
That is
true.
a flaw of what you're mentioning.
But the problem with what you say about seeding the teams in different pools, so you'd say like in pool one, number one would be Korea, number number two would be China, number three would be EU, number four would be NA, is that who is the judge in that situation? And I know I know how you feel about formats, and like you would just say like, well, there should be like some like grand arbiter who like decides what the seeds are. I know, but I'm just saying that's also
I'd rather
a flaw.
argue the Grand Arbiter was wrong than random fate picking a number out of a box.
All right.
I
fair
have more
enough.
faith in the Grand Arbiter than a random process that views the shittest team as good as the best team. Even the Grand Arbiter would never pick Southeast Asia number one to be the best team in Pool 2. No Grand Arbiter in the world who you could assign would pick them to be the best.
That's true.
So even in that case, it's impossible for them to be worse than random selection.
Wait, where's the wild card slot in the groups?
Pool
Those two
3.
are in the last. That's also a problem in itself. I'm sorry, but the wild card slots are not as good as NA number 3 and EU number 3. That is a ridiculous system where they are. They're not. I mean, luckily in that scenario, they're the ones that won't matter because they're not going to get in a round of 8 anyway, probably. So actually, that probably will end up not being a big deal. Do we have anything else? I think we've almost done everything. Let me think. Oh, we have.
Well, we
LGN
should talk about finals. Yeah, come on. I just wanted to just cap off this conversation with saying, like, I am not accusing Riot of like manipulating brackets or anything like that. I just think that for the competitive integrity of the esport, that it is important to be transparent with group draws, and the fact that I have tried to figure out if they're live broadcasting this. I have asked Nick Allen on Twitter, no response. I asked D-Man when he posted it. I was like, I think the system's great. Is there going to be a live broadcast of the group draw? He said, I don't know. I just found out about it. Like, please, someone tell me if there is going to be a live broadcast. I can't do more than I've already asked. And I think that there must be a live broadcast because, like I said, I agree you shouldn't release groups now to prevent teams from fixing for certain seeds or for certain groups. But I also think that you owe it to the fans to have a live broadcast of the group draw so everybody knows 100% that it is actually random, that you're actually following the system that you put in place, because otherwise there will 100% always be accusations that it was rigged, whether it was or not. So show it. Just show it to us. It's not that hard. Happens 3 times a year on OGN. Just do it.
As usual, Koreans are even better at designing systems, drawing balls out of a fucking ball. They're just better at everything, aren't they? Yeah.
Okay.
Saintvicious, who will win the OGN final? Do you even know who's in it?
Samsung.
Yeah, and who else?
Furiously
Googling. Who could it be?
Actually, I don't even know the other team.
Is
Is
Paker in it? Who do you think? It's Kitty Arrows.
No, Faker's not in it. Yeah,
You
KT
love the KT Arrows. You just said you were excited about the KT Arrows.
No, I think KT Arrow's gonna win. Just because I like Kakao.
Do you believe in the power of a jungler to carry a team?
Hell no. Take the whole damn team.
No. What do you think?
Actually,
their odds are to win?
I honestly don't think KT Arrows is gonna win though. Just because of like, I think that what patch are they playing it on? At 4.14? Because they're playing the playoffs on 4.14. Do you know, Monty?
Yes, the finals are going to be 4.13. 4.14 is not happening until the NA playoffs.
Okay, I think Arrows can win then in that case. Although I just think like 4.14, they're nerfing Rengar.
We don't know what they're nerfing, Saint.
Hey, it's on the PB, dude. It's on
No,
there.
it's
You
not.
can see
Those
it.
aren't final patch notes. We don't know for sure.
Well, Lee
All
Sin's
right.
already nerfed, okay? Already. He's already been nerfed on 4.13. Okay, and that's one of Kakal's best junglers, all right? Elise has been nerfed. There's so many junglers that have been nerfed. Yeah. I'm gonna cry. Whatever. I still give it. Actually, I'm just gonna give the Samsung team. I wish Arrows would win, but fuck it.
Yeah, I think the Arrows are a really fun team to watch. I really hope they go to Worlds because they've got such an explosive style, and I desperately want to see them play against international teams. Like, if you ask me right now, I've seen so much of K playing internationally that I don't even care about watching them anymore, like playing international teams. You're like, if Monte Cristo, what would be your preference? I'd be like, yeah, Arrows, because I want to see how they do against like all these other teams from around the world.
They
Like,
never
I know
played
how
internationally, right?
No, they haven't.
Okay.
Except for Cacao.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't buy into either of your philosophies. I don't want to see the team that's
No,
exciting
Cacao
and
actually
fun and
Cacao
new.
didn't.
Yeah, he did.
Did he actually play against Gambit ever? It was InSec the first
Yeah.
time.
Well, let me think.
It was InSec in the jungle at MLG Dallas.
No, but he did play against foreign teams though. He played in like those inter-Asian tournaments.
Yeah. He
He
played.
never played any Western team though.
Yeah, that's right.
So
That's all that matters, right, Thorin?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about teams that are underdogs winning and the better team are getting beaten up. I love when teams are when you're the king. I think you should dominate the peasants and you should make them pay their fucking tax. And you're the goddamn king. You have the birthright of God. You should rule with an
You gotta
iron
call him
fist.
Lord, right? You
Yeah,
gotta call him
exactly.
Lord.
And they should grovel before you and show penance. And you should scorch the land if they don't do what you say. So I think Samsung Blue should fucking crush KT Arrows so hard that fucking Cacao just quits and becomes like a streamer. He becomes like Apto, and he starts like elo boosting girls and shit. Like he can't even play after the way they dominate his fucking brains. That's what I want to happen. And not
I
only
don't
that,
think it's
Monty,
gonna happen at all, though.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be a close series.
Here's the reason why. Because I think that you guys over mythologize the fun team. Okay, it's like that girl. She's crazy. She's a lot of fun. She takes you out in the rain. It's crazy times. You're having awesome sex. You're getting going on those weekend getaways. But you have to come back to real life eventually, and you don't marry that girl. She's crazy. You just have fun with her. That's all she is. She's a fun girl. You marry the reliable girl, the girl who's got the brains. She manages the checkbook. She's going to be a good mother of your children. That's who you marry. And as a result, you always go with the reliable team. So Samsung Blue all the way, and I want to see SKT at Worlds. And that's why I want the reliability.
No.
All I want,
No,
Sid,
no,
is
no,
someone
no.
I can rely on. That's all I want.
But see, that's the thing is that we know Samsung Blue, the reliable woman, is going to be there at Worlds already. We can marry her. She can win the World Championship. But I want to have the fling with the crazy girl at Worlds before
Damn,
Samsung
Monty
Blue
wants a girl on the
wins.
side, dude.
Yeah.
This is like his bachelor party. His bachelor
No, but
party
actually,
before Worlds.
on a side note, on a real note, actually, the reason I would like to see K at Worlds personally is because the only K we've seen versus foreigners before was the super dominant one who was going to definitely win and beat everyone. Whereas
Wait,
now
I
I
still
don't
think they would shit on like every
Well,
NA
most
team.
of them,
What?
but I'm not certain that out of the three that are going to go, I think they're the most likely to lose. Therefore, I'd like to actually see, does anyone have a chance to beat K in this form? Because actually, if K goes now and K stomps everyone except the Korean teams, then we can just call a wrap on this shit. We can go like, you know what? Forget about these Western teams. It's over. Fucking broken
The dream
down
is dead.
Dengi and Piglet are like stomping pub noobs' heads. Like, that's it. It's game over at that point. If the Afro Moon double lift bot lane can't win against the SKT bot lane, call it a fucking wrap. Call yourselves the best looking fat stripper. You're not that good. It doesn't matter anymore. Take that to the bank, double lift.
Okay.
Put Trinity Force on that one and call it a bad move, motherfucker. Yeah. Anyway, what do you think of that as a general concept? Removing all the offensive shit and just making analysis.
Oh man, I think that I agree with you that it would be interesting to see it in that situation, but I do think, like I said earlier, that the best three teams from Korea at the moment are going to get to go due to the system that's in place and the fact that the teams have been the top teams have been pretty consistent over the course of the last season. We don't have any like weird outliers like Najim Blacksword last year, and you know Ozone gonna choke, and the fact that it's in Korea I think will also help. So it would be fun to see K in the regard that you're saying, but it's just that I prefer personally, and I am curious. It's my own curiosity to see how the KT Arrows do. That's it. I do think that SKT K is the more consistent team.
We live at the whim of your curiosities and satisfying those. That's what life's all about, right?
Well, that's what CLG is all about.
Well, no,
satisfying his
that
curiosity.
says a lot right there, yeah. I wonder
that's
what would
a joke,
happen
guys.
if I did try
That's
to
a
get
joke.
Double F to play this champion. Only one way to find out.
No, but I would like to see the Arrows because I think I am curious as to how their style would compare to other teams in the West. Because the thing about the Arrows is they are such a dominant early game team that I want to see how big of a lead they can get against like other foreign teams, because they're able to just pull out ridiculous leads through near perfect early game play as it is.
Monty, I have some questions. Oh, keep going, sorry.
Well, the thing about Blue is they're kind of the opposite. They have a weaker early game at the moment, but they can come back from nearly anything.
We had
I don't think that's that. I don't think that's this game anymore, though.
Okay, come on then, son. Give me the goods. Give me the goods.
Wait, the goods.
What
No,
type
I
of
just
game
think
is
it's
it,
like.
Saintvicious?
Well, I mean, it's just like the champions that are being picked are moving away from champions that stall out games, and then I think like as long as Trist and like Ogma are prioritized in like the right way, then you might see like that early game lead snowballing a lot better.
Well, I mean, I do think we still have a lot of like late game hyper tanks like Mundo and Alistair and Maokai coming into play, so you can stall it out. But
around.
Yeah, the Samsung Blue though is like they can also stall out games because they're so good at team fighting. That's how they come back into games. Is they?
But I think that's one of Arrow's strong points, though, is that they're amazing at team fighting. You just watch the way that they. I think not just the team fight itself, but how they set up the team fight, like the ways they come in and they're flanking. Like everybody's down to flank in that game. Like the AD carries down to flank in their games.
Yeah,
like showing up.
And
yeah.
rookie is really good. He's probably he's probably the third best mid laner in Korea.
Are you really just gonna let Saint say that like Arrows is really good at team fighting when they're
they
playing
are
with
good.
Samsung Blue?
Well, they're not as good. They're not as good. Samsung Blue is the team fighting gods of Korea for sure.
Exactly. Their one strength is the thing that the other team's better at, and what the other team.
Oh no, wait. When's the last time they played each other though?
Who
it's
gives
been a while,
fuck?
right?
That's because KT Arrows sucks too much to ever get to play them.
All right. Wait, this is probably their best season, okay?
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
the time of the
it's
Arrow.
unquestionably their best season.
Their best season is the one where
season.
they just edged SKTS 3-2. Congrats! Here's a fucking medal. Wait,
that series is terrible. Okay, hold on. That in their defense, that series is terrible. You know that.
I know it was terrible. You want me to give you a bold prediction here, Saint?
Okay.
When KT Arrows finishes second, it will be the only time in history the team who finished second don't look really sad at the prize ceremony. Because they'll be like, holy shit, we finished second? Give me that check. Yay!
All right, here's where like the cacao laughs are going to be spammed in chat. Like they're coming. There's going to be like 50,000 of them. Here they come.
So there was more Korean LoL played since the last show though, Monty. NLB. First things first. True. I always make you, Monty. I never let you get away with just winning on both sides. You have to pick one or the other, okay? It's like fucking Saw. Pick one. Like I have the two choices for you. Here's the two you get to choose between, Monty. Either stealths are a really good... I'm tempting you already. This is a trick though. Either stealths are really good, Monty, and that's how they were able to go 3-2 with SKT. And at the same time, SKT is bad. So which one is it?
Wait, hold on. Actually, from an objective standpoint, stealths played like a really good game. It's just they're just not as good at players. This is really what that comes down to. Like I think their teamwork is really good.
And Trace is a fucking man, dude. That guy's amazing.
Okay, but here's the problem. If they're really, really good stealths, then actually SKT aren't as good as we thought, right?
Well, I would rate the stealths in the top 6 in terms of Korean teams, and I would rate SKT K as like top 3.
So that series didn't bring SKT down at all for you. It boosted stealths, but didn't bring SKT down.
No, it didn't boost stealths. I thought stealths were top 6 all along.
Okie doke.
I'm the one who thinks the stealths are good.
Yeah, he just wants you to like
I
shit
always
on
thought
them, like
the
they're
stealths were
terrible.
good. I think the stealths are like number 6.
And who was number 5?
Let's see. If I would rate blue, white, K, arrows.
It's got to be a Najin team, so which one is it?
It's probably sword right now, actually. It's probably sword
bandwagon.
right now.
Bandwagon.
You put stealth
No.
over...
Bandwagon.
Yeah, I put stealth over shield.
Okay.
So
that sounds about right,
You've got
to be honest.
sword over stealths.
Yeah,
You remember when sword lost to SKTS?
I do.
You just hate SKTS, dude.
No, I think they're like Voyboy. They're just not very good, and they should accept it and stop thinking they're really good. I don't,
Yeah.
dude. Fucking EasyHoon isn't going to get on here like, why are you saying that? I'm actually good in practice.
He
Like,
probably
he's just-
doesn't even speak English, dude. How's
You
he supposed to
racist,
get on?
racist, you racist piece of shit. Get out of this team. No, he probably doesn't speak any fucking English.
Yeah.
That's why I love the idea that like Faker said to Froggen, like, yes, it is. But it was probably Froggen came up like, hey, Faker, don't you think totally that in the LeBlanc versus the Carthus matchup that the Carthus wins and they pull him out of the lane with it, and then Faker was like, yes, and then he turned to some guy, who the fuck is that? That's how I imagine that conversation went.
Nope, they know who Froggen is. They talked about Froggen in their comms, actually, in terms of when they recorded their NLB stuff. You watch the subtitles of their NLB match, their
Monte,
NLB finals.
I don't want to expose the hidden curtain here. I think that Faker probably knows who Froggen is. I don't actually think that he isn't aware.
Good.
I don't think
wanna
he's
spread
like,
lies.
these white guys all look the same to me. Who is that? Is it Froggen? Is that? Yeah, I don't think it's like that. Obviously, it's a joke.
No, there's a lot of respect for Froggen.
So here's my second question. SKT won fairly. They won the NLB, but how can you? Okay, here's the problem, Monty. You say because Stealth did really well that doesn't bring SKTS down, K down rather. SKT K have looked like shit in that semi-final and weren't even that good in the NLB final, but Faker was like 1v9ing. Wrong? If their team's so good, how is he 1v9ing?
Come on, those games weren't that bad.
Dude, SKT K should be rocking sword.
Well, no, the sword games were less about a 1v9 because Impact played really well over the course of that series.
Holy fuck. So on one hand, you're telling me Sword is the 5th best team, and yet you're simultaneously telling me K is the 3rd best team, and yet K barely won against the 5th best team. Why?
Yo, they still won against the who gives a shit.
K barely won against.
So they're either 4th or 3rd then. They're either one of the they're like
now let
barely
me apply
winning.
the same logic to Saintvicious. Well, S still won against Sword, therefore how could Sword be ahead of S? Like, come on man, which is it? One or the other?
I don't think S is that bad of a team either, though.
Where do
they
you
just
have
have
S,
like
then?
I
Where do
don't
you
think
have S?
Marin's very good.
Where would you rank S?
Probably like 7th.
Yeah.
I would say 8th, 7th, 8th.
You guys are just fucking raping language right now. You have English held down and you're just fucking
Yeah,
it to
but the
oblivion.
thing is, you like base everything off of one best of 3. Like, who gives a shit? Like, come on now.
It was a best
Or
of
a
5.
best of
but
5.
anyway.
Okay, best of 5. You get based off of best. Who
No,
cares? It's one
here's the-
series.
here's
Here's
the
one
problem.
I
one
think the
series.
best of 5. I think the best of 5 is the best metric that we have to actually make these judgments. And like
It is, but like a month later, that could like be completely different. You
Here's-
know that.
Here's the problem, Saint. If you're going to start going around saying that the team who is the 7th best in Korea is good, then what's the point in the word good existing? Everyone's
Well,
good.
hold
There's
on.
7 teams that are
Hold on.
good.
Do you think S would beat the majority of NA and EU teams?
They would,
No.
yes.
Okay, so they're good.
Oh, the majority, yeah. I don't think they
Yo,
beat
you
all
think
of them, no.
C9's good? You think LMQ's good? You think Alliance is good?
I
You
think
think
C9
Fnatic's
could
good?
beat. I think C9 would beat S in a best of 5.
Oh, but it
I
never
don't think
happens.
so.
Who gives a shit? I don't think. Yeah.
Fuck you! You're the one who brought it up in the first place. Why ask that? I should have said that to you. Well, never happened. Why is it matter? Live your life,
Yeah.
Saint. Talk about real shit.
All right. Well, I still think S would win versus any of those teams. So they're a good team.
Wow.
Okay.
Why do you hate America, Saint?
Wait, they just don't have good. Good League of Legends teams. What?
I know. Especially
I don't
those,
mean I hate 'em.
especially those,
Hey, hold on, Thorin,
especially
just
those
because I
mid-ranked
critique
mid
them
laners.
as-
They
as-
really fucking suck.
Yeah, just because
I
I
know.
critique them, all right, doesn't mean that I hate them personally.
Who's
Remember,
better,
Thorin?
Easy Hoon or Voyboy?
Right, Easy Hoon.
Yeah, no shit. Why you hating?
Who's-
Why you hating on Voyboy? Man,
Yeah,
live.
that-
All I hear on so many insights is just people trashing me. Even people on my B team.
It comes full circle. All right, let's
Even
move
my
on.
own bench is wrecking me. So no, no. Let's not move on. You don't want to talk about Faker fucking going God mode in 2 best-of-5s.
No, I do want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about Easy Hoon versus Voyboy.
No one does.
Impact did good too, though.
Even Easy Hoon doesn't want to talk about that.
I think Impact is like so underrated. Like he fucking hard carries games.
Yeah. Except all those other games that he didn't and he shit the bed in. But aside from those, yeah.
Okay. Wait, there's actually a lot of games where Fakers shit the bed. Like
start naming some for me if you can off the top of your head.
Okay, hold on. Let me just like pull out my like things. But I've seen games where like Faker has not done good, like because he's been focused by their team. They're like, we got to take this Faker guy out. Like he's gonna win the game. We got to fucking target.
That's an interesting theory. I don't know that ever happened though.
Wait, it has happened.
It'd be pretty memorable if it happened. Though,
I'd have to like go through the fucking games and like
no. Just go from your memory. What you're talking about right now? What are you basically
okay, I
saying
remember
right
a game
now?
from like 6 months ago, but it has happened. All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Believe it or not, Faker has had bad games. I know it's like hard to believe.
So Saint has hit smites. Faker's had bad games. I believe these could be true, but I'd need to see evidence.
Yes, Faker has had bad games.
Monty, I believe your job is to watch Korean League of Legends. Has Faker had bad games?
I think when Faker has been camped early game, the thing that's great about Faker is he always makes he always has a major impact in the late game, even if he is down on score. He does more with the little that he has than most other mid laners.
Yep.
No, but I'm just going to ask Monty this question for real. Your job is to watch fucking Korean League of Legends. Can you, off the top of your head, name even 3 games where Faker shit the bed?
No, I'm thinking about one game on Orianna where he was like 0-4 in laning phase right now, but he still hit shockwaves that helped his team immensely in that situation. So like, it's like you can camp him, but he's still going to have a major effect on the game.
I think all Thorin looks at is like the laning phase or something. He's like, ha, heck, so has beat that guy top.
I don't
like,
really
what?
see that. I don't really see that Faker does have the bad games though. Like
what amazes me, Saint, is that you don't. On every topic, excluding your teammates, you only look at what's happened and you only judge that and you refuse to accept any hypothetical. But as soon as we start talking about people on Curse, suddenly you're all about the hypotheticals. You're all about the potential TM. You sound like a CLG member from, well, you are one, but slightly after your time, the ones who had those fucking bad splits where it's like, no, Link will be the best player in NA one day and Dexter...
Wait,
no,
what am I being hypothetical on? What am I like
Voyboy's
being...
some awesome mid laner. Fucking
BunnyFuFu
will be better than Xpecial.
Comparative to NA and to NA mid, sure.
BunnyFuFu will be better than Xpecial. The best support of all time in your region.
Wait, come on now. We had Edward. Come on.
Okay. That's a pretty harsh...
I think Afram was better than Xpecial. Like, come on
ever.
now.
In history.
No, historically, Xpecial has kept a very high level.
I think Afram might need to win more than one playoff series in his career to get that title. I'm just going to say
I don't care about wins to determine who's like better or worse. I can just like look at their play. It's a team game. It's a fucking team game. There's 5 people in the team.
No, that's absolutely right. Yep, you're right. You're absolutely right. But here's the point. Okay, here's the point. You can't say results don't matter at all, though.
Okay.
Name me a support player who's won as many games as Aframu has, who's amazing, but we just secretly don't know because he's never won any games. You couldn't name one in any region in the world. Every other region in the world, you're picking people who are the winners as the best players.
Mata
won fucking OGN and then made it to the semi-finals 4 times in a row.
Mata won OGN in his rookie season.
Made it to the semi-finals 4 times in a row.
No, I didn't mean to say Mata. I meant to say Mafa. That was it.
Mafa fucking sucked, dude.
I thought he was really good.
He was only good in that one split where people were starting like fucking Doran's shield and no one could be killed who was a support.
Wait, those are the best.
He was good on fiddlesticks.
Mafa was overrated as fuck. He was one of the worst players on that team.
No.
On that team?
He was a mid-tier support.
But hold on, who else on that team? I can't even fucking remember.
Ryu, Kakao, Insect.
Okay, Score was pretty average. Ryu, didn't he get benched from the team?
No,
Ryu was the best player on the team.
No, he wasn't. Kakao was.
Well, he was the second best then. Dude, I'm not on this hype trend that everyone's on now that Ryu's shit. Before Faker crushed Ryu was like the only person who was contending with Faker for the best title.
Wait, I played against Ryu. He is really good. But it's like...
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? He smashed you.
Yeah, he did. Wait, I'm not the mid laner. What?
Yeah,
Get out of here.
The wonderful NY Jackie, another one of those awesome players who, when Curse let him go, went straight to our top bidder and became a good... Oh, no, he didn't actually. He just bombed out the scene completely. My bad.
Damn, dude, you just hate Curse.
No, I just put them accurately where they are. in the dumpster. No. They're like the fifth. Dude, it's not a joke that Crs finished fourth.
You're the kind of guy that would like say, no, but based on like your whole, based on your whole like view and everything, you're the kind of guy who would say Big Fat GG was a bad player. That's the kind of guy you are.
After season 1, he was a bad player.
So the guy who was like, many people would say was the best player in the world.
After season 1, he was a bad player.
What are you trying to say? He's like was never a good player though. Like who cares what happened afterwards?
Are you even listening to what I'm saying?
Yeah, but who cares what happened afterwards? At the point,
yeah, who cares what happened in 90% of his career? Let's look at only the first 10% when
hold on, what do you mean 90% of his career?
He played all of season 2 and half of season 3.
Yeah, I thought he did pretty good in season 2.
No, he was one of the biggest liabilities on the whole fucking team. It was the era of the mid laner, and then you couldn't do shit versus all the good mid laners.
Well, who was he against? He was against like Froggen, who was like a fucking monster at the time. Yeah, Alex Itch was a monster at the time. Reginald.
Skara.
Yeah, I would say Reggie's probably better than him at the time. Later in the season though. But I'm talking about like season 1 though. Okay, the whole point is like in season 1, GG was really fucking amazing, right? But your whole point is like afterwards, like because you did bad afterwards, they were a shit player and they were terrible, right?
Nope. My point is exactly what you just said. In that era, he was good. In this era, he was bad. And so,
then, like, why bring up the Jackie thing? Where you're like, ha, he's in the dumpster now.
My point about that was an obvious one, not about NY Jackie, but about Crs as a team, which is that why did you have a player who, when you let him go, 0 teams jumped to get him because no one thought he was good. He's not even on a good challenger team. He bombed completely out of the scene. That suggests he wasn't good even when you had him.
Okay.
I don't see where the diss is there. Surely the entire NA scene is dissing NY Jackie. We're not picking him up to a team. Apparently they don't think he's any good.
What team would he have gone on?
Anyone. Fucking Complexity, I don't know, fucking Velocity, any of these shitter
Complexity
teams.
got relegated then. Velocity got relegated then.
No, that was... Let me think. Yeah.
That was when Velocity and Complexity got relegated.
Okay. So any of these teams.
Dig had Skara.
Yeah.
Okay. What was the other team?
Yeah. Wait a second. Dig had Skara, yeah? Tell me more about Skara in summer season of last year. Tell me more.
Wait, I never thought Skara was a good player, ever.
You've just done the opposite of what I just did, motherfucker. You're doing a big fat GG on him. He was good at one point in time.
No, he wasn't. Skara was never a good player, ever.
Skara, start your tweet right now. Why is Saint always hating on me on so many insight? They're always trashing me. They don't even credit me. Like, why are you hating on Skara, bro? He was really good on Diana.
Yep, that champion. The mechanics.
Okay, what was NY Jackie going on?
Morgana,
stuff like Morgana. Morgana, Oriana.
Okay. Well.
TF. Wait, I thought Jackie was better than Skara.
Historically, no. Maybe at times. Historically, no. Monty, you don't just sit there fucking silently while he just says shit like that and you're like, I agree with him by my silence. I am complicit in this bullshit. Which is it, mate?
This is before, dude, this is the time when Monty was showing up with like his giant ring and shit. Like, Monty had just like showed up on the scene.
So you're saying Monty was trash as well?
I was trash.
he was still at the MLG.
Okay.
I remember meeting him there.
Monty, who is better historically, NY Jackie or Skara?
You're gonna go on tournament wins. Like, that's all it's even gonna go into.
No, Skara's in-game knowledge was about 10 times better as well. NY Jackie didn't even know how to shut up about Edward joining the team.
Have you ever been in a game with Skara?
No, I haven't.
Then shut the fuck up,
okay. Sorry, Saint.
Shut the fuck up.
Let's just delete all of your opinions about players you didn't play in a game with from this episode. I'm gonna have my editor go back and delete them all.
I didn't bring up in-game knowledge. I'm not like, you know what? Faker has like amazing in-game knowledge. Like, I'm sitting there with him. He's like calling those shots. I don't know what the fuck like Faker's saying.
Let me rephrase that. Not in-game knowledge, game knowledge.
Okay. How do you know that?
Talking to them.
Talking to them. Okay. Out of game, talking to them. There's a lot of players that out of game have really high game knowledge. It's a matter of translating that into in-game.
No, I've seen that from this episode. It can be quite a task.
Yeah. So how do you see that?
mean, we talk about Chowster that way all the time. Guy has very, very good game knowledge, but wasn't able to translate it as effectively as we might have liked.
Monty, please come in on who you think is better historically, Skara or NY Jackie.
I said Skara.
Right? Okay. What do you think on this whole topic that Saint is bringing up about rating players? Apparently I'm wrong to ever use results.
Based on era.
I should never use results, apparently. I should only look at the player in isolation on his team and that's it.
Well, then that comes in the whole team thing, with the 5-person thing. Like, who gives a shit?
I even agree with you, but you're going to the other extreme and saying never include the results. I think it's a mixture of two, And actually, what's funny is I generally lean towards your aspect, that if the player plays... Like, okay, I'll give you an example. I don't think Doublelift was trash just because CLG was really bad and we're finishing 5th place. I think he was still a good player, maybe not at his peak, so I can isolate him like that. But to go the other way and go, oh, don't count results at all, that's ridiculous.
I mean, your favorite player too, Lord Flame.
So by your logic, saying I can say Flame is the best top laner in every era.
I mean, he was pretty damn good when Blaze was doing pretty good, even though they weren't winning stuff. They won, what, one OGN and then an MLG?
No, they won.
But he not with Flame.
Never mind.
Oh, yeah, they had another player. That's right.
They won an IEM. They won WCG. They won NLB.
Oh, no,
we're
not even going to count IEM, dude.
We're not going to count IEM that had Frost and Gambit and SKT in.
I don't give a shit. It's still a fucking IEM, dude.
Well, then none of your wins count from your career because they were
none of my wins
teams.
count.
Who gives a fuck about them? You beat TSM in the final. Congrats.
Yay.
You beat TSM with the Rain Man in the final and the odd one. I think the fucking.
I don't even know how to respond
I
to
think
that.
the movie The Rainmaker is a better League of Legends player than the Rain Man. It's a great movie, by the way.
We're just getting
John
into shit
Grisham.
talk.
Yeah,
What
whatever.
was the original point in all this? I don't even remember.
It was when I was trying to ask Monty to elucidate on Faker 1v9ing, and you started getting in how good Impact is.
He is really damn good. He carries that team a lot.
Where is Impact rated in the top laners in Korea, Saint, for you? It's weird how you guys are so quick with the opinions. I ask you to put a number on it. Suddenly you're like...
But now we're doing an individual
who
sense.
plays
like,
an OGN?
It's coming out of the team-wise thing,
No,
dude.
no. That's the whole point. You're using your criteria, which isn't the results. You're just going to tell me who you think the tops are. Because you can... Listen, somehow you know that he's
I've never
good.
played against him. Have I, played 1v1 against Impact? Played him in
since
lane?
you haven't played against him, you can't know he's good. Therefore, ipso facto, ignore that result then.
No, it's okay. When you play against somebody, you get a feel for how they really play,
yeah.
or the pressure they put in the game.
Well,
it's
luckily,
true.
you haven't played against any of the Koreans, so therefore you'll be able to objectively view.
Wait,
them
I
all
played
from the
against
same
more
point.
Koreans than you have, buddy.
Yeah, congrats. How many of the Koreans have you played against in the top lane?
Actually, you know what's funny? I think you brought this up to Dom. Talking about Acorn when he was in his amateur games, or not amateur games, but the early stage of an OGN.
Yep.
They got knocked out by a team that was
ROMG.
apparently they were a shitty team. Yeah, you probably remember, right? And now he's on one of the top teams.
Yeah, back when he was Chunju.
So you played against one of the best top players now, back when he was nobody trash in the worst team in the group. Okay.
Well, I'm not bringing any of that up. I'm just saying it's just funny.
Please tell me how good Impact is.
I don't know. I've never played against him.
Fuck me.
I think-
Monty Cristo,
I think-
tell me about how good Faker is. I know you haven't played against him, but try and manage anyway.
Wait, no,
If you can
Faker's in my
possibly put
solo queue
together-
games. And no, when you play against Faker, it's a presence thing. They just play, you feel it. They play differently.
Yeah. So Faker has presence because you feel him differently. Saint has presence. He gives you barons. He gives people chances to get back. Whatever. It's a shit joke. Keep going, Monty. Tell me about Faker.
I think Saint is some sort of Jedi that has to feel the presence of other people.
Yeah, dude. I gotta, what is it? They're metaphorins or whatever the fuck that shit is. I don't know.
Midi-chlorians. I don't know.
Midi-chlorians.
You gotta feel that shit, man. It's got the Force. Jedi. The Jedi powers allow you to detect the skill in other players. You just have to go up and get their midichlorian sensor. No,
Yeah.
I think that Impact is. I think Korea is a region that has extremely strong top laners. As far as individual ability right now, I'd probably put Impact at fourth,
Below who?
fifth. Just on an individual level, Flame. Acorn really impressed me with his run through the playoffs. I thought he wouldn't be able to dominate, but he really dominated his lane over the course of that series, especially against White and against the Jenner Stealths too. I was pretty surprised. So I'd put Acorn up there right now.
We've got two there. We've got one more to go.
Put Duke in there just because his name's cool.
Yeah.
There you go.
No, Duke is really good. Both Duke and Trace are both really good.
Which bandwagon shall we VOD today, sir?
Well, I mean, Trace is obviously on a
Trace.
6th place team, so
So yeah.
come on now.
Yeah, I know.
He's just obviously shit.
Well, Save is really good too. I'd actually put Save up there. Save, and then I'd put Trace. Trace and Duke are a little bit below Impact because Impact does group better.
Okay, so we have Impact 4th best player in his region.
Yeah.
then what the fuck is Saint talking about? How he carries the team as well?
No, he did carry
does.
he did carry
Carrying
the
in
team.
one game doesn't count. Come on, man. If we look at
Yeah.
the last 10 games, how many did he carry, do you think, Saint? Off the top of your head.
The traditional carries are
Hey,
pretty
who
good.
gives a shit who carries though? Like he's the fucking top laner. He's
Your
got the job
strategy
do
to
the damn
arguing
thing.
is so insane. It's to bring up a point, make a point, then when the person asks you for valid reasoning, you're like, who cares?
Well, no, you said, hey, how many games he's hard carried? Like he's a fucking top laner. The top laner's job in the current meta is to be a tank and be a
Exactly.
workhorse.
Thank you for explaining why he doesn't really hard carry, and that's not even a valid point. Thank you, Saint. You just answered your own question. Monty, please tell me more about fake kick.
Okay, so you're trying to say that top laners have no effect on the game in that sense? Like that
You're killing
they
me
have
right
less
now.
of
You're
effect
using your
than-
own logic against yourself now. You're like, 1 second ago, you just said the same shit. Like, top laners don't hard
They
carry,
don't.
and they
It's
can't.
not the same kind of carrying. A top laner that can get ahead and farm, get his items, be more efficient with his time is going to be better than the fucking other top laner, and he's going to outshine them. But he's not going to hard carry the game
Yeah. So why are you telling me that he hard carries most of the games?
because that is like part of. Oh my god. But his efficiency and like his way of like, okay, Monty said he groups really well with his team. Like he sets up things well with his team. Like that's how you carry as a top laner. It's not like, damn, get on my back. I'm like 1v5 and everybody. Or you say Faker 1v9 where he just carries all of his shitty teammates, like Piglet who's shit, Pumandu can't hit a headbutt pull to
keep
save
going,
his life.
keep going, son. Keep going on the
Right?
team.
Bengi's terrible, Rengar.
No,
They're all
no,
just terrible.
No, how good is Bengi? Tell me how good Bengi is.
Bengi's been playing kind of weird, but
Where does
now
he
that like
rank for
Nunu,
you?
now that Nunu's back,
Yeah.
like, and people aren't banning it like idiots.
Is Bengi top 4 in Korea?
No.
Is Piglet
Definitely.
top 4 in Korea?
I can think you
I
can
would
debate
say
that.
I would say yes, and I would say Mandu is like really not playing well right now.
Okay, so we've got 2 players on SKT who aren't top 4 in Korea. Impact's 4th best in Korea, and we have 1 player who's like top 2 in Korea on SKT. I wonder if the player who's top 2 in Korea, who's been carrying recently, could be called a hard carry who's been 1v9ing.
1v90. You make it sound like his team is shit though. Like I don't get
It's
it.
a fucking expression, dude.
Well,
it's hyperbole.
actually-
No one actually 1v9s. At most, they 1v5 for fuck's sake. It's a hyperbole. They don't
Yeah,
actually
and-
play against their own teammates, do they?
No, but you act
I
like they're
also,
dead
I also,
weight.
I also
Thorin,
think
why are you
that
saying that he's 1v9ing? For a start off, his teammates are on his team and they help him, and if he wins, they get gold as well.
No,
Double
you make
gold.
it sound like
He's
they're
not
dead
fighting
weight.
against them.
yeah, you do make it sound like it's their dead weight, and
It's
in the
hyperbole.
finals,
For the
Yeah,
fact
yeah.
he's playing on a top Korean team, it's incredible he could be carrying that hard. Is this really
I
that hard
do
a point
agree.
to fucking understand?
I agree with you. I think that the sword games, though, SKT K got it together. The stealths games were a disaster, and I did feel legitimately like Faker was 1v9ing in those games.
Yeah, those games are pretty bad. Pumandu played pretty fucking terrible. Okay.
But it's
I
okay
think
'cause Vicious was,
I think Mandu is the weakest link on that team right now.
Isn't he the shot caller for their team though? Isn't that how it's always described?
He's like the team captain. He's the oldest one, but whether he's the actual shot caller or not, I don't know for sure. If you listen to their games, it seems like he's doing most of the heavy lifting.
So because they had like a bad series and he was playing bad, don't you think that could attribute to a lot of that?
Quite possibly.
Man alive.
Never mind.
But
Faker's just 1v9ing. There we
I
go.
do think
Easier
he,
solution.
I do think he 1v9 against the Stealths.
Has anyone in
He-
history
in
of
order
League of
to win the
Legends
series,
ever
yes,
1v9'd?
he had the hard carry.
Has anyone in the history of League of Legends ever 1v9'd?
I know what the phrase is, Thorin, but you're making it sound like his team is dead weight and useless.
Fuck me. They're considered the 3rd best team in the world, and yet their players are playing average and slumping. Why do we think that could be? Maybe their star player is doing
Wait,
that
I just
well.
I just gave you an explanation. Pumandu is like the shot caller for their team. He had a bad game. They look pretty bad as a team, like grouping and doing everything else.
Saint, I'm
Maybe
going to
that's why.
I'm going to blow your mind with an incredible literary illusion here. In the movie and the famous stage play A Man for All Seasons, which stars this character, oh, what the fuck was his name? Thomas, let me think, I'll look it up. Thomas More was this priest in England who was like the head of the Catholic Church or some bullshit like that. And Henry VIII asked him to annul his marriage so he could get married again, because in Catholicism you're not allowed to get divorced, okay? And so anyway, that's what the play is about. But there's a famous scene in it when he's talking to this young guy who wants to have his job after he gets promoted. And this job is like quite a high position in the church. And he says to that guy, listen, man, you're not cut out for this. Like, you don't have the right sort of logical faculties and the right sort of integrity to take this job. Because in this job, you know, there'll be temptations. And you'll be put into situations where you'll have to make hard decisions that'll go against what you want to do. And he says to him, I'll give you an example. If you could trap the devil by pulling aside every law in England to capture him, would you do it? And the guy, because he's such a zealot for Christianity, says, yes, I would. I'd do it if it would let me catch the devil. And he says to him, but what would happen then, Will, I think it was his name, no, Rich, what would happen, Rich, if you countered the devil in that way, and then he turned on you and you had none of the laws and none of the reasons to back you up as to how you'd caught him, like what would happen then? The idea is you can't use logic to win a battle if you then remove the logic to win the battle again, because then what made you win the battle originally? You use the same logic, and then 1 second later you turn around and use the opposite of that logic to win the same battle. So you say on one hand, Faker isn't 1v9ing, but then you agree a whole bunch of his players are slumping, aren't even that good, don't have that much of an impact on the game. Then you say SKT is really good.
That was one best of 5 though. Like what?
Have you looked at the last 2 seasons, last 2 fucking splits of their team, dude? It's the same shit every time. Every playoff series is like that. They lost to Frost. They lost to White twice. They barely beat Stealths now. They beat Sword, who weren't even supposed to be that good, but even then wasn't like some dominating win. Who the fuck are they dominating in best of 5s? No one. And yet they're the 3rd best team in the world. How?
I don't know, man.
I know, it's just a mystery.
Yeah, it's a mystery.
What are you going to do? Monty, you are paid to watch Korean LoL. Please answer some of these questions for us.
It's because Faker hard carries the team. That's what I've been saying the entire time. And Faker is the best player in the world, and he's the only player capable of carrying as that hard, basically.
See, here's the thing, Saint.
I don't think you're like.
Here's the thing, Saint. I don't know that much about League of Legends. I don't know that much about Faker. I don't know much about NY Jackie and game. One thing I do know, this is one thing I can pride myself on, is I've actually spent time trying to learn how arguments are formulated and what is a fair argument and what logical fallacies you should never include in an argument, even if it sounds more sexy to do it that way. Like, yeah, but that sounds like a cooler argument. Like, whether I'm right or wrong, I always try to be like consistent with my logic. And I might be wrong on this, but that's why if you say something I don't know, I press you like, okay, why say that? You can't just be like, well, I don't know, man, shit, I don't know, fucking Fakers, motherfuckers, like, down there in the bayou, we good old boys trying to get the game going. You ever do trout fishing? Trout fishing is a hell of a sport right there. Like, I'm not doing any of that shit, man. I actually give you reasons. Like, I think this show's dead at this point. Do we have anything else to talk about before we wrap this motherfucker? It's been like 5 hours or some shit. The last 2 hours was me just like
an hour
insulting Saint's teammates and arguing about logic.
Yeah.
Do you have any final message, Saint, on your... I hope not your last ever appearance on Semi Insight, but we'll see if enough things can happen between now and then. No, actually, you're going to
need to call me Lord once little BunnyFuFu,
right? Definitely, next year in 2015, you're definitely going to come on the show, and we'll see how many of these bets that we made have come true or false. Okay.
All right.
I know someone shall call someone Lord. Oh yes, there shall be the calling of Lord.
Have the Burger King hat ready.
I will. Yeah. Right, that's it. You have anything to say, Monty?
It's been a good long time here on the stream with all you gentle fans.
Okay, I thought so.
I appreciate your Skype.
I'm sorry about Thorin.
I'm turning the Skype off now. Love you, Booby.